Chapter 225. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Dongzhu said that you are all good fighters. You will have to protect us in the future. A group of children who were playing ran over to the side of the road to watch. Some older children shouted at the soldiers while the others waved their hands. The soldiers' children smiled. They wanted to play with their new companions, but when they looked at their clothes and hands, they slowly lowered their heads. Their clothes were not as good as those of their companions, and their hands were dirty. Would they be despised if they went over? My hands are dirty. A soldier's child generously stretched out his hand for the other children to see. It's okay. We were dirty before. Go take a bath, change your clothes, and then apply some ointment. Zhuangzi's child explained how to operate. It was not like they had not experienced hardship before, so they could understand the thoughts of their new companions. Then wait for us. The generous child no longer felt inferior and shouted seriously. When they reached the bathtub, the villagers separated the men and women and brought them to take a bath. The winged knights, Yu Huaid, and the others were also together. After such a long journey, a hot bath could relieve their fatigue. While they were bathing, the villagers who went in with them measured their bodies and told them the size of their clothes and shoes. They did not want the previous ones and sent them to the papermaking workshop. They taught them how to use bath towels, soap, and toothpaste. After a full 2 hours, these people changed into new clothes and came out. They were all refreshed and felt like they had changed into new people. The houses have been prepared for everyone. After dinner, we will go and see the houses. The furniture and bedding are all complete. Dongzhu said to carry bags to live in. As for the bags you brought, except for the things you miss, throw away everything else. First, take the medicine to fight the worms in your stomach, then eat. The villagers introduced the houses to the people in their respective groups. The soldiers occasionally smelled the ointment on their hands and looked at everything curiously. They had countless questions to ask, but did not know how to ask. When they arrived at the canteen, the soldiers felt the temperature in the canteen. It was very comfortable. It was neither hot nor cold. They could even take off their clothes. This is where we will eat in the future. Don't cook at home. It's a waste of time. You can eat whatever you want in the canteen. You can come any time. Take your medicine. The guides said as they gave out a new type of candy. Is this medicine? Is there any more? I want to eat more. A child ate the candy and smacked his lips. He felt that it tasted pretty good. You can only eat again tomorrow. If there are worms in your stomach, they will be beaten down. Dinner is about to start. Now, let's eat a small bowl of noodles to fill our stomachs and go home to rest. The farmer smiled and patted the child's head, explaining the situation. It was already New Year's Eve, and the child could not eat too much for this meal. There were 6 types of braised food on the side. I still want to eat more. The child who had never eaten the braised meat noodles felt that it was gone after a few mouthfuls. He was even hungrier. There's meat to eat tonight. Let's go and look at the houses. The villagers stopped them. Don't eat any more. If you continue eating, what will happen at night? A house is a building, one for each family, a tall water tower, running water, and methane gas lamps. Needless to say, there were beds, tables, chairs, wardrobes, and small tables. Brand new bedding was spread on the bed, and there was a fragrance coming from it. When the military households were choosing their houses, they were all in a daze. Even though he had already made his choice, he didn't dare to touch the bedding on the bed. He felt that his hands were dirty. Wah! A woman covered her face and squatted there, crying out loud. She cried and said, I never thought that there would be such a house. When I got married, I already felt that it was not bad. Now. God, am I dreaming? Don't cry, don't cry. In the future, even if I have to risk my life, I will do what Dongzhu asked me to do well. The woman's husband reached out and pulled his wife up. He had the strength to do so. His other hand was clenched into a fist as he spoke. The farmer who brought them over to introduce them did not have the slightest intention of looking down on them. This was because they had also experienced it. The same woman advised, "Why are you crying? In the future, you have to do your job well. Only then can you not let Dongzhu down. We are looking forward to your arrival. Zhuangzi has a lot of people, a lot of money, and a lot of secrets. We are counting on you to guard Zhuangzi." After some comforting, the woman finally stopped crying. She pushed open the two-story window and looked outside. The cold wind blew in. She was curious, "Where is the stove in the house? Do you want more firewood?" "There is no stove or heater. This window has 2 layers and is completely closed. There is a layer of tarpaulin outside to block the light. However, the wind cannot enter. Usually, it has to be opened occasionally." The farmer then explained what the heater was and how to open and close the window. After he finished speaking, he left the military households to familiarize themselves with their home and rest. The farmer then left. The military households could not rest at all. They were in a state of excitement. The children had their own rooms. The girls had big sewn dolls. The boys had toys made of wood and wire, burr puzzles, 9 linked rings, and so on. The floor-to-ceiling curtains were all made of satin. The amount of satin was enough to buy a house in the original place. Outside, Li Yi and the winged knights, Yu Huaid, and the others sent them off. Yu Huaid and a group of people pulled carts of vegetables and left. The winged knights did not say anything. They led the horse back. They were reluctant to ride it. It was only a distance of about 10 miles. After sending them off, Li Yi went back to rest and gave the baby acupuncture. The little fellow's body temperature had been controlled between 36.6 to 37.8 degrees Celsius. He had stopped coughing. "It seems that you will be fine before the 5th day of the new year. Good luck," Li Yi said to the little fellow. "Ah, ah." The baby was in the arms of the woman. He shouted at Li Yi. He did not cry when he was stabbed in the head. Li Yi's hands were steady. He inserted the needle in one go. There were many places on the baby's head that could be inserted. Otherwise, he would have buried the needle. However, he was afraid that the baby's head would move and touch the buried needle. Li Yi lay down beside the baby and fell asleep. The little fellow looked at him for a while. He yawned and closed his eyes. He fell asleep faster than Li Yi. Outside, they took turns to rest and work. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, which was also the 12th day of the 2nd month of the Gregorian calendar, the skies still turned dark early. This was still the case with the 2nd month. The military households were happy. The farmers were also very happy. Some of them saw that the people in the military households were strong and iron-blooded. The scars on their bodies left behind by battles gave them a sense of security. 100 people who could fight. With a crossbow and heavy armor, as well as a good horse, who would dare to provoke their Zhuangzi in the future? When the sky turned dark, large red lanterns were hung up one by one. The farmers, the villagers of the Zhang family village, the migrant workers, and the people of the imperial plantation all gathered here. The people who had rested found a place to sit down and waited for the Pyongkong Square's everyone to perform. The girls of the Pyongkong Square had rested enough. They got up to take a bath and put on makeup. Elder sister, Chang and must be even more lively. The Ming residence is acting according to Li Lang's arrangements. Many sisters are going out to sing and dance. The maid said to Xian Yen. This year's New Year was different from previous years. Chang and specially organized activities. Xian Yen looked at the glass mirror and raised her eyelashes. When she heard this, she smiled. Do they have the cosmetic box that Li Lang gave them? Look at how beautiful this eyelash brush is. Their ice lanterns are comparable to Zhuangzi's ice lanterns. This lipstick even has a glow. Li Lang said it was called Pearl Light and was specially prepared for us. This cosmetic box is amazing. With Li Lang looking after you, do you still think it's not enough? Chapter 226. The pearls that Xian Yen spoke of were made from mica. Mica was a medicinal ingredient that was recorded in Shennong's Materia Medica. At the same time, some natural freshwater pearl powder was also added. It was formed from the secretions of some mussels. During the summer and autumn, many shellfish were fished out from the Ba River. The pearls that appeared in their shells were used by Li Yi to make medicine and cosmetics. Freshwater pearls could be eaten, but if the mica was not fine enough, it would not be digested and would remain in the stomach. At this time, it was necessary to eat some coarse fiber to bring out. Li Yi had grinding equipment, but he would not make the diamond into something and smear it on other people's mouths. After eating, the powder would stay in the stomach and would not be easily eliminated. Eating too much would cause stomach ulcers, followed by gastrointestinal bleeding, and then, of course, gastrointestinal bleeding was not a big problem for him. Even if he could not completely rely on medicine, he could use a laparoscopic surgery to treat it. As long as the patient was willing to go all out, he would dare to do it. If he did not treat it, he would die. If he treated it, he might live. Was there a need to choose? The Pyongkong Square's everyone did not know what was going on inside. They only knew that Li Lang's cosmetic box was good. There was a glass mirror inside. This thing was not something that the maids with low status did not dare to accept. But the maids had a very small mirror in a small wooden box. They secretly hid it and did not dare to let others see it. Li Yi only decided to compensate the other party, so he took out a new cosmetic product. He did not use his lifespan to exchange for it. When he carried out the little guy who did not sleep and insisted on playing with him, "Greetings, owner." Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, nearly 10,000 people stood up at the same time and bowed together. "Dongzhu is safe and sound." The little guy shrank in Li Yi's arms. His big eyes were filled with infinite shock. Li Yi was also stunned. "Damn, what are you doing? Are you a gangster?" Without waiting for him to speak, those people finished shouting and sat down with a bang. It was as if the situation just now had nothing to do with him. Li Yi, who wanted to say something, could only swallow his words. He felt like he had suffered internal injuries. He looked around and wanted to ask himself if he wanted to give a speech. If he needed to, he would get the loudspeaker. "Dongzhu, everyone is paying their respects to you. Dongzhu, why did you change your clothes?" Songda appeared just in time. "The official uniform is uncomfortable, so I'm willing to wear a white coat," Li Yi said. He really did wear a white coat when he came out. He had just fed the baby medicine and checked his body. What else could he wear other than a white coat? Of course, he still looked very handsome in a white coat. He always thought so. What was the most handsome doctor's outfit? Of course, it was a white coat with a stethoscope. The soldiers on the battlefield and the doctors in the operating theater did not care about their appearances. They were all so charming. But you are now calling for a doctor. Songda still hoped that Dongzhu would wear his official robes. "You can call me doctor." Li found that this civil official was not bad. When he wrote, it was the same as when he wrote his official robes. "Dongzhu, please go ahead." Songda did not want to talk too much. Otherwise, Dongzhu would ask, "Are you Dongzhu or am I Dongzhu?" The newly arrived soldiers who did not have a good rest but did not want to rest looked at Li Yi and asked the people around them. "This outfit is not as good as the official uniform, right?" The villager shook his head. "No, this outfit is the best. How can a fifth-rank official be compared to the identity of a godly doctor? When Dongzhu wears this outfit, even the king of hell has to retreat." The villager, Zhang family village, imperial plantation, and the migrant workers were used to Li Yi wearing a white coat. Whenever someone felt unwell and looked for Dongzhu, Dongzhu would change into this outfit and say, "There is no problem, I will be fine in 2 days." Li Yi carried the child and sat down. This was the best stage out of the 6. Xian Yen and the other everyone were going to perform. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs sat on the left and right. The atmosphere was as strong as it could get. Feeling the crowded atmosphere, the baby, who had been unwilling to sleep, closed his eyes and fell asleep softly. A woman beside him reached out her hand and handed Li Yi over. The little baby's mouth moved a little before he regained his composure. At this time, the light from the lanterns and ice lanterns reflected off each other. There were even stars twinkling in the sky. The moon, there was no moon in the 30s. A charcoal stove was placed in and everyone began to eat and drink. Xian Yen was the first to take the stage. She started with a song, laughing at the red dust. The other 5 stages also had the same performance. After the song ended, Xian Yen suddenly looked at Li Yi and said, "Li Lang, may I be presumptuous, but may I invite Li Lang to take the stage?" A group of people looked at Li Yi. The palace maid Tao Hong was angry. Just as she was about to stand up, Li Yi raised his hand and Tao Hong sat back down. From her point of view, the so-called everyone was not allowed. Her family's Dong Zhu was not someone who could be invited to take the stage just because they wanted to. Li Yi stood up and walked up the steps. When he reached the last step, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and his body leaned to the side. He swung his legs and did a somersault. The villagers stared with their eyes wide open. Wow! Dong Zhu was so powerful. "Thank you for the invitation, thank you," Li Yi said loudly. He did not bring a loudspeaker. God knows how he managed to get an impromptu performance. However, he could not afford to have stage fright. Those selling medical equipment had to be prepared at all times. When it was time to go on stage, he had to go on stage. Li Yi said with a smile. At the same time, he recalled the basic dance moves he learned when he was young and how to perform a song. "Xian Yen, you are making things difficult for me." However, Xian Yen is a beautiful woman. Being made things difficult for a beautiful woman, everyone should know that, right? Li Yi said loudly. The people around him laughed. This was the first time they saw Dong Zhu being so funny. I wonder what kind of beauty Li Lang is referring to. Xian Yen smiled charmingly. Shameless, Li Yi replied. Ha 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 ha, the people below laughed even louder. Li Yi did not wait for Xian Yen to speak again and said, "Last year when I came here, there were no such people. We just had a simple meal during the New Year. At that time, everyone was very tired." When the people who came first heard Li Yi's words, their eyes were filled with tears. Including the 42 students. Back then, it was indeed incomparable to now. They lived in shacks and lit oil lamps. After that, they had to work and build a methane pool. Who would have thought that in just a year, Zhuangzi would turn the world upside down? This year is different. Everyone's lives have improved. As for next year, it will depend on how much effort everyone puts in. Life is like this. If you don't give it your all, you will never know how far you can go. Time can change. The sea can change into mulberry fields. In one's life, one has to leave something behind, right? Some people leave behind unparalleled achievements, some leave behind poems and songs. Honestly speaking, I, Dong Zhu, am not interested in these two. As Li Yi spoke, many people gathered around him. Right, Dong Zhu has saved countless people. Dong Zhu has even killed and buried many people. That's right. Our Dong Zhu is not interested. What achievements? What poems? Our Dong Zhu can do it with ease. Dong Zhu, what do you want? We will give it to you. The villagers all started shouting. They were proud that their Dong Zhu had already achieved what many people wanted in their lifetime. I only want a smile. The smile of a man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, the smile of a woman who is at ease, the smile of a child who is innocent. So today, I will give everyone a song, a smile of the vast sea. If the previous Xiao Hongchen wrote about the feelings of a woman, then this song is about the heroism of a man. As he spoke, Li Yi walked to the side of a 50-stringed zither. As there was no zither, he could only play this. Chapter 227. Li Yi was not familiar with the zither. Who would play it for no reason? Li Yi knew how to play the zither, especially the flowing water. The flowing water played by the zither was changed by later generations and was called the 72 rolling Buddha flowing water. The zither's strings were also pentatonic. According to the piano, the black keys were played by hand, and each stroke was a pentatonic. It was exactly the gong shang jiao huiyu, duo la mi so la. He once learned the zither to show off, but later he felt it was not fun and threw it away. In music, music theory was the foundation, and other performances were skilled. Li Yi was familiar with the zither. He could not always be familiar with it, so he found an excuse to delay time. So he said loudly, "Out of the world comes my generation, once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. Hegemony talks and laughs, but life is like a drunkard. Holding the sword, riding the horse, and waving the phantom rein, bones fly like birds. Dust is like a tide, people are like water, only a few people in the Jianghu return." He said it very slowly, and his hands were finding the feeling of the past. In fact, how could Li Yi find the feeling? Even if he reached the peak of his time, in the eyes of everyone, he was still a beginner. The kind that would be beaten up if he played. But it did not matter, as long as he was thick-skinned. Who cares if I am skilled or not? If you have the ability, you can compete with me in appendicitis surgery. When I rescued horses, I knew how to expel acid. Do you understand? There were specializations in the field. Li Yi comforted himself and increased his confidence. Then he sang, "Song ocean laughter Tao two shore waves float sink follow waves record today heaven laugh and world tide." At first, everyone of Nankou watched Li Yi play the zither and thought it was interesting. But when Li Yi said the poem, their expressions changed. When Li Yi played the classic pentatonic vast ocean laughter, their bodies swayed slightly narrowed their eyes, and became serious. Heroic love is still left in the evening common life laughs no more loneliness heroic love still exists foolishly laughs, he sang it with all his heart. This song was simply the pinnacle of Chinese pentatonic mode. It used the simplest notes to reach the most shocking realm through the rhythm. Just like using the simplest words to describe the most complicated emotions, the highest level of words was to make people forget the words. The highest level of music was to immerse people in it. You could feel that every note was in your heart. Even those who had never studied music theory would have a melody in their mind. After he finished singing, Li Yi changed to a huqin. He played the huqin, but he could not play it well. He did not wear a buckle, and his fingers hurt. However, the person next to him took advantage of the situation. When Li Yi started singing for the second time, Xin Yen and the rest danced and played the accompaniment. One time, they only needed one time, and they were able to perform to such a degree. Just like the song Farewell, this was their foundation. Song Ocean laughs, Li Yi sang again. The flute at the end entered the song a beat later. The flute sound matched the rhythm of the voice. The group of dancers could actually perform the same posture at this moment. Their ability to understand music was simply superb. One time, they only needed one time, and everyone was able to perform. Pyongkong Square's Nanchu girls were just that casual. The best dancer's movements changed. She directly turned around and led the dance with a different posture. The villagers and other people were dumbfounded. They knew that they did not communicate with each other before. In the end, these beauties were able to perform with such tacit understanding. Nanchu. At this moment, he finally understood how amazing the people in the most ostentatious place in the entire Tang dynasty were. Jiang Shan. Li Yi sang. Jiang Shan laughs, the girls sang in unison. Yenyu Yao, Li Yi sang again. The girls knew music very well and took turns to sing one beat later. Li Yi's heart was trembling at this moment. This group of girls was too damn awesome. They crushed the people of his generation. As expected, they had been taught by Yen Ku since young. They were existences who had killed their way out of countless girls. It was no wonder that each and every prince treated them with respect. They were so strong that they were unreasonable. When Li Yi finished singing La La La, the dancers flicked their sleeves at the same time and froze. Li Yi felt that it was worth it. The things he gave out when he invited them were worth it. With this standard, if it was him, he would not be able to invite them even with 10 million yuan. The people below the stage were mesmerized. There was actually such a nice song and such a beautiful dance. The villagers took a few deep breaths to express that they could calm down. Dong Zhu was just that amazing. The new soldiers did not know what to do. Heavens, Dong Zhu could even do this? Wang Yimin was vexed. He realized that it was hard to reconcile the Dong Zhu who was feeding the horses with the Dong Zhu now. Could it be that the godly doctor who did not know how to sing on the spot was not a good fifth-rank official, Dong Zhu? The girls who were in charge of the music and dance were sweating. They were too engrossed in the performance just now. Xian Yen looked at Li Yi with a bitter expression and bit her lower lip. Li Lang's song seems to be similar to Xiao Hongchen's song. It's just that he is so unfamiliar with it. Many people below the stage were mesmerized by her expression. Was she acting coquettishly? Li Yi did not have stage fright inside. The past is unbearable to look back on. This say, how is the say? Do you want me to teach Li Lang a lesson? Xian Yen pouted. No, definitely not. This say. The zither has 50 strings without cause, each string represents a year. Zhuang Xingxiao dreams of butterflies, gazing at the emperor's love with a cuckoo. The bright moon in the sea has tears, the warm jade in the blue field produces smoke. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time I was already at a loss. Li Yi casually copied out Li Shangying's zither. This was a 7-line poem. The first line was in rhyme, and the first line was in rhythm. After he finished copying. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked down with a look of being at a loss. When the girls on the stage heard Li Yi recite the poem, they were not in the mood to perform. Li Lang is the worst. He always says things that cheat people of their tears. I won't come again next time. A maid complained as she wiped her eyes. After a few breaths, Xian Yen glanced at Li Yi who seemed to be running down the stage to hide. All right sisters, at least Li Lang is on the stage this time. If he's a bad person, then so be it. At least he gave us some good things, especially the sanitary pads. How considerate. Whose heart did he stick to? Let's catch him tonight. A girl was still not resigned. Night Watch, 30. Come, next song. Xian Yen was also very helpless. She called her sisters to recover and continue the performance. Sister Yen, I will go and tell this song and 2 poems to the other 5 stations. Li Lang is the most hateful. A girl said as she ran down the stage to advertise and tell the other stations how to perform. The villager below whispered to the new soldiers. Did you see that? This is our Dong Zhu. If you don't have money, don't think about the North Song Lady. If you have money but no talent, go to the Central Song Lady. If you have money and talent, you seek to know yourself, but you are not fated to give your love. Then how many lovers does Dong Zhu have? Someone was curious. Not a single one. Dong Zhu is still young and is not willing to provoke him. Otherwise. The villager began to whisper. Chapter 228. San Lang, look. Uncle took advantage of our absence and secretly copied other people's poems. There's also a song, A Laugh in the Vast Sea. Empress Wang took the information and acted like a spoiled child to Li Longji. The news came from outside the city walls, and the city gates were already closed. The manor also knew that there were people in Zhuangzi, and they were the Qianyo guards from the palace, but they didn't care. In fact, when the Qianyo guards were hungry, they would even go to the cafeteria to eat without paying a single cent. The villagers were already used to it. Look, Zhuangzi was like this, and we Dongzhu were also like this. As long as you don't make a move, we won't make a move. Today was the 30th day. The Qianniu guards tied their horses to the side and found a place to sit down, eat, and watch the program. He even fed Zhuangzi's horses with the best ingredients. Then, once he got some news, he would go out and ride 3 horses. The person who was watching was direct, while the person who was being watched didn't care. Both sides were actually very harmonious. The villager had no choice. Previously, he did not understand the situation. Later on, he found out that it was the 1,000 bull guards who were directly connected to the palace. He could not fight or kill them. Then, he saw that the people of the Qianniu guard were working very hard. Sometimes, when it wasn't time to eat, he would give them hot soup to drink and take care of the horses. What else could he do? Arrest him? Zhuangzi had the ability to do so. He had the ability to capture them, but he lacked the ability to deal with them later on. The people of the Qianniu guard were sensible and never made any extra requests. They just wanted to have a meal and asked the people in Zhuangzi for food to feed the horses. Above them was the imperial plantation, but they didn't go there to ask for anything. Therefore, when the Qianniu guards watched the show, a few of them would leave from time to time. After a while, they would return and occupy the table to eat hot pot and barbecue. Fortunately, he didn't drink alcohol. When he was offered alcohol, he would reject it. When he ate, he felt that he was only half full. He liked to drink soup. Just like that, the news reached the palace. Empress Wang had slept for a long time. She was waiting for the fireworks to be released in the evening so that she could bring her son to watch it together. Now that he was unhappy, he actually didn't participate in such a fun thing. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. San Lang, look at your uncle. With a laugh from the vast sea, the tide surges on both shores. There was also something about how the heroes of the world are born from our generation, and how time passes as soon as you enter Jianghu. Later on, there were actually tears in the ocean, moon, and pearls. It's outrageous, isn't it? Empress Wang was still troubled by this matter. If she didn't go over, her uncle should stay put. This tactical response is indeed fast. As long as the road is clear, Zhuangzi will move out as fast as the emergency report. It's a rapid response strike force. Li Longji was looking at another matter. As for poetry, singing and dancing, even though he had created the pear garden, he would not give too much power to those who were outstanding in those areas. In his eyes, 4 of the winged knights who were in relatively good condition had rushed out from 20 miles away to report the situation to him. As soon as he arrived and shouted, Zhuangzi immediately took action. After Li Yi finished dealing with the horses, Zhuangzi's team set off. They were loaded with materials, hot water, cold water, food, and most importantly, an ambulance. The faster the horses ran, the faster the reinforcements came. At the same time, there was no lack of scouts coming and going. Yorong. Li Longji suddenly called out Empress Wang's name. He continued, last year in the 10th month, Brother Yi came to Zhuangzi to inherit the business. This year on the 30th, including the leap month, in 15 months, Zhuangzi's rescue teams moved out like the wind. Today, there are another 100 soldiers who have fought with the enemy. What do you think will happen to Brother Yi next year? Li Longji asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang came from a family of generals, so she was the most sensitive in this aspect. Empress Wang rubbed her stomach. What else can happen? It won't take a year. In the summer, the 100 soldiers will be organized. Uncle will buy more good horses and build more carriages. He alone will be able to provide logistical support for the 3,000 non-commissioned officer. Empress Wang understood that the more manpower Li Yi had, the more powerful Li Yi would be. Last year, there was nothing. It was very difficult. Today was different. In a year, who knew what Li Yi would do? After thinking about it carefully, she understood that it was a militarized management. When 20 Li went to the capital office to pick up someone, there would be scouts everywhere. It was definitely an imitation of the situation of Baggage's troops on the front lines during wartime. Once the main force of the 100 soldiers had adapted, they would be able to form their own army. Who would dare to underestimate this army? With money, they would equip each person with a crossbow, or even two. So after the new year, when we go to Zhuangzi again, we will be more at ease. Li Longji didn't want to talk about war. He felt that he couldn't let Li Yi go to war, even if Li Yi's logistical support was very powerful. Whose Zhuangzi could mobilize more than 100 carriages? What a joke. At night, there will definitely be a lot of fireworks. Empress Wang didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to play. If Li Longji was in trouble at the imperial court, she might be willing to help. But there was no problem now. If there was anything, she could ask Li Yi. The distance between the two sides wasn't far. If they went out from the Forbidden Garden, it would only be a little more than 14 li. Gao Lisher, go out and ask him for more. Li Longji had no choice but to go around. Gao Lisher went out from the back and asked Li Yi for fireworks to satisfy the Empress's mood. A 5th-rank official is still too small. The imperial tutor is still okay. Empress Wang touched her belly. The imperial tutor was the child in her belly. There had to be a teacher. Other teachers wouldn't be at ease. What if they did something bad? Either the child was by her side or thrown to Li Yi. When the child was born, he would have to be careful when eating by her side. There was no need to worry about him with Li Yi. Li Longji frowned and said, "When the child is born, the weather will be warm. It's better to go often. Even if someone poisoned him, Brother Yi can cure it." He actually admitted the possibility of someone poisoning him. He didn't think that no one would dare to plot against the child of the Empress because he was the emperor. But Li Longji agreed in his heart. As long as the child was still breathing, he would be able to live if he was sent to Li Yi. Then Gao Lisher, who was already very busy, had to bring people out and ask Li Yi for more fireworks. Li Yi and Zhuangzi watched the performance on the stage and asked steward Songde, who was next to him, "Have the livestock been dealt with?" Recently, firecrackers have been set off at a time every day. The livestock have gotten used to it. Songde explained the situation. He was the happiest now. Dongzhu suddenly became a 5th-rank official. A 5th-rank official also had a position in Chang'an City and could participate in the imperial court meeting. Li Yi nodded and said, "Ask them at night if they want to eat boiled dumplings. The kitchen will cook them first and then send them over." Li Yi talked about food again. The South had rice cakes for Chinese New Year and the North had dumplings for Chinese New Year. However, dumplings could be eaten for every meal. If one ate too many rice cakes, their stomach would not be able to take it. In the South, rice cakes were never eaten at night on the eve of the 30s. They were eaten to taste, and then there was the same kind of glutinous rice baked over fire. He remembered that it was eaten in Shandong and the Northeast. It was sticky with fire. If one ate too much, their stomach would also feel uncomfortable. Oh, it was the same for the Shenzhou's baked cakes. Dumplings were filled with white flour. If there were vegetables and meat, then it would be a complete set of dietary rules. The nutrition was balanced. A single food combination would be dumplings, shumai, wonton, meat bird's nest, or noodles with more sauce and braising. Rice cakes were the same as baked cakes. It was good to eat as a snack. If one ate a few pieces in a row, it would cause indigestion. Songde would not compare the different eating habits of different regions, but he knew that his family used to be from the south. Later on, they all died, and he ran to capital city to survive. "Dongzhu, do you want to make fried rice cakes?" "I will," he said. "Yes, eat it as a snack. You can also fry rice cakes. Children are not allowed to eat too much. It's not good for digestion." Li Yi agreed. He also liked fried rice cakes. Especially those rice cakes that were fried slowly in low-temperature oil. They were crispy and soft on the inside. As for fried rice cakes, there was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. They were fried with meat. The rich people used sesame oil to fry them. This year, there was soybean oil, but there were more fried rice cakes. He did not know the essence of frying. Frying required things to float in the oil. Dongju, are you going to give out bonuses? Also, there are people who like other people. Men like women and women like men. What should we do? Songda asked 2 more questions. For example, the single who earn young, right? Li Yi asked with a smile. Songda blushed. Dongju, how do you know? Marriage is a grand ceremony. It includes hiring servants, new things, and a separate house. If you don't live in a building, you can build a courtyard next to my house. Li Yi said seriously to Songda. He did not have any intention of teasing or joking. Songda was not young anymore. He should have a home. Chapter 229. Li Yi had already noticed the situation. Hu Earnyang was the sister of a craftsman. Her parents had passed away, and her household register was supposed to be with her husband's family. Hu Earnyang had 3 husbands, but none of them were married. It was said that she was a jinx to her husbands. In the end, she was married to her eldest brother. She was above average looking and had a good figure. She seemed to have given up on forming a family. When she arrived at Zhuangzi, she worked all day and soon stood out. She led a group of female workers to work in an orderly manner. As the leader of a small group, she had a lot of contact with Songda. At first, they talked about work, then about romance, and finally about life. Songda expressed his intention to live together, but Hu Earnyang rejected him. She said that her 3 husbands had died of illness before she was married. Songda told her not to worry. Dongju was a miracle doctor, and illness was not a problem. Hu Earnyang was tempted and wanted to try again. Songda came over and asked about other people's gender. Did Zhuangzi allow people to love freely? He wondered if he would be chased out if he got married. When he heard that Dongju would give him 1,000 horses, new furniture, and a courtyard, Songda cheered and ran away. Gao Lishir came. Li Dongju, fireworks. Gao Lishir was straightforward. Go and get a cart of fireworks for General Gao. Li Yi did not refuse. Gao Lishir had sent the winged knights to pick him up for free. Li Dongju, do you want a good horse? Gao Lishir asked in a low voice. Li Yi shook his head. Zhuangzi will buy it after the new year. He was afraid that Gao Lishir would steal the horse that Li Longji had prepared for the winged knights and give it to him. He would lose his life. What about the crossbow? Gao Lishir still wanted to give something. Crossbow? Oh, General Gao, please wait. After hearing Gao Lishir mention the crossbow, Li Yi returned to his courtyard. When he came out again, he had a booklet in his hand. He handed it over. General Gao, please deliver this to the appropriate person. Gao Lishir did not flip through the booklet and only looked at Li Yi. Crossbow. Li Yi introduced. Zhuangzi's production of the crossbow is too complicated. Why don't we hand it over to General Gao? When it's done, we can share some with Zhuangzi. Gao Lishir hurriedly and carefully put it away in his sleeve. Although he had not seen the real thing, he knew that anything that came from Li Yi was not simple. He took the blueprint and went back first. The car carrying the fireworks slowly followed behind him. The other city gates were closed, so Gao Lishir entered and exited from the back door of the Forbidden Garden. Gao Lishir went inside and jogged to find Li Longji. Your Majesty, Li Yi didn't dare to accept the horse I gave him. When I asked him if he wanted a crossbow, he gave me a book, saying it was called the Reverse Crossbow. Gao Lishir handed the booklet over. Li Longji took it and flipped it open. Inside, there was a picture on each page, along with the dimensions, materials, production, and operation instructions. Li Longji pondered as he read. In today's Tang dynasty, there were crossbows that could be loaded by foot. There were also various kinds of crossbows from the previous dynasties. This kind of reverse crossbow seemed to be lighter and more powerful than other crossbows of the same kind. In addition, there was an auxiliary loading tool and a stabilizing tool. It could be used when defending or when marching quickly. Good stuff. After the new year, I'll ask the craftsmen to make it. They can make different kinds of crossbows with different forces. Li Longji decided to make a few real objects and compare them. He did not know whether this was a divine bow or a divine bow with extra parts. The best way to load a crossbow was with a lever. For example, the big crossbows used in the Tang dynasty now were loaded with a winch. Using the pressure well mode, the arm at the back could be used to load the divine bow. There was an extra frame. Without a frame, one would naturally sit on the ground and step on it with foot. Then, one would hang a small thing on the string and pull it back. It was slightly more troublesome to march with a frame, but there was one more advantage. It was stable and did not need to be used to fire the crossbow. It was like a gun rack. You don't have any farm work to do in winter, so you started to work on weapons? Li Longji said with a smile. He realized that Li Yi could not stay idle. If he stayed in Zhuangzi and did not do anything, he would be bored to death. La 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 la. At this time, many people in the Li family Zhuangzi were singing The Laughter of the Vast Sea. They could not remember the other lyrics, but la 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 was definitely not a problem. Li Yi wanted to drink some wine, but he was pulled by Xin Yan, the main team, to arrange the song. Just now, he was in a hurry and improvised. Now that they were forming a small team to perform, everyone had to properly arrange the instruments. Fortunately, Li Yi had a little bit of knowledge. He recalled which instruments were added to The Laughter of the Vast Sea. It's Li Lang's song. If it's taken out by itself, it can't fill in the lyrics. A woman was considering changing the lyrics. What kind of songs were used to sing poems? A 7-word temperament poem could be taken out and sung with any song. In the end, the girl realized that no matter what lyrics she changed, she could not sing with the original charm, just like Xiao Hongchen. The only thing she could do was to arrange the dance and make the dance closer to the meaning of the lyrics. Time slowly passed. When the clock struck midnight, a beautiful firework bloomed in the imperial city with a boom. As if they had received an order, the people in the other shops who had bought fireworks and firecrackers lit them one after another. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, and the entire Chang and became lively. Many people did not know that there was such a fun thing. They prepared bamboo at home to burn, and some even prepared some salt. The salt they ate was big, and when it was thrown into the fire, it made a loud noise. When the fireworks rose into the sky, the people stopped playing with their bamboo and looked up. Light the fire! Songde shouted. At the places where the fireworks were set off, the people in charge of lighting the fire placed the red-hot coals on the fuse, turned around, and ran. Immediately, the firecrackers rang out, and the fireworks rose into the sky. Some of the farmers, migrant workers, people from the Zhang family village, and the farmers in the imperial plantation covered their ears, opened their mouths, and watched with wide eyes. The ears of the children in swaddling clothes were covered by the adults. Some of them were crying, but when they saw the flowers in the sky, their voices stopped abruptly, and they were stunned. Li Yi held the red envelopes wrapped in red paper and personally distributed them. The newcomers also received some, but they did not receive much money. The red envelopes were written with words on red paper. Some wrote 100 coins, and some wrote 10 coins. According to their contributions and the order of arrival, different amounts of money were given. When the day was over, the farmers could take the red envelopes and exchange them for copper coins. The 42 students who taught Zhuangzi's children each received a big red envelope, which was 10 coins and 10,000 coins. As for the other 220 students, Li gave one to each of them. The village chief of the Zhang family village led people to distribute the red envelopes again. They gave the students 500 coins each, and they only taught for 3 months. The Zhang family village gave a lot of money. There were many students, 220 of them, and the village gave a total of 110,000 coins. If it was in the past, they would not be able to afford it. Half an hour later, Zhuangzi's firecrackers were set off, and everyone cooked dumplings to eat. The people from the south took a bite of the rice cake, reminisced about the past, and smelled the smell of burning sulfur in the air. They were full of yearning for the new year. Especially the people who asked for a way to survive, they felt Dongju's wealth. The firecrackers were set off with a loud bang, and every movement was worth a lot of money. Li Yi ate 5 dumplings, 1 for each kind of filling. He slowly drank the wine, and occasionally stopped to look at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. However, a few people who were watching the fireworks next to him noticed that Li Yi's smile had a trace of vicissitudes. Chapter 230. Ladies of Pyongkong Square, take a break. It's time for us to go up. A student took a red packet and wanted to perform on such a beautiful night. He went up to a stage, sat in front of a guqin, and bent his fingers to play. He sang, "Sunset slanted fragrant hall, beautiful palace of time. Cold words to the winter snow, warmth to the spring breeze. The steps are rich with plum, flowers curled with candlelight. Celebrating the new year, welcoming and sending off all night." This was a poem written by Li Shimin. It was written for tonight, to stay up for the new year. Good, good. The audience shouted, although they didn't really understand. The other students thought of poems as fast as they could to see if they could use someone else's poem or if they could compose one themselves. The 6 stages suddenly had more students. The people of Nankou went to the side to drink light wine and eat some food. Some students didn't have time to write poems, so they went up to play the flute or the pipa. They were all multi-talented. The 42 students who came last year were especially outstanding. They stayed for a long time and brought their families, so there was less worry. At the same time, they communicated with each other. Some questions were asked to Li Yi, and Li Yi answered. Li Yi could always hit the nail on the head, including some content about the 4 books and 5 classics. He looked at the imperial examination materials of the Ming dynasty. The imperial examination of the Ming dynasty was no longer a normal examination. Take a few words out of one sentence and a paragraph out of another. Together, this was the imperial examination of the Ming dynasty. The students of the Ming dynasty studied the 8-legged essay until they were obsessed. The most important thing was that nutrition kept up. With meat and vegetables, the body was healthy, and the memory and analysis ability were strong. The 220 students who came later had their bodies adjusted. When they studied, they didn't feel tired often and didn't have to worry about illness. The villagers watched and listened. They suddenly realized that their zhuangzi was very powerful. There were so many scholars. Those who had just arrived today, oh, it was yesterday. Those who had just arrived yesterday were dazzled by the sight. They had been in a state of shock. It was already good to have some meat dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. If there was fish, the whole year would be different. In the end, their zhuangzi ate barbecue and hot pot. Eating dumplings and rice cakes was symbolic. Vegetables in winter didn't cost money. He ate as much as he liked. After dipping the cut mutton rolls in the soup, the smell of oil was extraordinary. There was also a group of beautiful women from Pyongkong Square who came to perform. Dongju personally went up to sing and play. Fireworks that had never been seen before bloomed one after another in the sky. It was too beautiful. He had just arrived and he already received a red packet. Now, a large number of students were going on stage. How much foundation did Zhuangzi have? After a few sips of wine, he was already drunk. The children looked at the other children and reached for dried fruits, preserved fruits, black pears that had been melted in cold water, as well as fresh watermelons and cantaloupe pieces. The woman who was looking at the child was at a loss. She wanted to hit the child and tell him not to take things casually, but then she realized that the children of the other villagers were very casual. They knew that the food their families had tonight was not something they could have bought with the money they earned in the past year. So some people pinched their legs, their arms, their children. She pinched the child until he cried out in pain. She was also in pain. She was sure that she wasn't dreaming. Husband, in the future, you have to do as Dongju says. A woman said nervously to her husband. I know. Do I need you to tell me that? If I get kicked out, I'll lose everything. The child still has to study. The man was also afraid that he would do something wrong and make Dongzhu angry. On the other side, the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, was giving out red packets to the villagers and their subordinates. The subordinates were from the palace, but the villagers were not. The land of the imperial plantation was rented to the tenants. After the new year, I'll find the students from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi to teach your children. Wang Xing said as he gave out a red packet. Supervisor Wang, you won't leave next year, right? Go to a better position. Some villagers were worried. This year, they raised poultry, planted mushrooms and wood ears, and sold steamed pot chicken. They had earned a lot of money. They were afraid that if Wang Xing was promoted and someone else came, they would not be able to get along well with Li Dongzhu. Their days of waiting would be over again. Leave. Wang Xing's voice became louder. I won't be going. I'll be guarding Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has already informed me. Great. The villagers cheered. Wang Xing revealed a proud expression, so it turns out that managing the imperial plantation is a tough job. Now that I'm in charge of the imperial plantation, no one can compete with me. At this moment, the person he was most grateful to was King Song, Li Qingqi. If King Song didn't come that day and visit Zhuangzi, all these wouldn't have happened. Songde urged them to go to sleep. Don't stay overnight. Zhuangzi still has to be operated tomorrow. Go back and sleep. You can't stay here any longer in case you get too excited. Yes, Dongzhu said that you might die suddenly. If that happens, even Dongzhu wouldn't be able to save you. Songde explained the situation to the newly arrived soldiers and told them to go home. The soldiers were very obedient and brought their families back home. Lying on the bed and looking at the dim light shining in from the window, he thought about many things and fell asleep. Li Yi also went to sleep. He had to ensure that his body was in good condition at all times. When the sun shone on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the remaining quarter of the villagers went back to sleep in a daze. Zhuangzi was revived once again. Li Yi, who had slept for 8 hours, felt refreshed. He looked at the official robes hanging on the wall and shook his head. I'm not going to attend the court assembly. It's cold and boring. Brother Yi, I'm here to see you. Li put the infusion bottle on the child and asked the palace maid to look after him. When he arrived at the canteen, Li Qingqi arrived. Big brother, are you resting? Li looked at his big brother to see if he had any dark circles. If he did, he would arrange for him to sleep after the meal. I slept for more than 6 hours. Brother Yi, I have a question. What should I do if there are worms in the rice? Li Qingqi asked while holding the leftover chicken bone soup from last night's hot pot. There are worms in winter. Li Yi expressed his disbelief. Where did the rice go? Was it on the radiator? The worms came out after autumn. No one took care of that warehouse. The day before yesterday, someone reported that the worms will come back to life again after spring. Li Qingqi said while gritting his teeth. Obviously, he had taught the guards a lesson. Put them under the sun. Li Yi gave a solution. Can they be dried under the sun in winter? Li Qingqi expressed his disbelief. Use star anise and put them in packs. Peppercorns and pepper can also be used. Put them in now and let them dry when the weather is hot. Li Yi gave a useful solution. What about the hollowed rice grains and the worms and eggs that died inside? Li Qingqi still had a question. Then they can only be made into rice noodles. Qi Minyao Shu has it. Li Yi said another food. It was impossible to make them into feed for poultry and livestock. Qi Minyao Shu again. Li Qingqi was depressed. Why are there so many problems? Li Yi lowered his head and ate the dumplings. He did not answer this question. If I told you about Qi Minyao Shu, you could at least find the book. If I told you about Tiangong Kai Wu, where would you find it? Is this the leftover soup from last night's hot pot? Li Qingqi stopped thinking about Qi Min Yao Shu and suddenly thought of the soup. Steward Song added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup and sent it to the Grief Tian Square in the morning. I only knew about it when I woke up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it. Li Yi mentioned the soup from last night's hot pot. There were no vegetables or meat. Everyone ate it while boiling for fear of wasting it. There was oil on the meat and the soup was made from bones and chicken. The farmer did not want to eat it but felt that it was a pity to throw it away. Therefore, he added something to give to others. Li Yi was very angry, but it was too late. You're kind-hearted. Li Qingqi felt that it was good and asked, is it bad for your health? Li Yi shook his head. Impossible. It's boiled again. I just feel that it's disrespectful. Chapter 231. Don't worry, I have everything. I added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup from yesterday. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Songda was fetching soup for people at Grief Field Square in the west of the city. It was a stew with tofu and dried vegetables. There was a layer of oil on top of the big barrel. It smelled good and looked appetizing. Pei Yaoqing, the head of Chang'an, was standing beside him. Zhuangzi came to collect the carriage that was taken away yesterday. Songda also gave the leftovers to the people at Grief Field Square. Some of the people at Grief Field Square went out to work during the day. They stayed at Grief Field Square because they had nowhere to stay. Pei Yaoqing came at the same time to deliver food. In the end, he brought yellow rice. The people at Grief Field Square lined up to get the soup. No one disliked the leftover soup. At least no one would get sick from the food given by the Li family Zhuangzi. As for disliking it, the Li family Zhuangzi had fungus, mongoose mushrooms, cucumbers, and watermelons. Of course, they would not want the leftover soup. Would ordinary people not eat leftovers? Moreover, tofu and dried vegetables were also good food when boiled. Drinking a mouthful of soup and eating yellow rice was a good sign on the first day of the new year. Pei Yaoqing looked and could not help but grab a spoon. He scooped 2 pieces of tofu and some vegetables and put them to his mouth. He blew on it and tasted it. They added a lot of ingredients when cooking the soup, Pei Yaoqing commented. The Ming residence is so capable. They added a lot of pepper, Songda said. He scooped some soup and drank it. It was too cold outside. This time, the people at Grief Field Square were in a better mood. Look, the Ming residents and Steward Song were drinking. What are Zhuangzi's plans for the new year? Pei Yaoqing wanted to get some useful information from Songda. Dongzhu did not say, but there are 100 more soldiers. They are all good men who have fought. Songda recalled that Dongzhu did not mention any plans. It seems that I will be promoted this year, but I plan to defy the imperial edict. Pei Yaoqing whispered to Songda. He didn't mince his words. He told Songda because he wanted Songda to go back and tell Li Yi. Resisting the imperial edict in Chang'an was too stressful. If he could get Li Yi's support, it would be easier. He was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Chang'an was getting better and better, if he left, the new county magistrate would not be able to follow the rules. He would not even go to Li Yi to ask about politics. Then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? How difficult it was. When we return to the manor, I will speak with Dongzhu. Songda was also someone who had taken the imperial examination. Now that he was not very old, he naturally knew what it meant. Thank you very much. Pei Yaoqing cupped his fists and bowed. Ming residents, please don't stand on ceremony. Songda returned the greeting. For this year's Chang'an, I will definitely call it earth-shattering. Pei Yaoqing's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was not afraid of trouble, nor was he worried about any difficulties. At worst, he could go to Zhuangzi to look for Li Yi. After distributing the soup, Songda brought the team home. Manager Song, are there any more fireworks for sale? On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival will also be released. Someone greeted and asked. The fireworks at night were simply too beautiful. The rumbling was loud and beautiful. They firmly believed that the louder the firecrackers were, the better their luck in the new year. There are some in Zhuangzi. You can go and buy them. You need to sign a document. Songda's status was different now. He was no longer the unknown little manager. Of course. The other party responded. When Songda brought the team to Chunming Gate, the Nanka team happened to be returning. Not only were they there, but they were also singing Laughter of the Vast Sea along the way. It was obviously a woman who looked weak, but in the end, she sang as heroically as a man. Li Yi did not hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely say that compared to the female version of the song, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was in the basement. The passers-by were already dumbfounded. Some people who wanted to leave the city turned their heads and went back after listening to the song. Then, the Pyongkong Square was in an uproar. Yesterday, Sun Yan and the others went to perform and actually brought back good things. If they had known, they would have gone too. Brother Yi, what song is this? After dinner, Li Chengqi insisted on dragging Li Yi for a stroll outside in the middle of winter. Hearing the villagers shouting at the top of their lungs, they realized that even with such a loud voice, the song sounded good. Laughter of the Vast Sea. Li Yi knew what his brother meant. Why did ordinary people shout at the top of their lungs and sometimes out of tune, but still sound good? This song can be sung both in literature and martial arts. Li Yi explained. This song had reached its peak from the simple melody to the resonance of the lyrics. How much was the song sold for? Li Chengqi thought of the price. Poems and songs were all money. What money? At night they insisted that I go up. I had no choice. How can a Dongzhu like me be afraid of that? I just went up and casually copied a song and sang. Li Yi was honest. It was impossible for him to compose the lyrics and music in this lifetime. Brother Yi, I want you to sing one now. I will force you to sing. Come on. Li Chengqi was depressed. I just left your place for one night and you took out something good. Little Swallow came here wearing flowery clothes on spring day. I asked Swallow why you came here, so Swallow said the spring day here is the most beautiful. Li Yi sang. Brother Dongzhu, sing it again. I want to learn. The children who were playing nearby heard it and came forward to request. Li Chengqi, he took a deep breath and suddenly realized that this song was indeed not bad. The children sang it well. Therefore, he recalled and sang it to the children. Little Swallow, after singing it once, Li Yi praised, Brother Yi is actually so good at memorizing music and lyrics. It's just a few lines. How can I not remember? Li Chengqi felt that he was insulted. His music was very good. Li Yi asked someone to bring the loudspeaker over. He sang it once to the children and passed it to them to learn. Brother Yi, it's the new year. Do you have any new plans? Li Chengqi no longer cared about the song of the little swallow and went straight to business. I will go to Shandong in February. Li Yi said. Which Shandong? Shandong East Province? A map appeared in Li Chengqi's mind. No, it's east of Taihang Mountains. Li Yi gave the answer. Shandong was the east of Taihang Mountains. Shandong was now called Hunan Province. It included Qingzhou, Qizhou, Yenzhou, Lai, Miqiao, Yizhou, Chaozhou, Yunzhou, and other prefectures. And east of Taihang Mountains included Hebei, Shaanxi, Hunan, Shandong, Tianjin, Beijing, and some other places. Why are you going there? Li Chengqi was not very happy. You can just stay in Zhuangzi. Why are you going there? Raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. Li Yi gave the answer. You can't raise chickens by the Ba River. You will need a lot of manpower to transport the poultry and lay eggs along the way. The ducks are easy to deal with, but the chickens are not very obedient. It's about 1,000 miles away. Li Yi was calculating the money. 1,000 miles? Do you have to bring the poultry? Do you want to be an official? Li Qingqi frowned and was about to stop him from going out. I will be an official in the 22 counties of the capital. I can't go so far. I will come back in summer and sell the poultry and pigs to the local area. Li Yi explained his plan again. He did not say the reason. He just said that he did not want the poultry and pigs that he brought with him. There must be a reason, right? Li Qingqi was depressed. I will go and show them what to do and make a lot of money. Li Yi still did not say the details. Can't you not go in person? Li Qingqi thought of the key point. No, it's very troublesome. If there is a struggle, others will not be able to win. I don't want to write a lot of plans. It's better to go in person. Li Yi insisted. It was related to whether he could increase his lifespan. Chapter 232. Li Qingqi left with a stomach full of questions. He wanted to go to Baifu Palace to see his father. The main purpose of his visit was not because of the worms in the rice, but because he wanted to know what new ideas Li Yi had after the new year. After knowing his ideas, he had to travel a long distance in February. Li Yi was also busy. There were more than 600 newcomers. He gave them a physical examination one by one. He did not let them eat breakfast in order to draw blood. 4 palace maids were responsible for putting up notes and numbering each person's blood. Li Yi was in charge of drawing blood. Zhuangzi's medical staff helped to draw blood. There was no need to draw blood slowly with a big glass syringe. When the blood was viscous, the medical staff could draw blood eventually. It was a vacuum draw. If they drew blood with a glass syringe, the blood would be viscous for a long time and not enough could be drawn. Once the syringe moved, the person whose blood was drawn would feel pain. The little guy who could not speak was given a caramel candy and held in his mouth when the blood was drawn. The baby was very conflicted. Should he cry or not? If he did not cry, it would be very painful. If he cried, the candy would fall. After the court meeting in the palace, the officials rushed home one after another. Then they went to see who was visiting and waited for others to come. Then the members of the heavenly world who lived in the capital received gifts from the heavenly world. The gifts of 100 caramel and 1,000 caramel were different. There was a difference in price. No wonder they asked for identity and address. To bribe, humph. As the Prime Minister, Yao Chong naturally did not need to visit others. He waited at home. There was a line outside to give gifts. It was normal to receive gifts during the new year. Someone left a gift, registered it, and left directly. Even the steward of Yao Chong's residence could not see them. The gifts from the heavenly world were not registered at all. They left after leaving. There was no need to see them. However, Yao Chong still came to take a look at the gifts from the heavenly world and criticize them with a smile. The vegetables from the heavenly world did not matter. The key was a small mirror. There were 2 small mirrors at home. One was given by Empress Wang. It was not easy to carry. The steward of the residence did not ask to send it back. He was not stupid. He carefully packed the vegetables and sent them to the greenhouse to wait for them to be used to make delicious dishes. The new year will be held in February. Did the Li family Zhuangzi come to donate? Did he write a poem? Yao Chong received a few people and remembered about the imperial examinations. No. However, there are other talents who have sent us invitations and masterpieces, as well as some gifts, the manager replied. Take it? Yao Chong's face darkened. I dare not, the steward answered carefully. Yes. No. This year, there are at least 42 people from the Li family Zhuangzi who will definitely pass. As for the other 220, it will depend on talent. Yao Chong muttered to himself as he closed his eyes to think. He was very clear that the 42 students who first came to Li Yi and Zhuangzi had to be ranked regardless of who was in charge of the exam. Because what those people learned was Li Yi's knowledge. biology, algebraic geometry, physical chemistry, and the 4 books and 5 classics. Many good things were created by Li Yi using other disciplines, such as gunpowder. His Majesty knew that, so how could he not want talents? Dongzhu, Prime Minister Zhang has arrived. The second steward of the residence hurried to the door to report. Prime Minister Zhang was naturally Zhang Shua. The previous battle was so fierce. Seeing that Yao Chong had the upper hand and was about to be hit, Li Yi appeared. So the balance was restored, and everyone could continue to sit and play in the same class. Yao Chong opened his eyes, got up, and went out to welcome him. In these years, he had not seen Zhang Shua come to visit. The main door opened with a creak, and Yao Chong came out with a smile. Doji, did you receive a gift from earthly paradise? Brother Yuanji, you know. They sent a small mirror and many other things. Zhang Shua chose to chat about daily life and used the same name. Doji, quickly come in and tell me in detail. Yao Chong invited. Brother Yuanji, please. Zhang Shua cooperated. The two of them went in, and the main door closed again. This door was not open for everyone to see. Brother Yuanji, I have a question. If Li Yi came in person, would you open the main door? Zhang Shua asked with a smile. I don't want to see him at all. If I see him, he will naturally guess your Majesty's identity. How many heads do I have to cut off? Yao Chong answered quickly. Yes, he did not want to see him. It was too dangerous. What if he knows your Majesty's identity in the future and comes to see you again? Zhang Shua asked again. What about you, Doji? Yao Chong asked back. Brother Yuanji, did the Li family Zhuangzi send an essay? Zhang Shua changed the topic. What about you, Doji? Yao Chong still asked back. No, the others have all been persuaded to leave. Zhang Shua answered, and at the same time understood that there was no one here. He felt uncomfortable. It meant that Li Yi did not like the two prime ministers at all, and did not send them to you. Of course, earthly paradise's gift was another matter, and it did not involve the imperial examination through the back door. As the two sat down, tea was served. This tea was given by Her Majesty, Li Yi's green tea. Li Yi said that fermented black tea was suitable for people who ate too much oil, while green tea was suitable for people who ate a balanced diet. People with gastrointestinal problems were not suitable to drink any tea. Of course, important people had a relatively balanced diet, so they did not drink black tea. As for deep fermented black tea, half-fermented oolong tea, and tea guanyin, no one differentiated them. Therefore, they cooked tea eggs with fermented tea, and it was not as delicious as green tea. From this spring onwards, Kai Cha has to find a way to ask Li Yi to help make green tea. He did not reveal the recipe for making tea. Zhang Shua took a sip of tea and hinted. He meant to ask Yao Chong to think of a way to get the recipe for green tea. Just pick the new tea and send it. Why take the risk? Yao Chong did not want to do it. I am not going to make trouble. Li looked easy to talk to, but that depended on the situation. No matter what tea was made, it was not beneficial to the people. Could fermented tea not be drunk? If he could find out how to make tea, wouldn't he be able to find out how to make soy sauce? Do you want to reveal the question? Zhang Shua asked very carefully. He had his eyes on 42 students and wanted to pull them under him after the imperial examination. Now that you've exposed the problem, Li Yi is likely to fall out with you. He wants to send the person up in a fair and square manner. Could it be that you can't see his backbone? Oh, he is called willpower. He can give up a lot of benefits, but there is a line that cannot be crossed. He can kneel down to help you because you are a patient, but he is not willing to lower his head because of your power. He can bribe you with money, but you want to suppress him. Try it. When others bully him, he disdains to help. What happened to those people? Yao Chong had been trying to figure out Li Yi's behavior and thoughts, and came to this conclusion. Sigh. If we are talking about policy, I think Li Yi can teach the students a lot of knowledge, but poetry is difficult. Zhang Shua nodded and agreed with Yao Cheng's words, but he was more worried. Now that they relied on passing the imperial examination, writing poems was also very important. If he did not reveal the question, how could Li Yi help the students write poems? Yes, Zhang Shua thought that as long as he revealed the question, Li Yi could guarantee that he could write many related poems, and each one would be passed down through the ages. The zither has 50 strings without cause. The moon in the sea has tears. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time it was already lost. The sound of many people reciting at the same time suddenly came from outside. Good poem. Which great talent came up with this? Zhang Shua immediately stood up. Yao Cheng was also moved and said, "What a neat 7 lines. The past is in front of me, but at that time it was already lost. Ask who wrote it. Summon them here. This will be my reward," Yao Cheng said to the steward. Not long after, the steward came back with a complicated expression and said, "Li family Zhuangzi. Last night, the girls of Nankou coaxed Li Yi to go up on stage. Li Yi copied 2 poems, 1 set of lyrics and music. This poem is the last poem." Yao Cheng and Zhang Shua were speechless. Chapter 233. That's too much. You can't do that, Zhang Shua said. After a while, he recovered and roared. Yao Cheng reached out and patted Zhang Shua's shoulder. At this moment, the past grudges seemed to have faded. He said, "Li Yi is a young man, yet he always writes such vicissitudes of life poems. If it were someone else, they would definitely be attacked." Zhang Shua nodded vigorously and said, "Of course, every time he says he copied, we can't find the person who was copied. When we ask, he says he killed and buried them, calling it a report to the authorities. He's too much. Tomorrow, I practice the say, 50 strings, thinking of the year, enchanting the butterfly, holding the cuckoo, the pearl has tears, the jade produces smoke, the recollection is lost." How can he combine these words together? Yao Cheng felt the impact of this poem while complaining about Li Yi. He also felt that it was unreasonable. Based on what? Brother Yuanji, take a look. Zhang Shua began to analyze. He usually writes medical books, and 3 of them have already been published. From spring to autumn, he took out one after another artifact for farming. In winter, everyone picks ice. He has good things, the shoes, the tools to drill ice. Then he makes fireworks. I believe everyone knows how difficult it is to make fireworks, right? We all use his new carriage. Going out to pick someone up is like going to war. The things Chang and is doing now are all done by Li Yi. He still has to treat people and write the 3-character classic. He can casually throw out a bunch of poems. The most important thing is. As Zhang Shua spoke, he suddenly paused, trying to find a word. Yao Cheng continued, "The most important thing is that he looks very leisurely. He even has the time to teach the villagers how to make delicious food." Yes, leisurely. Doesn't he need to learn? Is it really copying? Who is he copying? Zhang Shua suddenly had a common topic with Yao Cheng. Sigh. Yao Cheng felt a toothache. He also realized that no matter how powerful other people were, they could not be treated as human beings. Li Yi was no longer human. You could ask him any question at any time and he would give you the solution. He even had the leisure to stroll around. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song, there was nothing he was not proficient in. I can't think about other things. If I think too much, I'll have nightmares. Why don't we ask him to take the imperial examination next year? No, this year. Let's give him the first place in the first grade, so that we won't have to worry about him. Zhang Shua compromised and let you take the lead. Even if you sign up and don't come to take the exam, I can still get you first place. He didn't want to take the exam. He said he was busy. I have 2 pills in my mouth. Li Yi gave His Majesty a few bottles of medicine in the shape of a small gourd. He said he found it difficult to breathe, so I put a few pills under my tongue. Yao Chong said as he opened the drawer next to him. The layout of the table was according to Li Yi's design. After swallowing a few pills, he didn't know if it was the effect of the medicine or if it was a psychological factor, but he felt much better. Brother Yuanji, if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you go to Zhuangzi and take a look? Zhang Shua suggested. On the first day of the new year, no matter how busy other people were, it had nothing to do with the Prime Minister. Once the morning court session was over, everything was relaxed. Of course, there was a banquet at night, so he had to rush back to attend it. Go! Get someone to ask Huaishen. Yao Chong thought of another Prime Minister, Lu Huaishen. Soon, the three of them arrived at Li Yi's Zhuangzi in a four-wheeled carriage accompanied by a group of servants. The three of them were familiar with each other. On the first day of the new year, they all wished each other a happy new year. Where's Li Dongzhu? Zhang Shua was the youngest of the three, so he was in charge of communication. Class, over there. An 8 or 9-year-old child from the village pointed to a bungalow. The three of them walked over and stood together outside the window. They had a tacit understanding. The imperial examinations in February. I'll tell you the questions later. Now, let's talk about poetry. Actually, I can write poems for you, but it's meaningless. Can I take care of you for the rest of your lives? Li Yi's voice sounded. Yao Chong and the other two looked at each other and nodded. Yes, Li Yi's poems were impressive, but there were 42 students. They couldn't possibly be composed by Li Yi alone. What's the most difficult thing about writing poems? Modern-style poems aren't easy, but that's not a problem. It's not a big deal to compose a poem. Li Yi's voice continued. The three prime ministers wanted to rush in and strangle Li Yi. Composing a poem isn't a problem. It's easy to compose a poem. How arrogant are you? Fine, you're good. You've killed many people and buried many, but you can't tell the students. They don't have your ability. Composing a poem is usually a poem of rhythm. Because a poem of rhythm needs a counterpoint. Otherwise, a 5-character quatrain will be flat, 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 flat. Flat, 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 flat. It won't show your ability. Of course, a 7-character quatrain is a bit risky. If you don't do it well, there will be 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. But it's still manageable. Fortunately, our Tang dynasty doesn't have strict requirements for 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. At the same time, there's no such thing as a flat line. Li Yi talked about the structure of a poem. A quatrain was easier to compose than a poem of rhythm. Without 4 lines, there wouldn't be 2 counterpoints in the middle. The prime ministers listened carefully. Yes, it was too difficult to compose a good quatrain. Without a counterpoint, it wasn't satisfying to read. As for this kid's quatrains like 2 orioles sing in the green willows and 1,000 birds fly away, it was too difficult. As for a flat line. What was a flat line? Yao Chong glanced at Zhang Shua. What he meant was, this Li Yi has another set of stricter standards. Zhang Shua said, we don't follow what he says. Why should we follow what he says? Yao Chong nodded. Yes, we'll follow what he says. Do other people still want to write poems in the future? Li Yi's voice sounded again. The 3 prime ministers nodded. There are formal and variant poems. In the imperial examinations, don't play with variant poems. Otherwise, the examiners will be uncomfortable. The 3 prime ministers agreed. They were disgusted by people showing off unorthodox methods in front of them. It looked like Li Yi was very experienced. He actually knew so much. Brother Li, do you want to find out who will be the examiner in advance? A student asked. The 3 prime ministers smiled. See, there were still people who wanted to pay their respects. No need. The Ministry of Personnel has only one person in charge of the meritorious examiner. Rank 5 and above. There's only one minister counselor. rank 6 and above. The other managers are not responsible for setting the questions. Li Yi's voice was light as a feather. The three prime ministers' expressions turned ugly. On one hand, you say you don't want to take the imperial examinations. On the other hand, you've studied everyone. Do you want to send some gifts? Another student asked. No. Do I look like someone who would bribe people? I do things in an open and aboveboard manner. After the new year, I'll openly invite those officials from the Ministry of Personnel to participate in the poetry gathering. Li Yi spoke with a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. The three prime ministers almost vomited blood. Fuck, he was too shameless. Open and aboveboard? Open and aboveboard was used by you like this. Did you ask if they would agree? Can they come just because they're invited? The student asked the crucial question. It was easy to invite, but not easy to agree. If what I'm about to say gets out, I believe there will be people who will give me face, Li Yi replied. Yao Chong revealed a trace of a cold smile. He looked on and nodded inwardly. That's right. Do you want to cause trouble? Let's see what methods you have. Next, I'll continue to talk about how to write poems. Li Yi's voice was still calm and gentle. The three prime ministers already had an idea. Let's see how you do it. Chapter 234. When it comes to rhyme, rhymes are a problem. So, from today onwards, I will teach you rhymes, Li Yi said. The 42 students in the room did not make a sound. It was very quiet. Today, I will teach you 3. One is dong as in east, west, north, and south. One is dong as in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. One is jiang as in river, lake, and sea. Listen to me. Heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent against the sky. River against Han, green against red. Rain god against thunder god. At the top of the crane tower, the jade flute cripples the fairy moon. On the soaring phoenix platform, the purple flute blows away the beauty wind, morning against noon, summer against winter. Midday against Gao Chong, clear against light, thin against thick. Evening drum against morning bell, beauties in the inner court fill the ground with endless sorrow. Passers-by at the border fill the sky with endless regret. The three prime ministers were speechless. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan with bitter eyes. The two of them pursed their lips and nodded, meaning that they understood. Everyone was the same. The three of them were thinking, when I first learned to write rhymes, why didn't anyone teach me this? I scribbled. You said all the rhymes? Can you do this? Li Yi, do you dare to come out and tell me who you copied? Let's go dig a grave. Zhang Shua lip-synced and gestured, thank goodness I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there was such a good thing. Lu Huaishan gestured, yes, this is too outrageous. Li Yi was still hiding his ability. So the 3-character classic wasn't the final result. Yao Chong flicked his sleeves, stopped, gestured, listen. When I get back, I must get a copy to teach the children. I wrote it down on the blackboard. In reality, rhymes aren't necessarily good. Sometimes, you can just ignore the rhymes and write. However, if someone can write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes, he must be proficient in rhymes. So, don't write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes and then say you wrote it in an ancient style. Li Yi's voice continued to ring out, accompanied by the sound of chalk writing on the blackboard. Look, if I write a poem about the Yellow Crane Tower. The people of the past had already left on the Yellow Crane, leaving the Yellow Crane Tower empty. The Yellow Crane left and never returned, the white clouds lingered in the sky for 1,000 years. Clear rivers, hanyang trees, fragrant grass, parrot continent. Where is the Sunset Village Pass? The Smoke Wave River is a source of worry. Regardless of whether it was 1, 3, and 5, or 2, 4, and 6, or 3 in a row, or 3 in a row, there was something wrong with this poem. But when you read it as a whole, it doesn't feel abrupt. Can you say that this author doesn't know the rules? He actually has control over it, right? That's right. The yellow of the yellow crane is a color. The white of the white cloud is also a color. Another student discovered the secret. Yes, it's colorful and picturesque. Then, when this poem is read, no one will deliberately pay attention to the rhythm, Li Yi said again. The two of you. Zhang Shuo said very carefully in a soft voice, were the poems for teaching also casually copied? Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan glared at Zhang Shuo. Why do you keep mentioning copying? Listen, this is the most amazing poem explanation. Poems have their own style. Poets also have their own style, but it doesn't mean that every poet's style is fixed, Li Yi continued to speak. Some of the rhymes he copied had to be changed. For example, in Dong, 3 yuan and only 1,000 qing, the first rank of the dynasty is Lu Wanzhong. There was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. There was also, Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies, Yan Jin's treasured sword can turn into a dragon. The Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies referred to the story of the Tang Muzong when the peony flowers bloomed to attract butterflies. The butterflies were formed by money. The entire rhyme of the old man involved the later parts. If it needed to be changed, it had to be changed. It was also quite tiring. The students inside were all silent. They were all listening attentively. It was only today that they truly felt Li Yi's talent, especially his method of dealing with the imperial examinations. Just based on today's lesson, there would be countless people willing to come over and work for free for a year, the kind that brought their own dry food. Yao Chong and the other two were also intoxicated as they listened outside. They regretted that they didn't take down a few lines of Dong and Dong. How could they ask for it later? That's all for today. Go back and think about what I said today. Tomorrow, we will continue to talk about other rhymes. Li Yi's lesson was over. Recently, he didn't talk about physics or chemistry. However, he left a few questions for the students to solve every day. When Li Yi came out, Yao Chong and the other two hid behind a wall. When Li Yi was far away, they caught a student and forcibly snatched the writing from the student's hand. Before the student could react, the three of them ran away. They got into the car and went back. How could they do this? The student wanted to cry. When Li Yi saw this, he was so angry that he laughed. He knew what the three of them were fighting over. Wasn't it just a rhyme? He shook his head and turned to the angry student and said, "It's fine. Otherwise, I would still teach you. However, you have to be careful tomorrow. Before the imperial examinations, the other rhymes cannot be spread." After thinking for a while, Li Yi added, "How about this? I will write it out tonight. Take it home. Don't take it out. Memorize it and familiarize yourself with it." The students nodded. Yes, they couldn't let other students learn before the imperial examinations. Go and tell the other 220 students to bring their families here after spring. They are not allowed to take the imperial examinations this year. They can take it next year. First, they should learn some other things. Especially, they should settle down and live with the people for a while. Otherwise, who will take the imperial examinations this year? Even if they are lucky enough to pass, I will make sure that they cannot become an official. After Li Yi finished speaking, he left. He wanted to develop an echelon of officials from Zhuangzi. They must have a heart that benefits the people. It seemed that the 220 students would be delayed for a year. However, they could learn a lot. The 42 students went to find the people who came later to tell them about the situation. The 220 students had already discussed this with each other and had a plan. When they heard that they could bring their families over, they all revealed a happy expression. When they saw the families living in Zhuangzi, they couldn't help but feel homesick. It was mainly because the families of the 42 students were living well. The students with wives couldn't go to Pyongkong Square. Their wives were at home, and they felt that something was missing when they slept at night. Yesterday, there were people from Pyongkong Square who came over, but it had nothing to do with them. They went to Pyongkong Square themselves and didn't have the qualifications to enter Nankou. If they wanted to rely on the big shots of Nankou to pay for them to play, they would have to be as talented as Li Dongzhu. In the carriage, Yao Chong and the other two gathered their heads to look. Yes, all three of them are here. Good. We have to think of a way to get the rest. Zhang Shua rubbed his hands together. He didn't feel that it was immoral to steal other people's things. After learning the three-character classic, we can learn this pair of rhymes. Lu Huaishan had already made the arrangements. That's not right. After the three-character classic, there should be other rhymes. Yao Chong felt that the rhymes were too high. Then he said, "Fortunately, we came today. Otherwise, we would have missed it." Zhang Shua and the other two nodded in agreement. Yes, how could they not take a look at the good stuff first? Li Yi took out a poem for the imperial examination. I wonder what kind of questions will be asked. Lu Huaishan began to think about the questions. After this year, it won't be easy for students to enter Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua shook his head and said. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan were silent. Chapter 235. They thought of the situation when Li Yi first came here. He had to hold a few funerals for his relatives. Then, he had to find workers and tenants by himself. At that time, he was willing to sponsor the students who could not survive the winter. However, he asked them to work together and at least build a house. A young man without any relatives had to worry about the servants bullying him. He also had to take care of Zhuangzi. When the students heard that they had to work, not many were willing. Only 42 people went. This year, life in Zhuangzi was better. 220 people went happily. The other students still did not want to clean up the livestock and poultry feces. When the imperial examinations were held this year, even if only 30% of the 42 people passed. When they thought of Zhuangzi this winter, Zhuangzi did not need the new students to help clean up. He wants to invite officials from the Ministry of Personnel to Zhuangzi. Should we stop him? Zhang Shua asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked at Zhang Shua for a while before he said, after the new year, Li Yi will be 17, right? Then ignore him. Zhang Shua said softly. He understood Yao Chong's meaning. Li Yi was only 17 this year. If he wanted to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely be first. Now, he was already an invited doctor, a fifth-rank official. When His Majesty asked him about politics, he would take the examinations and jump up in a few years. When he found out that someone was causing trouble, he would be magnanimous and win people over with virtue. Lu Huaishan said, during those difficult days, Li Yi was always calm. He did not complain and did not give up. He told the two of them, and also told himself that Li Yi's heart was strong. People like him were more likely to hold grudges. The most terrifying thing was that you could not suppress him. He would not give up. He was always so tenacious. Moreover, you could not suppress him. His Majesty thought highly of him. The child in the Empress' stomach should be born because of the medicine he prescribed. The three of them stopped talking. The three words of the rhymes were related to the rhymes. It was boring to recite the rhymes directly. Reading the rhymes was like reading a poem. At the same time, each line was matched with the previous one. The carriage entered the city, then entered the imperial city and went to Daming Palace. The banquet was to be held in the Qilin Hall of Daming Palace. This morning's super court meeting was held in the Hanyuan Palace Hall. When they arrived, Li Longji waited inside and rested while waiting. After the court meeting, I told you all to go back and rest. Where did you all go? Li Longji's expression was unsightly. As soon as the three of them arrived, the Qianyo guard saw them and quickly ran back to report. Empress Wang was not happy. The first day of the new year was so busy. She asked them to go home and rest for a while. Why did they group up and go to Li Yi's place? Can't you see that I didn't go? It's time for my child's checkup. What did I say? Yao Chong and the other two lowered their heads, but Zhang Shua was quick-witted. He opened his mouth, heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent versus the sky. Lu Huaishan understood and recited, mountain flowers against sea trees, the red sun against the blue dome of heaven. Yao Cheng said, the thunder is faint, the mist is hazy, the sun is facing the sky. The wind is high and the moon is white in autumn, the rain is gone and the sunset is red. Zhang Shua continued. Qianyo is on the left and right of the two galaxies, the two luminaries of war and commerce fight the west and east. Lu Huaishan followed. In October at the frontier, the wind blows and the frost shocks the garrison, on the river of 3 winters, the cold fishermen in the snow. Yao Cheng finished reciting the first verse of the word east. Li Longji was stunned. Empress Wang shook her head, what else? What's after that? You took it from Li. Li Longji didn't think that the 3 prime ministers would have the time to ponder over such an elementary rhyme. Here. Yao Cheng handed over the students' class notes. Li Longji looked at it and frowned, the handwriting is proper. It's definitely not written by Brother Yi. It was written by a student in class. In a hurry, it's naturally not neat enough. Zhang Shua explained. It wasn't like the student was passing it around. He had snatched it himself. The rhythm of the poem should not be changed. It should be based on the 5/7 rhythm. The clear river runs through the hanyang tree, the fragrant grass grows in the parrot continent. Then there's the rhyme. In front of the thatched cottage village, the bright moon falls into the forest and the chickens sing rhymes. On the flat bridge road, the blue frost locks the tracks of the horses. Good stuff. It's enough to teach the students. Did Brother Yi give it to you? Li Longji read a few lines and resisted the urge to continue reading. Yao Cheng coughed. Sigh. Zhang Shua sighed and replied, I borrowed it from a student. The student didn't react when I borrowed it. Good, the word borrowed is used well. Empress Wang was fuming. It's the new year and you 3 prime ministers didn't come over to eat. Instead, you went to steal things. Zhuangzi taught the students this? Li Longji had a guess. Yao Cheng said, he taught the students how to deal with the imperial examinations. There should be many more rhymes at the back. After they learn it, we'll talk about policy. Dr. Li has the talent to educate people. Empress Wang was happy, that's right. He taught the children well. After the imperial examinations, I'll help you get all the rhyme content. Li Longji said as he kept the students' notes. Your Majesty, let me take a look again. I didn't remember the last part. Zhang Shua was anxious and didn't have time to memorize many words. If he had known earlier, he would have made a copy on the way back. All right, don't spread it. Li Longji took it out and handed it to Gao Lisher, read it and have someone memorize it. Keep a few copies. Gao Lisher had long wanted to read it. He took it and started reading. Reading it was like reading a poem. It was even more satisfying than reading the 3-character classic. Those who could listen to the notes at any time in the hall were not ordinary people. If they didn't get first grade in the imperial examinations, they could forget about it. Now that he was writing it, he was still amazed. Was this really written by a human? How talented was this person? Good, this line, complex against simple, stacked against heavy. Lazy against the lazy. Good. Empress Wang listened and evaluated in a low voice. She turned her head and said to Li Longji, when the child is born, you must ask uncle to write more books on elementary studies. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He then corrected her, copy. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. She made a few gestures with her hands, meaning to kill and bury. The others in the hall pretended not to see. In any case, it was fine as long as the 2 of them were happy. When they finished reading and writing, each of them had a copy. Yao Cheng and the others went out to lead the officials and foreign envoys to prepare to eat. This year's Hanyuan Hall was as cold as the previous years. However, the Qilin Hall was warm and cultivated the path of fire. They didn't have time to do it in the other halls. They planned to do it when the weather warmed up this year. The flowers in the Qilin Hall bloomed. They were plum blossoms, unrelated to the other flowers. Normally, the Qilin Hall's path of fire wasn't lit. It was too wasteful. Even so, the officials and foreign envoys felt that it was pretty good. It was warm and they were eating hot pot and barbecue today. Food from heaven on earth was pretty good. There were also many cucumbers and vegetables dipped in pickles. There were 3 signs on the small table in front of everyone. One was red, one was blue, and the last one was black. The relevant personnel told them what to do. Raising the red sign was for meat, raising the blue one for vegetables, and the black one for adding charcoal or changing grates. Gao Lisher began to read according to the imperial edict. He talked a lot and finally, it was ready to eat. Li Longji raised his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank a mouthful. You can't, go home and eat. No one will wait on you. This method is still good. It saves money. Empress Wang didn't drink. She smiled and said softly as she watched everyone raise their signs. The palace maids entered the butterfly traversing flowers to deliver all kinds of things. Li Longji nodded. He also found the benefits. In the past, there were many dishes. They were all prepared and placed in front of everyone. There would always be a large portion left. Now, there were only small cold dishes. If you didn't finish the other dishes in the pot or the grate, no new dishes would be delivered. The song and dance performances were also among them. They sang, "Last night, the west wind withered the green trees. Alone, I climbed the tall building and looked to the end of the world," and other lyrics written by Li Yi. There was also Xiao Hongchen and the laughter of the vast sea that he learned today. There were also the 3 plum blossoms and farewell songs. It was almost Li Yi's song and lyrics. Chapter 236. Jiang Shan laugh, the horse boy's voice sounded. The horizontal flute appeared a beat later. La So Mi Duo the drums sounded. Yen Yu Yao, the horizontal flute, Mi Duo La So the drums sounded again. The pipa followed by the plucked strings of the flute. Wave wave wash red how much jiao, the horizontal flute followed. La So Mi Duo Duo, the female group sang, how much jiao, as the song was sung, everyone in the Qilin Hall stopped eating. They looked at the dance and listened to the song in astonishment. Li Longji stood up with his hands behind his back. He looked at the distant sky with a heroic look. Empress Wang stood beside him and pursed her lips into a sweet smile. She had only seen the lyrics and the poem, but not the song. The Qianyo guard didn't know how to write the score. At this moment, she finally knew the scene of the Li family Zhuangzi last night. She decided that the next time they met, she would tell Li Yi to remember to ask her to take out a good song. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. During the song and dance performance, another voice sounded. The effect was obvious. The people in the Qilin Hall couldn't calm down. They didn't know who composed this song, and they didn't know that this song was copied. Almost everyone in the country of the world could sing it. And it had lasted for many years. At this moment, they couldn't understand why it sounded so good. It was sung 3 times in a row. In the end, they cheered along. Finally, it ended, leaving many people wanting to continue. Your Majesty, who composed it? I want to talk to them in detail. Taichung Temple Chief Jiang Jiao stood up and raised his voice. Fortunately, he was closer to Li Longji. Chief Jiang, please sit. Li Longji said. Jiang Jiao was stunned for a moment and sat down. He felt that he, a chief of Taichung Temple, was condescending to take a fancy to someone who composed songs for the pear garden in the palace. But His Majesty didn't say anything. Yao Chong looked over and waved his hand. Jiang Jiao came around from behind. Did Prime Minister Yao call me? Don't ask around. Even if you know, you're not allowed to ask this person to compose for you, Yao Chong said to Jiang Jiao. Minister Yao, why? Jiang Jiao did not understand. Can't I, an official of Taichung Temple, write a song by myself? Li Yi wrote it, Zhang Shua said directly from the side. Thank you, Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Zhang. Jiang Jiao understood and quickly thanked them. He turned around and wiped his sweat. He had almost gotten into trouble. But are you, Li Yi, bored? Why are you writing a song again? Spring is coming soon. Why don't you think about what new farming tools are available? What about after the 3-character classic? Last time, Jiang Jiao was depressed. A group of people, including the 2 eunuchs, all supported Li Yi. Today, I'm depressed again. It seems. I'm used to it. It doesn't feel that bad anymore. What the foreigners felt was the foundation of the Tang dynasty. They even had such a good song. The imperial family in their country was really too old-fashioned. Reward. Li Longji returned to his seat and rewarded the performer. As for the composer, there was no way to reward him. He was directly a secondary grade 5 official. They did not lack money or anything. He was most satisfied at this moment. He liked music and dance, but he was disgusted that people who knew music and dance wanted to participate in politics. No matter how good the song was or how good the poem was, it was nothing more than entertainment. It seemed that Brother Yi was the same. He did not want to use these things to ask for anything. This was what it meant to have the same interests. Brother Yi and he put the people's livelihood first. They did not care about the lyrics and music. Retired Emperor Li Dan and noble consort Lu were also there. The 2 of them came out to show their faces and did not participate in any political affairs. That young man is very much to San Lang's liking, noble consort Lu said. She was much better recently. Her left knee did not hurt anymore. She soaked in the hot spring and used a dog skin to cover it. She did not have the occasional needle-like feeling. It's just a small path. The big path is to make farming tools. Li Dan had the same view as his son. He received news that the big shots of Southern Melody insisted that Li Yi go on stage. That was how he came up with this song and 2 poems. It was very casual. He did not compose for the sake of composing. That's why it's a skill. Noble consort Lu continued to praise. She felt that Li Yi was pleasing to the eye. That's why San Lang gave another 100 soldiers. Li Dan was also concerned about the 100 soldiers. If given to others, the soldiers would become ordinary farmers. To the young man, the soldiers were combat power. A few days ago, Zhuangzi and Dali went out in formation. The banquet eventually came to an end. Everyone was almost done eating. It was already late and the banquet was over. Everyone received a vegetable gift, including a big watermelon. This was not provided by Li Yi. There was a greenhouse at the hot spring. Some people were not in a particularly good mood. In the past, when they ate on the first day of the new year, the utensils were all made of silver and gold. The worst part was still bronze. This year, bamboo chopsticks were used. Then, they were all made of porcelain. The porcelain did not look very good. They wanted to sneak a few home. It was not worth much. Why was Her Majesty so stingy today? Yes, she was stingy. Li Longji felt that he was generous. In the past, he only gave her cucumbers. There were so many vegetables this year. They could eat for 3 to 5 days if they took them home. What was there not to be satisfied with eating watermelon on the first day of the new year? She did not even eat it last year. San Lang, it's a 7-day holiday. Empress Wang was only half full. She was very strict about her diet now. She could not hold back her pregnancy anymore. Everyone could see it. The imperial physicians came over. After taking her pulse, they gave her a prescription. The main thing was to eat. Eat as much as you can. The concept of the people of the Tang dynasty was that the heavier the child was, the better. Empress Wang did not listen at all. Her uncle had said that as long as the child was healthy, she should not eat too much. It would not be easy to give birth. Empress Wang naturally listened to Li Yi. You imperial physicians even told me that I can't treat an intestinal abscess. Do you think I'll believe you? If I believe you, she will be gone. Now she wanted to go out again. The imperial ancestral temple was over. There would be nothing to do until the second day of the new year. Brother Yi's place might not be convenient. Li Longji considered whether Li Yi was busy or not. We had our own courtyard in the past. If uncle is busy, he will be busy. Empress Wang hugged Li Longji's arm and shook it coquettishly. In the entire harem, only she could do such a thing. She had a carefree personality, but she dared to rush forward when she encountered trouble. In her place, the palace maids and eunuchs lived the best lives. It was good in the past, and it was even better now. When she died in history, the entire harem seemed to have lost its sunshine. The root cause was not that she was not favored, but that she did not have a child. Li Longji suffered too much pressure for her and had to give up in the end. Go. The current Li Longji still attached great importance to the unborn child. The empress having a child meant that he acted in accordance with the heavens. Otherwise, he would have stolen his father's position and killed his own relatives. Therefore, on the second day of the new year, when others were visiting others, the two of them rode a comfortable carriage to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Uncle, quickly take a look at the child. Eat after you're done. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head as she said. Li Longji followed her to look at the ultrasound. The child today was much bigger than the last time he saw it. Moreover, it was very respectful to face the belly. There's no problem. It's just a bit more lively. The ultrasound was still there. The baby actually moved in the belly. This meant that the motor nerves were well developed. The disadvantage was that the mother was passive and suffered. What are your plans for the new year? Li Longji asked casually. Chapter 237. Li Yi tidied up the equipment and said, build a cluster of industries in the fields of tourism, industrial production, and agricultural production with the Li family's farmstead as the center and the Zhang family's village and the migrant workers' settlement. Li Longji thought hard for a moment before he was able to catch up. It was the same as before. Find people to come over to play, then have a workshop and farm. When the weather warms up, the lives of the people in the northern prefectures will be better. Li Longji thought of the new useful tools. It's still the problem of transforming production technology into productivity. There's so much land and not a lot of people. How can there not be enough to eat? Li Yi seemed to be talking to Li Longji, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Li Longji helped Empress Wang tidy up a little and asked when they went out to eat, what kind of technology do you have? Breeding technology to cultivate better high-yielding seeds. Li Yi said one. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Li Longji indicated that he knew. There's no good farming technology now, only cattle and horses. Breed more and prevent diseases. Li Yi didn't dare to think about mechanization, but more livestock was still possible. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Li Longji still knew. Find more natural stones to use as fertilizer. Phosphor stone is good, but we need to know which kind of land is good. Li Yi said one more point. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Empress Wang helped Li Longji say it. In the south, we should plant rice well. It ripens twice a year or 3 times in 2 years, and we should plant other rice in between. Li Yi mentioned the matter of rice. He didn't like to eat the rice in the south, but there was a lot of rice. No matter how it tasted, it could really fill the stomach. Li Longji followed and said, try to let people plant more land and reduce the transfer. Third brother is right. It's a problem of the structure of social division of labor. Those who farm will farm, those who work will work, and those who fight will fight. Each person is responsible for one aspect. Li mentioned the current drawback. The farmers had to do everything, and there was not enough time to take care of the fields. Oftentimes, if the harvest was poor, they would not be able to rent out the land and be hired to work. When they were in the red, they would borrow money to pay it back. If they could not pay it back, they would sell their land and run away. With that thought in mind, Li continued, many families are short of a season's worth of grain. If they hand in less grain, they will be able to catch their breath. If we were forced to take a step forward, the result would be the 3,000 refugees at the edge of the village. Li Longji did not reply this time. He had already made up his mind to levy taxes on merchants. The imperial court would take turns to reduce the rent of the various prefectures and leave half a year's harvest for the common people. When they arrived at the single room in the cafeteria, they each went to serve the dishes. Empress Wang had a palace maid to help her. Before the new year, Big Brother took away a batch of drunken crabs. Now that it's the first month, the other drunken crabs are also being sold. This year, we'll raise them for another year. I'll choose some neighboring villages to cooperate with. If nothing major happens and we earn a lot of money, those who have paddy fields will naturally learn how to raise them. When there are more crops in the fields, the money from selling them can naturally be used to buy more things and promote the development of business. Li mentioned business again. Li Longji nodded slightly in agreement. He had collected a lot of management fees from the night market. Only when he collected them did he realize that Chang'an had so much money every day. Compared to the management fees, earthly paradise was nothing at all. The people who were collected were still willing to pay. As long as they sold things at night and paid a part of the money, the rest would be enough to earn. It was said that some shops were afraid that there would be a curfew after the new year, so they took the initiative to offer more management fees. Obviously, collecting money did not hurt the common people. Otherwise, why would the common people still make such a request? Li Longji strengthened his confidence from Li Yi. After dinner, he took a short rest and went back with Empress Wang. The child was fine. Then Li Qingqi came and took away jars of drunken crabs. He wanted to sell them at a good price during the new year. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Many shops were not closed at all. Every place that sold roasted oysters had a bamboo basket next to it. The shells of the oysters were thrown in and someone came to take them away. A few days ago, a stall owner collected the oysters and took them to the pharmacy to sell, but the pharmacy did not accept them at all. They did not want a big pile of money. They could give it for free, but they just threw it there. The person who sold the roasted oysters found that he could not keep them. The shells smelled so bad that he did not keep them anymore. After inquiring, he learned that the Imperial Physician Bureau had ordered that all places that practiced medicine and sold medicine in Chang'an were not allowed to pay for them. Otherwise, they would revoke the license and not give new medical books. As for the traveling doctors, they could take them if they wanted. How many could they take even if they tried? Who ate oyster shells every day? In the next few days, the common people visited their relatives and friends. People who lived in Chang'an and the surrounding areas all went back to their parents' home happily. When they had money, they could bring things back. When the married girls went back home, they talked about their family's situation. There were comparisons. Xingning Lane, Yao Mansion. He won't spread it out. Yao Chong, who was eating drunken crabs, asked the person who went to inquire about Li Yi. He was in a bad mood, even if he got the crabs for free. It was not easy to get in. The students did not mention anything about Shangyun at all. The person replied. Take a crab down. Remember to eat it clean. Use 8 pieces of crab. Yao Chong did not want to embarrass the servant. When the messenger left happily, he looked at the 8 pieces of crab in front of him and sighed, crabs will be expensive from now on. Yao Chong was clear in his heart. With 8 small tools to eat crabs, the feeling of eating crabs in the future would be different. Moreover, the price of crabs would increase. They were not cheap to begin with. He knows how to raise crabs and can preserve them for so many days. The taste is even better. Yao Chong mumbled and used the needle to dig at the crab's claws. Other rich people in Chang'an also learned to eat crabs with tools. They felt that it would be very embarrassing if they did not understand the 8 pieces. They did not know that the person who took out this set of tools just rubbed the claws in his mouth when eating crabs. The shell was pried open and the yellow ointment was used to dig directly with chopsticks. Only the 2 pincers of the crab were left as snacks. They bit open the shell and dug with the small tip of the pincers. Some people began to think about the paddy field outside the city. Should they learn to raise crabs? Pei Yaoqing, who was on holiday, was also eating crabs at home. Everyone at home was eating. He looked at the opened shell without moving. There were 7 days of holiday for the Chinese New Year and 1 day of work. At this time, the affairs in the government office were managed by people who were not qualified to take a holiday. He was not at ease. What made him more worried was that the ice could not be taken out. The river had thawed. It was dangerous to go up. The ice melted below and could not be taken out. After the Chinese New Year, the people who cut the ice could not all be transporting coal and shaking briquettes, right? It was not the time to farm. What kind of work could they find? Pei Yaoqing had found that finding jobs for the people was the biggest political achievement. The people who had jobs to do had a different standard of living compared to previous years. Let's go to Zhuangzi tomorrow. Pei Yaoqing could not think of anything. He muttered and began to study how to use the 8 pieces of crab to disassemble the crabs. After a mouthful of crab meat entered his mouth, he felt refreshed. Chapter 238. Lu Huaishan of Chongxian Square was also eating crabs. Lu Huaishan was poor because he had distributed his salary and other subsidies to his relatives. His house in Chongxian Square was still rented. He did not own the house nor the land. He only had the right to use it. Of course, even if he did not give his salary to others, he still could not afford to buy a house in Chang'an. Yao Chong's house in Xingning Square was bought by Li Longji. It had nothing to do with Yao Chong. Before he bought a house, Yao Chong had rented an inn for a while. The richest person was probably Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua had a big house in Yongla Square that belonged to him. Lu Huaishan was eating crabs, and so was his wife. He did not live in Cheng'an and only came over before the New Year. His second son, Lu Yi, also came over. They were eating crabs together. Beside them was a person from Heavenly Earth, Xiaoyun, and 2 maids. On another table, paper and a brush were arranged. Xiaoyun took a piece of ink and ground it on an inkstone. Xiaoyun whispered softly as she ground it, "The zither has 50 strings, fine, fine. I ate your crabs, and now I have to write for you. If you had told me earlier, I would not have eaten it." Lu Huaishan finally could not take it anymore and agreed to write for them. Prime Minister Lu is joking. If Prime Minister Lu is not willing to write, I will leave. Xiaoyun gave Lu Huaishan a way out. Lu Huaishan sighed, "It's just that this couplet was not written by me." He looked at a piece of paper on the table. The words on the paper were written in a special font. It said, "Greedy for 2 bottles of wine, dreaming of snow. Drunk for 1 night, hearing about the awakening of insects." It was written specifically for the drunken crabs. It said that the crabs drank 2 cups of wine during the light snow festival. As a result, they got drunk in the jar and heard the awakening of insects. Originally, it was an edible thing. Writing this couplet made the crab seem especially interesting. Lu Huaishan knew that it was written by Li Yi, but he insisted that it was written by him, the Prime Minister. It was easy to spread. Lu Huaishan did not want to take advantage of this. It was obviously not written by him. But who told him to eat other people's crabs? He had no choice but to take a brush and make a copy, then write down his name and seal it. Go. Lu Huaishan tossed the pen aside, looking like he was about to lose his integrity. I need to write 2 copies. Xiaoyun picked up the pen and placed a stack of paper there. Lu Huaishan had no choice but to continue writing. Thank you, Prime Minister Lu. Xiaoyan said happily, her fingers scratching the paper on the second copy. With a few scratches, he uncovered half of the paper. Below it were densely packed small words. Then our contract is done. Xiaoyan began to put away the paper. Hold on, what contract? Lu Huaishan was unhappy. What did writing have to do with a contract? Lu Xiang, you don't remember. Just now we agreed that Lu Xiang would write a drunken crab couplet and get 10 strokes of the brush. These 10 strokes of the brush will be used to buy and sell cotton candy in front of the house of heaven and earth. Henceforth, any profits from the sale of cotton candy shall be given to Prime Minister Lu for 5%, to be used for the repair of the house, for furnishings, or for simple meals, but no money shall be deducted. Xiaoyan said with a shocked expression, as if saying, why is your memory so bad? The two maids at the side nodded vigorously, indicating that they had indeed agreed on it. Did you forget in the blink of an eye? Lu Huaishan was at a loss. He looked at his wife and son, somewhat doubtful. He understood the content. He would write a couplet in exchange for 10 strokes of money. Then these 10 strokes of money would be used to buy cotton candy with the house of heaven and earth. In the future, he would get 1/20th of the profits from the sale of cotton candy. However, this money would be used to repair the house and furnishings. Sometimes, it would be used to buy some food, but no cash. You dare to bully me? I don't even know what cotton candy is, so how could I forget? Lu Huaishan was angry. The seal has already been stamped. Does Prime Minister Lu really want to go back on his word? Let's go. Xiaoyan threw down these words and ran away with the paper. The two maids followed her as if to protect her. This old man, this old man. Lu Huaishan gasped for breath. His eyes were red. He muttered, this old man has a good reputation. Li Yi, you're good. You're capable. You're very capable. After muttering to himself, he suddenly laughed, haha. This old man has already taken the membership card of the House of Heaven and Earth. I don't need cotton candy. Xiaoyan went back and asked someone to copy the words and enlarge them by 2 times. She also asked someone to frame them and hang them up. On the first floor of the House of Heaven and Earth, there were 4 people assembling the cotton candy equipment. When they stepped on it, the round box with holes around it would spin quickly. At the bottom was a box that could be used to store coke or charcoal. If it was too hot, it could be moved to the side and adjusted its height. In this way, the bamboo skewers and some sugar could be used to make cotton candy. When they made money, they would take out some money to help Lu Huaishan repair his house or something, so that his life would not be too difficult. Lu Huaishan was born in the Lu family of Fanyang. He was a descendant of the Eastern Han dynasty. The 7 families of the Tang dynasty were not allowed to marry each other. This was to prevent the powerful Lu family of Fanyang from occupying 3 of the families. There were many people of the Lu family of Fanyang in Chang'an. They did not have a good life. Lu Huaishan was the prime minister, so he had to help them. He had no choice. Otherwise, when the rent was paid, he would have a good life but the others would not. The whole Lu family of Fanyang would attack him. Everyone was of the same breath and branch. How could a prime minister ignore the other children of the Lu family? Your father was only a 7th-rank military officer in a state. Do you remember when you were a child, you studied in the family school? Do you remember that the family gave you food and clothing? Even if you did not care about the other branches of the Lu family of Fanyang, did you not care about your own branch? What could Lu Huaishan do? His family's life would be difficult. Li Yi knew about Lu Huaishan's situation. He was not in good health. According to the normal development of history, he would die next year. This was not good. Even if he was old, he could be transferred to another position. He would have a helper in the imperial court. Therefore, he could bribe. The prime minister was not afraid of being poor. It did not matter if he gave money to the family. He had a way to improve the quality of life of his family. You have to be stable in the imperial court. If anyone wants to bully me, think about the cotton candy. You have to be fair and honest. Cotton candy is so white, isn't it? The next day, the cotton candy was officially sold. The 4 machines were operated by 4 people. First, a few were made and placed at the side for people to see. 2 waitresses came out and took small bites of the cotton candy, telling people that this thing was edible. It was very sweet. If you don't believe it, look at your expression. Is it sweet? Sweet, beautiful, sweet, beautiful. Some people were attracted. Looking at the waitress sticking out her small tongue and licking it, they swallowed their saliva. What is this? A young man stared at the waitress and asked. Replying to the young man, this is cotton candy. It only costs 2 copper coins and it is a big lump. The waitress gestured with the cotton candy in her hand and said sweetly, I'll buy 1. Kai Jun took out 2 copper coins. The waitress shook a cotton candy. He took it and stood at the door, learning to lick it. After a few licks, he found that this thing was not suitable for licking. It should be eaten with a bite or a pinch. Not long after, there were 4 lines at the entrance of the heavenly world selling cotton candy. Unfortunately, the waitress went in and did not accompany him to eat. Chapter 239. On the last day of the Spring Festival holiday, Yao Chong did not plan to go out. But when the heavenly world sent a small jar of 6 crabs, Yao Chong decided to go out. The jar was still the jar, and the crabs inside did not change into anything else. But a piece of paper was pasted on the outside of the jar, and it was different. On the paper were words that Yao Chong felt familiar: greedy for 2 bottles of wine and dreaming of snow, drunk in a jar and hearing of Jingxia. Then he looked at the inscription, Lu Huaishan. Yao Chong was not calm. No wonder it was familiar. Someone imitated old Lu's handwriting. This was, no, he had to ask old Lu. Otherwise, the heavenly world would also give him a member card, the same warning. It was impossible to clean it up. That was His Majesty's business. Yao Chong pondered again. His Majesty asked someone to write a couplet. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Let's go and see. Why not ask me to write it? Is my handwriting bad? Xingning Square was in the northeast corner of Chang'an. Chongxian Square was in the southwest corner of Chang'an. The distance was not close. Naturally, he had to pass by the East Market. When Yao Chong's 4-wheeled carriage arrived at the East Market, he saw a long line outside. There were 4 lines. Let's see. Yao Chong ordered. The carriage stopped. He got off and walked over. From the side of the line, he went to the side of a cotton candy making equipment. Someone had just thrown 2 copper coins into the box in front of him. He took a big white lump on a bamboo stick. After handing over a cotton candy, the person continued to work. There was a small bamboo spoon. He scooped a little sugar from the box next to him and poured it into a small metal box in a big basket. He stepped on it and the box spun. The bamboo stick circled around it. Soon, something like catkins appeared on the stick. Not long after, a big lump was placed in front of him. After watching several of them made, Yao Chong, who was addicted to watching, still could not figure out how the small amount of sugar became a big lump. Lu Wan came out at this time. She smiled and said to Yao Chong, Mr. Yao, please wait. The 2 newly made ones are for you. The 2 marshmallows that had just been made were directly transferred to Lu Wan's hands. When she handed them to Yao Chong, she said in a crisp voice, Prime Minister Yao is a senior member of the heavenly world. There is no need to line up. The other people in the queue didn't say anything. He wasn't a member, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yao Chong held a cotton candy in each hand. He glanced at the others and knew how to eat it. Then, he carried the cotton candy back to the car. The car started. Outside the car, Lu Wan was waving goodbye. This thing is called cotton candy. Cotton is a type of white cotton. Li planted a lot of it on Zhuangzi, so the name is appropriate. But is that candy worth a penny? He's actually selling it for 2 yuan. Yao Cheng once again labeled Li Yi as a profiteer. He smelled the cotton candy and found that there was no smell. You're making something that benefits the people. This candy. How did this candy become so big? A little bit of sugar is gone in one bite. You can eat a few more bites when you get bigger. Yao Cheng analyzed and came to a conclusion. Then, he was slightly taken aback. Isn't this for the baby? I'll hold one in each hand. Muttering, he found a place to put the cotton candy and prepared to give it to Lu Huaishan. When he arrived, Yao Cheng saw another familiar car. It was Zhang Shua's car. At the same time, he saw Zhang Shua standing there with his hands behind his back, watching a group of people demolish a house. One, down, down. Rumble. A wall was pulled down by a group of people wearing the same clothes. This group of people's clothes were made of canvas, and their feet were sewn with pieces of silk. Everyone's clothes had words written on their chest and back. The word on their chest read, good, and the word on their back read, fast. It was easy to understand. They worked well and fast. Yao Cheng thought about it and suddenly realized that they were demolishing Lu Huaishan's rented house. Demolishing the Prime Minister's house was not right. That house belonged to someone else. Were they crazy? Yao Cheng quickly got out of the car. He had to ask clearly. It didn't seem right to demolish someone's house during the new year. Doji, this is. Yao Cheng asked Zhang Shua. UNG is here too. Huaishan's family is building a new house. These people are from the Fast Craftsman Alliance. Zhang Shua, who came first, seemed to know a lot about the situation and told Yao Cheng. How did it become Huaishan's house? Yao Cheng was not interested in the alliance. Property rights were more important. They bought it. The original 4.5-room house is simple and crude. They want to build it into a 2-story house. There are so many rooms. Look at this line. It extends outwards and doesn't affect the overall layout of Chongxian Market. Don't look down on this. It can add 1.5 rooms. The 2-story house is the original size of 12 rooms. I heard that the second floor can extend outwards and not block the road. Zhang Shua had already asked clearly. Yao Cheng was stunned for a moment before he said, where did Huaishan get the money to buy and build a house? UNG didn't receive the new drunken crab from Heavenly Earth. There are couplets written by Huaishan on it. Heavenly Earth gave him 10 strokes. Zhang Shua was also clear about this matter. He told Yao Cheng where Lu Huaishan got the money. 10 strokes to buy 4.5-room house in Chongxian Market. I'll give you 100 strokes. I'll take as many as you have. Even if I have to borrow money, I'll buy the whole Chongxian Market. Yao Cheng said angrily. He did not believe that 10 strokes was not enough to rent a house for a year. Now they were buying and building. Could it be that the Kaiyuan Tongbao in every stroke was not made of copper but gold? Zhang Shua knew about this. He explained, Huaishan wrote the couplet and got 10 strokes. Heavenly Earth tricked Huaishan to write it again. The sticker was a contract. The contract said that Huaishan bought the cotton candy at the door of Heavenly Earth with 10 strokes and got 5% of the profit. Heavenly Earth bought the house for Huaishan in advance. They also bought the wages and materials in advance and came to demolish the house. This is clearly giving money. Yao Cheng understood everything. Then there was a trace of sour feeling in his heart, but he could not say it. How is this giving money? Writing gives you a stroke and buying shares gives you dividends. What's wrong with that? Zhang Shua said helplessly. He was also not in a good mood. But Heavenly Earth is. Yao Cheng reminded. Heavenly Earth was Her Majesty's territory. Did Her Majesty know that they gave out 5% of the profit? Zhang Shua nodded to show that he understood, but said, originally, Heavenly Earth did not have cotton candy. Then what is cotton candy? Can it make money? Hearing Zhang Shua, Yao Cheng turned back to the car. After a while, he came back with a big ball of cotton candy. This is it. Put a little sugar and make it so big. That little sugar does not cost a penny. Cotton candy is sold for 2 pennies. Yao Cheng handed one to Zhang Shua. He pinched a little and threw it into his mouth. Zhang Shua pinched a little and tasted it. Sweet. Of course it's sweet. Yao Cheng took another bite and found that the taste and texture were good. Li finally did not take out something with 10 times the profit. Zhang Shua sighed. But making money is not slow at all. When I came, there was a long line at the door of heavenly earth. Even if it was a penny, it would be a penny profit. It was like robbing money. Yao Cheng recalled the speed of making cotton candy and the size of the line and shook his head. Then he said, "So, will Her Majesty care about building a house for Huaishan? The idea has nothing to do with Her Majesty. Ask Li Yi if he still needs someone to write." Zhang Shua said as he bit the cotton candy. Chapter 240. 1, 2, 1, 2. Boom! The house completely collapsed. A group of people rushed up with various tools. Some of them even wore gloves to carry the things. The pile of things in the house was quickly reduced. The ox carts left with the things while the others continued to clean up. Where did Huaishan go? Yao Cheng hid in the dust and looked around. He rented a suite at Qingdao Fong Inn and moved the things there. He will come back to live when the new house is repaired. Zhang Shua gave the answer. It's close to the court. Yao Cheng was envious. Across the road from Qingdao Fong was the imperial city. Opposite Qingdao Fong was Taichung Temple. Behind Taichung Temple was the Secretary Province. Of course, the 3 of them did not work in the Secretary Province. They were in charge of the Secretariat, which was now called the Crepe Myrtle Province. Yao Cheng was the Crepe Myrtle Magistrate. Come to Huaishan's house often for meals in the future. Although he was not given money in the heavenly world, he was probably provided with other meals. Zhang Shua felt jealous. How could Li Yi only think of one person? Didn't he know that there were 3 prime ministers in the imperial court? In a large inn in Qingdao Fong, Xiaoyun went into the rented suite to have a look. She came out with an unhappy face. This suite is not enough. Are there any other rooms? You know, this is for Prime Minister Liu. Xiaoyun complained to the innkeeper. Master Xiao, there is no more. There is a separate courtyard. That. The innkeeper knew Xiaoyun and explained with a bitter face. Okay, courtyard. Move the things to the courtyard. Xiaoyun commanded. A group of people went downstairs and told the people waiting downstairs to move the things to another place. The person involved, Lu Huaishan, stood aside and did not say anything. His wife was calm and the child was curious. The child was puzzled. Last night, this beautiful lady came to deliver crabs, wrote something, and left. This morning, she brought people to help move the house. The house there was also his family. It was amazing. His family had a house in Chang'an. If his elder brother knew, he would be very happy. Fanyang Lu's family and the North's 3rd branch also heard the news and came to watch the show. They greeted Lu Huaishan respectfully. Usually, Lu Huaishan would help those who were having a hard time. Moreover, Lu Huaishan was now the leader of the North Patriarch's 3rd branch. Keep these pieces of furniture. Don't put them inside yet. Come on, let's move them to the courtyard and look for new furniture. Xiaoyun instructed them to move the furniture. It turned out that Lu Huaishan did not have much furniture in his house. Logically, they should throw it away. Xiaoyun was the one who was responsible for manipulating the mood and controlling the entire banquet. Her words made people feel comfortable. She didn't care about the furniture she was going to throw away. She turned around and apologized to Lu Huaishan. Lu Xiangnu, I've already arranged a place here. The new furniture isn't suitable for me, but the courtyard is too big, so I had no choice. Lu Huaishan could only nod. There was nothing else he could say. Even if he didn't show it on his face, his impression of Li Yi in his heart had doubled. He was too sensible. What he didn't know was that Li Yi had done even worse than this in the past. Li Yi, who had slowly developed in society after being beaten up, did not have the arrogance of someone who could go against the heavens, the earth and the air. After all, there was an exchange of interests between countries. Which large company would not have a good relationship with the country they were in when they wanted to develop overseas? Behind the scenes, now Lu Huaishan felt the impact. He had signed the agreement yesterday and stamped it today. He was enjoying the feeling of comfort when a carriage and a group of people dressed in all kinds of clothes came over. The procession stopped and someone came over. "Minister Lu, my Dongzhu invites you." "Okay." Lu Huaishan saw the appearance of the person who came and followed him without a word. The procession started again. "Your Majesty, Empress." Lu Huaishan saluted in the carriage. "Minister Lu, are you moving?" Li Longji asked while taking advantage of the good weather to bring the Empress out for a walk. "Your Majesty, it's Li Yi. Last night, he..." Lu Huaishan told the truth. "Ha ha ha ha," Li Longji laughed. Empress Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. "Good, this is a good bribe. I've learned something new. Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about the bureaucracy in the future." Li Longji once again felt that Li Yi was good at his job. He even had the mood to bribe people. "Then Lu Huaishan asked carefully. "Do I need it?" "Minister Lu, are you feeling well? If you feel unwell, you can go to Brother Yi's place to have a look." Li Longji suddenly said something unexpected. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Lu Huaishan was touched. He now knew about Li Yi's medical skills. Lu Huaishan also knew that even if Li Yi didn't give him any gifts, without His Majesty's protection, if someone tried to cause trouble for Li Yi in the imperial court, the officials who knew his identity would still protect him. If someone fell ill, the imperial physician would make arrangements for their funeral. Zhuangzi was the last chance to save their life. "It's the same for your family," Li Longji emphasized. "If your family fell ill, just don't expose your identity." "I'm very grateful." Lu Huaishan thanked him again. Li Longji suddenly thought of someone. "Minister Lu, do you only know about Gu Ziji's situation?" Li Longji thought of Wei Zhigu and asked Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan's eyes were blank. He shook his head. "I don't know." Li Longji found a small rope in the carriage and pulled it. The bell outside rang. "Your Majesty." Gao Lisher's voice sounded. "Has something happened to Wei Zhigu recently?" Li Longji asked through the carriage door. "He's sick. I've ordered the imperial physician to take a look. He said it's a cold illness and has been prescribed medicine." Gao Lisher replied. "Let's go to Bujing Fang," Li Longji ordered. The procession continued forward. Bujing Fang was at the bottom left corner of the imperial city. They could reach it if they walked along the southern ring road. In fact, Wei Zhigu's residence was the closest to the imperial city. His residence was north of Bujing Fang's east gate. According to the Tang dynasty's residence addendum, attendant Wei Zhigu's residence was north of Bujing Fang's east gate. The reason why it wasn't the northeast corner was because the northeast corner was known as the corner of the northeast. It was the home of the right Golden Guard. "He really is sick. We've already treated him so well, yet he's still depressed," Li Longji said with a frown. Lu Huaishan didn't understand what it meant, but he felt that there was something very mysterious about it. He thought about how His Majesty had asked him about his health, then asked Wei Zhigu, and then Wei Zhigu had gotten sick. Didn't that mean that he would also, or his family? Heavens! No! He hadn't lived long enough, and his family was doing well. He was about to have a new residence. As he thought about it, Lu Huaishan's face turned pale. When they arrived at Bujing Fang's residence, they heard the sound of coughing coming from inside. Lu Huaishan felt his fingers go numb, as if they had been pressed down for a long time. The procession stopped. Li Longji was about to get out of the carriage when he paused and looked at Empress Wang. Empress Wang took out a large mask and put it on, then nodded at Li Longji. Li Longji shook his head, so Empress Wang took out a pair of glasses that looked like diving goggles and put it on her head. She blinked her eyes through the glass. Li Longji nodded and got out of the carriage first. When he got out of the carriage, he turned around and reached out to take Empress Wang's hand. He half-supported Empress Wang to get out of the carriage as well. Empress Wang stuck out her belly and was very happy. Lu Huaishan looked and thought about how he also had a four-wheeled carriage that His Majesty had given him. He should find a chance to take his wife out to play and learn from them. Chapter 241. Wei Zhigu's home was much better than Lu Huaishan's. It had a front and back courtyard. Gao Lishir knocked on the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Gao Lishir." Gao Lishir answered. "Open the door." Wei Zhigu's voice sounded. The door opened with a creak. They always didn't pump oil into the door. They all felt that if there wasn't any movement, the guests wouldn't be distinguished. Even if the carriage could go in, they wouldn't. Li Longji pulled Empress Wang's hand and entered. In the front courtyard, Wei Zhigu had already stood up. When he saw Li Longji, his nose twitched. He resisted the urge to cry and said, "I didn't know Your Majesty and the Empress would come in person." Don't be so courteous." Li Longji hurriedly said and went to sit beside a stone table in the front courtyard. There were a total of 4 stone stools, one for each person. Gao Lishir stood. Empress Wang carefully looked at Wei Zhigu through the glass. Wei Zhigu also looked at Empress Wang, wondering what kind of fashionable dress this was. He didn't recognize it just now. "I heard that Minister Wei is unwell. What did the imperial physician say?" Li Longji felt the temperature around him. He immediately found that there was floor heating and there were furry cushions on the stone stools. There was a copper pipe in the middle of the table. Clearly, there was a methane pool below. "It's a cold illness. I've been drinking it for the past 2 days, but I've also taken medicine sent by Celestial World," Wei Zhigu said as he dug into his pocket. At home, his clothes had a side pocket. He took out 2 types of medicine and introduced, one is to reduce fever, and the other is to make coughing uncomfortable. They said that it's not good and it's worse. They took me to Zhuangzi on the east side of Ba River and said that they wouldn't let me die. Wei Zhigu didn't hide it. He didn't look nervous. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that Li Yi was protecting him. "Why are you still outside when you're sick?" Li Longji understood. He had to stabilize Wei Zhigu's position. Brother Yi seemed to value Wei Zhigu. "The weather is good today, so I came out to bask in the sun." The imperial physician said that he must not be exposed to the wind, but the message from heaven and earth said that he should not be exposed to too much heat or cold, and that he should be exposed to the sun when there is no wind. Wei Zhigu answered again. At the same time, he gave the answer, "I trust Li Yi, but I don't trust the imperial physician." "Prime Minister Wei, that. I heard a cough outside just now." Empress Wang called the wrong name. Wei Zhigu was no longer the prime minister. "I'm much better. I had a bad cough the day before yesterday. My throat is swollen, and it hurts to swallow when I eat. Today's breakfast wasn't as bad as before." Wei Zhigu pretended not to hear the problem in Empress Wang's words. "Zhigu, the Tang dynasty can't do without you, just like how it can't do without Huaishan. Heavenly World bought a place for Huaishan to rent and is now demolishing it to build a new house," Li Longji said with concern as he patted Wei Zhigu's hand on the table. Li Longji was not a gentle person. He believed in Li Yi. If Li Yi wanted to protect them, it proved that the 2 of them were useful. Last year, several ministers died, but Brother Yi did not say anything, nor did he do anything. This year, after the new year, he bought a house and sent medicine in advance. It was clear that he had a plan. Wei Zhigu lowered his head, lifted his sleeve, and rubbed the corner of his eyes. He looked up again and smiled. The wind is strong, why don't the Empress prepare the medicine? I'm afraid you'll pass it to me if you get sick. I have a baby in my belly, so I'm wearing protection. Empress Wang said with a smile. It should be a boy. Wei Zhigu was not embarrassed. Everyone was familiar with each other, so it did not matter. Lu Huaishan stared at the medicine on the table. Zhigu, is this medicine better than the imperial physicians? Why do you ask, Huaishan? You don't know whether it's good or not. Wei Zhigu put the medicine back into his pocket. I don't want it, what are you afraid of? Lu Huaishan despised. Do you think I'm going to steal your medicine? I'm not afraid. Do you dare to eat it? Cough, cough, cough. Wei Zhigu bickered and coughed a few times. He picked up the paper beside him and spat out phlegm. He gasped for breath and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi's medicine is too effective. I can't cough it out at the beginning of the illness. Even after taking the imperial physician's medicine, my chest still feels stuffy. Li Yi's medicine. Sigh. I heard that you have to exchange your lifespan for it. Li Longji replied. Zhigu, you should be even more motivated. Brother Yi advocates irrigation and road construction, and the Ministry of Works is the most important. This subject will not disappoint your Majesty. Wei Zhigu stood up and bowed. Sit down and talk. Huaishan, you too. Don't let Brother Yi's efforts go to waste. Li Longji struck while the iron was hot. Since Brother Yi has already given you benefits, I'll go along with it. Lu Huaishan stood up and bowed. This subject does not fear the wind and rain, and will die for your Majesty. At this moment, he was heroic. Yao Chong was nothing. Look, did Yao Chong have the benefits that Li Yi gave him? If Li Yi doesn't like you, His Majesty won't always listen to you. Did you think that I didn't dare to handle important matters in the past because I didn't know how to? I was afraid that you would deal with me. Do you think that you're the only one capable? What do I, Lu Huaishan, lack in compared to you? Do you have enough fruits and vegetables? Li Longji asked Wei Zhigu as he comforted Lu Huaishan to sit down. He didn't ask Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan had already run to the south of the imperial city to stay in the courtyard. How could he lack anything? King Song came to visit me when he found out that I was in the heavenly realm. He brought many dishes for me. Wei Zhigu replied. The person he was most grateful to was Li Yi. He could see that Li Yi knew about his illness in advance and wanted to protect him. It was only after that King Song and His Majesty came over. That's good. Zhigu, rest well. There's no need to rush to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji said as he stood up. With Brother Yi's help, what was there to worry about? I'll send your Majesty, Empress, and Huaishan off. Wei Zhigu said as he walked the three of them to the door. Only after the three of them boarded the carriage did he close the door and return. Sitting back in his original seat, he sighed and muttered to himself, I am indebted to Yuanji. His son used this as an excuse to find me to bend the law. I didn't agree because I was afraid that Yuanji would take revenge. I told your Majesty, but you told Yuanji and demoted me. Today, I am indebted to Li Yi. If he has any requests in the future, your Majesty, don't blame me for agreeing to his request. Let's go to Chongxian Market to take a look. Li Longji didn't know that Wei Zhigu's thoughts had changed. He wanted to see how the residence that Lu Huaishan bought would be repaired. The group headed south. After 3 blocks, they would arrive at Chongxian Market. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. The house had been demolished and there wasn't a single piece of mud to be seen. At the same time, pits had been dug. There was a layer of frozen soil at the edges and hot charcoal was being baked on top. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong didn't leave. They were very happy to see the others working. Their speed was really extraordinary and they used the tools very smoothly. It was already noon and it was time to eat. The workers ate the construction site's rice. It was all cabbage stewed with pork belly. There wasn't much meat, dried tofu stir-fried with bean sprouts, and last year's dried rapeseed boiled in the shade with some green onions thrown in. Just this thing was too good. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua touched their conscience. If they didn't have the membership card of Celestial World, they might not have been able to eat this stewed rice. Of course, the ones they were most grateful to were King Song and His Majesty. King Song's zhuangzi was planted in greenhouses. There were many greenhouses in the hot springs in the palace. They were usually given some, and there was always a hint of green in the winter. Normally, the coolies would eat salted vegetables, drink cold water, and eat millet or sorghum rice. As expected, the workers ate with all their might, the smiles on their faces never diminished. Chapter 242. Prime Minister Yao, Prime Minister Zhang, Happy New Year. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua looked at the craftsmen eating and were discussing whether they should go to Heavenly Earth for a meal when Pei Yaoqing came. Happy New Year, Huanji. Zhang Shua was younger than Yao Chong and greeted him first. He learned this from Li Yi. Happy New Year. Yao Chong nodded. Huanji, are you free today? Prime Minister Yao, to be honest, I plan to go to Zhuangzi to ask the people what work they can do. I didn't expect to receive new crabs early in the morning. The jar, Pei Yaoqing told him the reason why he came. He also saw Lu Huaishan's endorsement. He first went to Heavenly Earth and took a pile of cotton candy, then went to Lu Huaishan's house. He didn't see Lu Huaishan, but he saw the other two prime ministers. It was written by Huaishan. Yao Chong didn't want to say more. Zhang Shua nodded and didn't explain. How should he say it? There was nothing wrong with saying that Li Yi asked Lu Huaishan to write and gave him benefits. The problem was that he and Yao Chong weren't invited to write. Wouldn't that be worse than Lu Huaishan? Prime Minister Lu's house was demolished. He still has to find a place to live in the winter. Pei Yaoqing observed the expressions of the two and said casually. The response he got was that no one answered him. Have the two of you eaten? Pei Yaoqing changed the topic. Are you going to treat him? Yao Chong said coldly. I heard that you saved a lot of money in the yamen this year. Zhang Shua said and winked at him at the same time, hinting that he could let Prime Minister Yao use the money. Pei Yaoqing blinked. If you don't mind, I'll order a few takeaways from Heavenly Earth. He didn't want to. Why should he leave such words? Give it to Yao Chong. Dream on. I got the money with my own ability. I even took the surname Zhong's money. You can do it. At most, I'll write another 10,000 people list and guarantee that every word will be different from the previous one. Do you believe me? I was tested by a boy. Doji, I don't care about the money in the county. Yao Chong was not going to do it. The money was in His Majesty's eyes. Who could touch it? Jingle. 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 A group of people appeared. The three of them saw this and ended the topic. The car in the middle stopped in front of them. Someone opened the curtains and waved, and the three of them got on. Happy New Year, Your Majesty. Happy New Year, Empress Wang. Yao Chong spoke first, deliberately using Empress Wang's surname. It meant that she was the Empress. That mirror was indeed quite beautiful. Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing followed suit. This house can be torn down very quickly. Li Longji looked out of the car window. The house had been demolished. Everything had been moved away, and the foundation was being laid. King Song's engineering team has the guidance of experienced craftsmen and new tools to use. Thus, the process of transporting the waste was smooth. Zhang Shua gave a reason, and that was the truth. Professional. Empress Wang personally brewed a pot of tea and brought it over. She was like a young girl now. The frustration that had been weighing on her heart had disappeared. When her position was in danger, she still had the leisure to play shuttlecock with the palace maids and eunuchs. How great was her heart! Of course, when Li Longji was hesitant to deal with Madame Wei, she dared to take the initiative to persuade her husband to do it. This was her personality. She dared to love, hate, and risk her life. Therefore, Li Yi, who was familiar with history, asked the children to play support, beat drums, and wave flags when they went out. Li Yi felt that it would be troublesome for him to change anyone to be in charge of the imperial harem. Since there was a problem, he had to find a way to solve it. She is a professional. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He continued, I met some commoners who lack work, so I thought of making a trip to Zhuangzi. He was asking for instructions from Li Longji. I'm going to find Li Yi. Oh, I can't do anything about it. Turn yourself into a commoner. Think more, and worry more. You can't always rely on others when you encounter a problem. Li Longji didn't object, but reminded, you can't think of nothing. My brother Yi is indeed someone who will answer your questions, but why? Let's discuss it. There are benefits. Chang'an has decided to buy a large amount of cement from Li family Zhuangzi. Pei Yaoqing gave his conditions. As he spoke, he looked at Yao Chong and Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua gave him a look, I just mentioned it. Don't say it. Yao Chong, I didn't agree to ask you for money. He said that if you want to involve Madame Wei, this old man will fight it out with you. Lu Huaishan looked left and right, is there something between you two? Huanji, it's not easy for the county to save some money for the commoners. Even if it's Li family Zhuangzi, you can't pay a high price. The commoners' wealth is in your hands. Don't let them be disappointed. How could Li Longji not see this? He said to Pei Yaoqing, but in fact, he was warning the three of them not to interfere. Yao Chong glared at Zhang Shua, you're so nosy. When did I want to command Chang and County's treasury? Zhang Shua blinked, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't want it, then forget it. Have you eaten? This empress is hungry. Empress Wang tried to smooth things over. Huanji said he wants to treat. He ordered takeout from Earthly Paradise. Zhang Shua decided to eat Pei Yaoqing's food. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. We saw that they ate well. Give each of them a portion. Li Longji chose to eat the same thing as the craftsman. He saw that the food was not bad. He also knew that the big pot of cabbage and streaky pork was more fragrant than the small pot. Gao Lisher went outside to check on the situation. When he came back, he said, King Song asked us to make the dishes clean. The kitchen is some distance away from the construction site. There won't be dust. Thus, he brought over 3 big bowls of cabbage and streaky pork, stir-fried bean sprouts with dried tofu, and vegetable egg soup. Then, he divided them into small bowls for everyone to serve themselves. Empress Wang began to take things out of the carriage. Cut marinated beef. Keep it cold. It won't spoil since it was made early in the morning. Garlic sauce. No vinegar. Who likes to eat old vinegar? There's some here. Fermented bean curd. No stinky tofu. The smell of stinky tofu is too strong. Small jar of pickled cabbage. I took it from Uncle. Stew it with the cabbage and streaky pork. This empress has a small pot here. Rice pancakes. Stew with millet and sorghum rice. It's not good for the stomach if you don't chew it well. Pancakes. Empress Wang said as she took things out. There was a lot of food in the carriage. There was also a big watermelon on the side. If she didn't eat it, she would share it with the palace maids and eunuchs when they returned at night. The food she prepared every day in the carriage could feed 20 people for half a month in case of an emergency. She changed it every day. She didn't care about money. Even if she changed it, she would give it to the palace maids and eunuchs. The carriage was big, so there was room for food. The marinated beef couldn't last for a long time. There was little ice. She didn't feel safe unless she stayed in Li Yi's Zhuangzi all day long. Even Li Longji had the same feeling. Even if he sent 3,000 winged knights to kill Li Yi, the result would be the complete annihilation of the winged knights. He didn't know why he had this kind of thought. It was inexplicable. If Brother Yi was ruthless, no matter how many people went, they would all die. He didn't have this feeling when facing Madame Wei and Princess Taiping, but he had it in Zhuangzi. Now, Empress Wang took it out for everyone to eat. They would change it when they returned. Everyone added some ingredients and cooked it again. Especially after adding in the pickled cabbage, the taste was rich. They finally felt the gap between them and the craftsman. When you eat, don't forget to help Huanji think about how to find work for the people. Li Longji drank a mouthful of soup and asked for everyone's help. Chapter 243. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was not idle today. Today, he congratulated the baby. He was completely cured. Antibiotics were very useful for people in this era. The little guy was also tenacious. He seemed to be attached to this world and was unwilling to leave easily. Although he was sick, he had been working hard. He worked hard to drink milk, sleep hard, and even stopped crying when he was injected with needles. As long as there was a little thing, he would be very happy. As a doctor, Li Yi knew that optimistic patients might not survive in the end, but those who survived were usually very optimistic. Western comforting therapy had long become a specialty in the Tang dynasty. It was many years earlier than the Tang dynasty. Western massage was also a common subject in the Tang dynasty. These two therapies appeared too late in the West. When the West took them out, the West recognized them. However, when they turned around, they found that China had been playing with them for more than 1,000 years. Today, he changed into new clothes and was held in Li Yi's arms. He raised his small arms, pointed at things, and said seriously, "Hide, light, wash, busy, ha ha ha." The little guy felt that he was very awesome. "That's awesome." Li Yi kissed the baby. The little guy laughed even more happily. He moved his chubby legs and turned to kiss Li Yi. "At this moment, it's worth it to do anything for you." Li Yi put his face on the baby's face and said. When they went out, Wang Xing and the other 5 also came over after hearing the news. During the Chinese New Year, many people became cadavers. The Chinese New Year was special. There were many factors affecting the mood, the weather, and so on. Everyone, Wang Xing and the other 5 wished that they could immediately snatch the dead body from any family and give it to Li Yi. They always felt that if 10 people died, 1 or 2 could survive if they snatched them. Unfortunately, they did not dare to do that. They just left the bodies there until they were buried and dug out. Li Yi said that he could do nothing. Li Yi knew that this kind of dead body was placed there to prevent people from faking their deaths. When the coffin was placed there, the coffin lid was not closed tightly. Afterwards, a group of people began to liven up. There were even people crying, including the crowing of roosters, all for the sake of waking up those who might have been faking their deaths. Including the copper coin in the mouth, the other side of the copper coin connected to the hand, and the thin thread tied to the feet. If the copper coins fell off, it could mean that the person's hands were moving. If the thread on the feet was broken, it meant that the feet were moving. It might seem like stupidity to leave the corpse for a few days, but in fact, it wasn't. People in ancient times knew about fake deaths. Even at the last moment, she did not give up and continued to cry. It was too difficult to find someone who could be saved in this situation. The child was buried early because it was unlucky. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to save it. Now that they were alive, Wang Xing and the others shed tears. They no longer felt any guilt. All of their hard work was worth it. They were very reserved and took turns to hug the child. The little guy gave them face and kept smiling. He didn't cry even when he was kissed by people who didn't look very familiar. The more he acted this way, the more everyone liked him. "Dongzhu, Zhuya Jinshan wants to see you." Songda ran over and said to Li Yi. Then, he put his face in front of the little guy. The baby hid back. When he saw who it was, he leaned forward and kissed Songda's face. Songda suddenly floated and turned his head to look at Hu Ernyang. Huanyang rolled her eyes at him and reached out to take the little guy like the other women. Li Yi tidied up his white coat and went to greet Zhuya Jinshan. He was the leader of a minority. For the sake of national harmony, he must give him absolute courtesy. When he saw Zhuya Jinshan, he also saw many other similar people. They were the kind of people whose hardships were written all over their faces. When those people saw his clothes, some frowned and gestured at him with their fists. They were obviously dissatisfied. They knew that he was here to invite a doctor and didn't wear official robes. What was he wearing? Li Yi didn't care at all and glared back. I'm wearing a white coat. Isn't it respectful enough? I dare to wear this even for a meeting. Who dares to say that I'm not wearing formal clothes? My stethoscope is hanging around my neck. I represent a group. Li Dongzhu, they are people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks. Zhuya Jinshan introduced. Leader Jinshan, have you been living well recently? Li put on a smile. He didn't care about the people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks. The information was real. The other party had surrendered to the Tang dynasty and was killed. He was killed by the Turks. How dare a stray dog look down on my white coat? When I put on the official robes, I'm also a 5th-rank doctor. Is Dafu the same as Daifu? Li Yi shamelessly combined the two professions. He liked this official position of doctor. He felt that it was far from him to be a doctor, an imperial physician, or a doctor of medicine. The people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks were angry at first. They felt that this Zhuangzi was not respectful. In less than half an hour, they felt that Dongzhu was a good person. This was because the villagers had arrived. The original veterans, in addition to the 100 new soldiers, appeared. They wore armor, held sabers, and held crossbows. They were harmonious in an instant. There were no problems. The key was that there were more than 40 people behind them who were ready to charge at any time. Whether they could fight or not, they could understand each other by looking at their state and eyes. They felt that they were not in Zhuangzi, but in the Tang dynasty's military camp at the front. Song De, dressed in a Confucian robe, went up to them and said, "Everyone, it's noon. Let's have lunch first. We can talk while eating." He explained, "My family's Dongzhu is a divine doctor. This uniform is specially worn when saving people. Even the king of hell doesn't dare to face it. The black and white impermanents came a few days ago and were kicked by Dongzhu. The people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks believed it because the one who brought them here was the old leader of the Shatua clan. It was said that he couldn't live, but nothing happened to him until now. He was saved by this divine doctor." Then, everyone went in for lunch. They ate in the cafeteria. After they went in, they were speechless. They had seen many things that shouldn't be seen in winter at the imperial banquet, and here they were again. Moreover, the limited amount of soy sauce at the state banquet was eaten casually here. Zhuya Jinshan was very proud. He looked at the others and went to get the food skillfully. Then, he sat in front of Li Yi. He whispered to Li Yi, "Li Dongzhu, they are here to beg you to buy things. You don't have to be polite to them." "Thank you, leader. Actually, I also want to sell things. There are too many things." "Leader Jinshan, is your place comfortable? I will build a new house for you in 2 days." Li Yi knew that these people were brought here by Zhuya Jinshan. Since he was introducing them to business, he had to treat Zhuya Jinshan better. "Can the firecrackers be sold to others?" Zhuya Jinshan asked something that Li Yi couldn't agree to. "Leader Jinshan, change it. This firecracker can be used in the military. Why don't I give you something else? It's quite fun." Li Yi rejected one, but he wanted to compensate for it. He never lacked new things. Chapter 244. A large group of Western Turks was eating ferociously. Ever since Khan Mozi had killed Suagu and Suaji's younger brother and obtained absolute power, he had begun to wantonly bully the other smaller tribes. The 10 surnames of Western Turks ran to the Tang dynasty one by one. Li Longji had arranged for the first batch of people to stay in Hunan province. Later on, they were settled at the border. The whole Turks were in a mess. They ran to the Tang dynasty to ask for help. When they settled down, they turned around and ran to other places to fight the Tang dynasty. Tubo was there. Tubo also fought the Tang dynasty and sometimes joined forces with other Turks. At this time, only a part of them went to the Tang dynasty. There would be more coming. Those who could go to the Tang dynasty in person were naturally the representatives of various tribes. Some tribes with the same surname chose their own representatives. The tribes had a hard time, but it didn't mean that those with high status also had a hard time. They had money. When they saw the good things of the Tang dynasty, they wanted them. Soap, toilet water, glycerin, dried oysters, dried sea cabbage. And the newly seen fireworks. Leader Jin Shan, do you want to move out of Honglu Temple? Li mentioned the building of the house again. It's troublesome to move out. It's better to live there. Zhuya Jinshan shook his head and refused, but he knew it was dangerous to move out. In that case, you can order meals with earthly paradise. I'll give you a card. Li changed a benefit. After the new year, will a large number of businessmen go to the border between Tubo and the Tang dynasty? Zhuya Jinshan was concerned about trade. There are also at the Turkic border. Li agreed. He was responsible for providing the important goods for the caravan and shared it with Li Longji. The weather was warm now and there was no snow to block the mountains. Whether it was Tubo or Turks, they had changed from a simple animal husbandry to a combination of farming and animal husbandry. The most powerful Khan Machi always wanted to propose. As long as the princess of the Tang dynasty married outside, he would give a lot of things. Wu Zetian once gave a lot of seeds, farming tools, and iron to the Turks. They used it for farming. Without good farmers, they killed and robbed the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi also knew that if he allowed Mojo to develop, Mojo would be assassinated next year. As long as he died, the new Turkic Khagan would ascend to the throne and kill each other. There doesn't seem to be any difference whether Moxie is dead or alive. Li Yi said as he thought about it. Machi? Zhuya Jinshan repeated and shook his head. This person is too vicious, he doesn't care about the lives of other clans. That's why there are so many tribes coming to the Tang dynasty when he's alive. If he's dead, they won't be in a hurry to come to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi felt that the current situation was very good. According to the records, there were still many people rushing over. Li Dongzhu, can you give the Shatua clan some weapons? Zhuya Jinshan couldn't care less about other people's lives. He had to think about his own clan. The Shatua clan was not included in the 10 clans of the Western Turkic Empire. The Shatua clan struggled to survive. If it wasn't for the Tubo clan forcing them to migrate, they would have been wiped out in the battle between the Tubo clan and the Tang dynasty. Li looked at Zhuya Jinshan and didn't say anything. You want to ask me for weapons? I, Zhuangzi clan, can forge weapons for myself and sell them outside. Zhuya Jinshan smiled embarrassedly. He forgot that Li Yi didn't know that his third brother was Li Longji. Is there anything else that can help my clan? Zhuya Jinshan changed the topic. Good things for weaving wool and cotton shouldn't be exported. Oh, it shouldn't be sold outside. But the Shatua clan is on good terms with the Tang dynasty, so it's okay. Li Yi said that the wool felt of the new 3-spindle treadmill used by the capital government was not as good as wool. Wool that couldn't be woven into sweaters was suitable to be made into felt. Sweaters were better at keeping people warm than ordinary silk. Zhuangzi clan didn't lack leather clothes. They planted a lot of cotton this year and also had cotton-padded clothes. Other people couldn't stand it. The cold would consume heat, and heat had to be replenished with food. Is there any harm? Zhuya Jinshan was more worried that Li Yi would cheat his people. No, but the wool needs to be steamed and degreased with plant ashes. Otherwise, it can't be woven. Li Yi promised. Is there anything harmful? Zhuya Jinshan rolled his eyes and asked. Do you want a mirror? Li Yi also asked. A mirror is harmful? Zhuya Jinshan wanted to know more. Remember to tell your son not to pursue luxury. Seeing what you have done to the Tang dynasty recently, I will help your people live a good life. Li Yi said some friendly words. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zhuya Jinshan vaguely guessed what was going on. Don't mention it. If the Shatua people betray us one day, our friendship will be gone. When we meet, don't blame me for killing too much, although I don't want to kill too much. Li Yi warned that he needed the Shatua people to help him run the business there. As long as there was no major turmoil in the Tang dynasty, the Shatua people would be fine. In normal history, this clan was a powerful force in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Who would have thought that the Shatua people who were struggling at death's door would have such a glorious day? Zhuya Jinshan was in a bad mood when he heard Li Yi's straightforward words. He showed it on his face. After dinner, Chief Jinshan and I are going to see something. Li Yi didn't say anything else. The people of the 10 Western Turkic clans were big eaters. They kept adding dishes and rice. Fortunately, they knew the rules and ate as much as they wanted. After everyone finished eating, Li Yi asked Songda to discuss the business with them. He took Zhuya Jinshan to the back. There were 25 more craftsmen in the back workshop. The craftsmen who had researched the gunpowder and released the fireworks were sent to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. They knew that they had made a mistake and lost a lot of things. At the same time, they scared the people in the palace and thought that they would be severely punished. However, when they found out that they were sent to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, they went home happily and asked their families to move. They had a good life ahead. They were there when the fireworks were released. When they saw the beautiful fireworks, they felt that they were not good enough. Li Yi brought Zhuya Jinshan to see a row of fireworks. To be precise, it was a row of fireworks. One by one, they were placed on a large shelf and connected to each other with medicinal threads. Chief Jinshan knows that I don't sell fireworks. He said that they can be used in the military. Here they are. Li Yi took out a lighter. He asked someone to adjust the direction of the fireworks. There was an open space in front, and then he pulled the long fuse to the back. He pointed in that direction. Take a look. After saying that, he picked up the fuse and lit it. The fuse burned quickly. Soon, it burned to the back of the first fireworks. Whoosh! The fireworks flew out. Then the second, the third. There were 20 fireworks in total. By the time the 15th one landed, the first one had already landed. Boom! There was a loud boom, and then there was another boom. The fireworks exploded in a certain area. Smoke and dust rose. When the last explosion ended, Zhuya Jinshan stood there and swallowed his saliva. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. It still flew close, and the direction was not accurate enough. But it's okay. It will be better in a few days. He turned to Zhuya Jinshan and said, Are the fireworks beautiful? Chapter 245. Zhuya Jinshan took a deep breath as if he was shocked by the sound. He acted as if he did not hear Li Yi's question. His eyes were still fixed on the area in front of him, recalling how many places in the Tang dynasty set off fireworks on New Year's Eve. There were so many fireworks for fun. If they were used in the military, how many things would fly out just now? Look again. Bring another card over, Li Yi said with a look that said, I know you didn't see it clearly. The second cart came over. This time, there were 40 sky monkeys. At the same time, a large group of Western Turkic people came over. They had heard the sound just now. A gust of wind blew, and the faint smell of burning sulfur drifted into everyone's nostrils. The people who came later found out that they were setting off fireworks. How could it be better in the daytime than at night? Just when they were feeling bored, Li Yi lit the long fuse again. Then, the sky monkeys flew out with a whoosh. The front exploded while the back continued to fly. The rumbling sounds continued, and the smoke and dust from the explosions drifted in the air. When everything returned to normal, the people who came later swallowed their saliva like Zhuya Jinshan just now. They were completely enlightened. How could it be fireworks? The fireworks exploded in the sky, but this one was aimed at the ground. It looked like a large area was covered. Not to mention how much it would blow people up, even horses would not be able to stand it. It was clearly something for fun. Who would want to use it to fly towards the ground? Li Dongzhu, do you have any more of these fireworks? I'll buy them, someone shouted and rubbed his ears. If you don't have any fireworks, do you want firecrackers? The firecrackers are cheap. If you buy 10,000 of them, I'll charge you 8,000, Li Yi said with a smile. Everyone shook their heads. They had even played with firecrackers before. How could they compare to something that flew far away and exploded all of a sudden? That's all for today. Everyone, go back. Chief Jinshan, please, Li Yi invited Zhuya Jinshan. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. The Shati-O clan will be on good terms with the Tang dynasty for a long time, Zhuya Jinshan promised. He finally believed Li Yi's words. He did not want to kill, but it did not mean that he could not kill. I think so too. Li Yi displayed his methods, still as gentle as ever. When everyone returned to discuss the barter with Songde, their attitudes became even more respectful. Those were not fireworks, but lethal weapons. How many of them were hidden in Zhuangzi? Some of the 1,000 bull guards guarding Zhuangzi ran away on their horses. Heavens! Li Dongzhu has started to enter the military industry. He is no longer farming. Hurry up and report to me. You want to change the toilet water? Do you want soap? It's windy over there, so applying glycerin is the most suitable. Do you know about big neck disease? Eat this dried oyster and dried sea cabbage. You can't eat those with big necks, but if you eat those without, you won't have big necks. You want seeds? I'll give you some cotton seeds. Take them back and plant them. Later on, we'll buy cotton. The price will be higher. You want colored silk? I'll give you ordinary silk. You can go and exchange for it yourself. Ironware? No, the village is still short of iron. Lighter? You also know about lighters? What if you don't have alcohol and flint? Fine, I'll sell it to you. Tell me what you want in exchange. Songde held a pen and wrote down the barter with the Western Turks. The Western Turks mainly used sheepskin, felt, raisins, fennel, walnuts, dates, dried plums, mushrooms, mutton jerky, beef jerky, and horse jerky to barter. Songde's price was very fair. He lowered the price slightly based on how much they sold outside. Since they bought a lot, he naturally wanted a discount. At the same time, he also gave them some fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and distilled wine. The people of the 10 tribes had inquired about the price of some things before they came. Today, they saw that they had gained a bargain. On the surface, they still wanted to bargain, but in their hearts, they felt that the people of Zhuangzi were silly and cute. Then, they sent people to inform them that they had brought a lot of things to Chang'an. When they were waiting for the handover, they did not leave. Instead, they ran to take a bath. They had already taken a bath during the New Year. Otherwise, they would not be able to attend the court assembly. Songde chose 4 baths for them to use. They kept asking for soap, saying that they wanted to wash their hair properly. Li Longji and the ministers were still guarding Lu Huaishan's house to watch the show. Empress Wang was resting in the carriage. Li Longji and the others stood beside the carriage. The people of the Craftsman Alliance were digging trenches. They wanted to build a foundation for a 2-story building. However, the foundation was designed according to a 3-story building. In case there was a need in the future, they could add another layer. Next to them, someone was mixing cement, using bamboo as the tendons. The 3 prime ministers and Pei Yaoqing were frowning. They were thinking about what jobs to find for the commoners. Pei Yaoqing did not want the old jobs. In winter, the commoners did not have much work. Those who needed to make clothes at home would naturally make clothes. There was also spinning and weaving. They would either wash clothes for the rich or dye cloth. They would also make clothes in the workshop. The land outside could not be planted and firewood could not be made. Now, they were planting bean sprouts. It was a good job, but the bean sprouts did not need to be busy all day. There were more and more bean sprouts, and the price of bean sprouts began to drop. It is impossible to find other jobs. It is already good enough that there are ice sculptures in winter. Zhang Shua could not think of any. There are enough people shaking coal and transporting coal. We can't all dig coal. Yao Chong also complained. Lu Huaishan did not say anything. He was thinking about when he could move back. The courtyard of the rented inn was close to the unit, but it was not as safe as his own home. Pei Yaoqing rubbed his temples and exhaled, "Your Majesty, I think it is useless to look for Li Dongzhu. If there is work to be done at this time, why would they not do it? There will be a court meeting tomorrow. When the meeting ends, please take care of the government affairs." Li Longji was also thinking hard. The result was the same. Therefore, he planned to go to Li Yi's place tomorrow after the meeting. The Qianniu guards came over and dismounted from a distance. One of them handed the reins to the others and went forward. "Your Majesty," Li Yi and Zhuangzi made the sky-cracker monkey a few times bigger and pointed it diagonally at the sky. After igniting it, it will fire continuously. It will only sound when it is about to hit the ground. Li Dongzhu and Jin Shan led the 10 Western Turkic families to Zhuangzi to trade for something. It seems that Li Dongzhu wanted to intimidate them. The sky-cracker monkey fell from the sky and made a loud noise. Everyone was shocked. The person who came over reported the situation and told Li Longji that Li Yi had made something that could kill people. Good, good. My Tang dynasty has another weapon. Li Longji was very happy. Your Majesty, this kind of firearm is too dangerous. Why don't we hand it over? Yao Chong, who was listening at the side, was afraid that Li Yi would hand it over to who? Li Yi is researching something and handing it over to someone else. He will research it again and hand it over. Why don't you take your salary and give it to me, then give it to me again? If the Imperial Army needs it, you can place an order in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will make it and equip the army. I will talk to him and ask him to maintain a 5% profit. Brother Yi is very supportive of benefiting the country. Li Longji did not intend to hand over the matter of making fireworks to someone else. It would be dangerous if it was in someone else's hands. Isn't 5% profit too much? Yao Chong knew that in the future, the amount of equipment used to equip the army would be huge. How much is the cost of your previous workshop? Li Longji did not give him any face. Li Yi's cost was 1 CUN, and 5% was 50 coins. If he handed it over to someone else, the capital would be provided, and the cost would be 2 CUN. The imperial court would have to spend even more money. Sigh. Yao Chong could only sigh. Chapter 246. The mud is inseparable. The soil by the city is waiting for me to come. The mud is the people's hard work for surplus. Even after 1,000 massages, the benefits of the people have not wavered. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, in the morning court, a group of people had not recovered from the New Year break. Those who were not qualified to rest were finally relieved. The court meeting was boring and everyone was sleepy. After the meeting, Li Longji ran away with Empress Wang. Many women in the harem were helpless. They knew that the child in the Empress' belly was important. If they wanted to fight for the position, they had to kill it first. However, there was no chance. The Empress's food was directly taken from the heavenly earth. Only in the process of taking it back could they do it. The people who went to take it were loyal and she led the team. She had died once. The imperial doctor said she could not live. The Empress was not reconciled and sent Li Yi to Zhuangzi. In the end, she survived. It was impossible to bribe She held the food herself. Once the team encountered a situation, such as someone touching her, she did not want the food and went back to take it again. Another way was to ask the imperial doctor to do it, but the empress did not find the imperial doctor. As for the assassination, if the empress could be killed, the emperor could be killed as well. That was the difficulty. The last way was naturally to ask Li Yi to do it. Give Li Yi money. How much money could make him violate medical ethics? She had to see how much money he had first. With a high official position and generous salary, he did not take the imperial examination this year. It was said that he would only wear the official uniform for a day. Beauty trap. There were so many women in Nankou who wanted to use it. Therefore, they could only watch the emperor take the empress out to play and did not dare to say anything more. Zhuangzi went up. When Li Longji arrived, Li Yi had already eaten breakfast and taught the little fellow to talk. The baby said that she was tired, so she buried her face in Li Yi's chest and slept. Let me hug, let me hug. Empress Wang saw and reached out. Li Yi handed it over to her. The little fellow opened her eyes to take a look, then buried her head in Empress Wang's body and continued to sleep. Li Longji casually chatted with Li Yi when he saw the palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the empress to protect her. It's been a busy few days. Third brother, I've developed a new type of firearm, but its accuracy isn't very good. It needs to be improved. The main problem lies in the balance weight and the stability of the overall center of gravity. We need to add a few small wings to rotate after launch to improve stability. Li Yi said that the large sky-cracker monkey that he made needed to be rotated horizontally in order to smell it. It was the same principle as the rifling of a gun. Since the sky-cracker monkey was not placed in the launcher, and the rifling could not be carved, it could only be added with rotating wings. The feathers on the back of the arrow served the same purpose. How many people can you kill in one go? Li Longji didn't understand, so he asked about the final result. How many people can be killed depends on the area of damage and the number of people killed. When it explodes in the air, with the addition of the fragments, the power is the greatest. It's the same as a crossbow. The amount of powder in the firearm is the key. Once it hits the ground, the damage depends on the angle of impact and the splashing of fragments. Li Yi tried to be as straightforward as possible. After he finished speaking, he looked at his third brother and gave up on explaining in detail. Can it reach the imperial city? Li Longji asked casually. Li Yi, he paused for a moment and said, Third brother, His Majesty is indeed the most suitable person to be the emperor right now. We can't change him, otherwise the world will be in chaos. Yes, if His Majesty can't be changed, then can we fly there? Li Longji reacted, but he still had to ask. No, it's too far. Unless I can develop a new firearm in the future. At that time, the entire Chang'an will be in the attack range. It will take at least 3 to 5 years, and I will have to figure it out. Li shook his head and said, Third brother, don't always think about the imperial city. Once I make something that can fly there, I must report it first. Yes, report it. Li Longji was 100% supportive. Then he asked, if His Majesty wants the manufacturing method, will you give it to him? Of course, I will. How can I not give it to him? Military weapons are more frightening than crossbows. Li Yi said matter-of-factly. Yes, ha! Li Longji also learned this saying. He frowned and said, Brother Yi, the people of Chang'an have nothing to do. Yesterday, I met Pei Yaoqing. He wants to ask you if you have any good jobs. Looking for a job at this time? A lot of people. Li Yi felt a toothache. Yes, it's difficult. Some of the people are already doing well this year. They have newly bought dishes and bowls, and, third brother, there's a way. Li Yi listened and suddenly had an idea. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with joy. Third brother, think about it. Many people don't have enough ceramics in their homes. Ceramics is not a big deal, but pottery is the main thing. There is a lot of clay around Chang and that can be used to make pottery. The clay needs to be kneaded back and forth. It's very tiring. Zhuangzi has a kiln, and so do other counties. The kiln can be opened at any time. It's just that there are fewer people to work. Ask the people of Chang and to knead the clay and tell them how to make it. When the clay is done, send it to me and I'll burn it. Li Yi explained how to burn the kiln and how many steps it needed. The most important thing was, every step was the key. However, kneading the clay was very tiring. Li Yi told Li Longji to ask the people to knead the clay. Knead 20 bowls of clay and bring it to them. After they're done, they'll give them a ceramic bowl. Or they can sell the clay directly. It's almost the price of a ceramic bowl. The kiln in Zhuangzi can burn some clay. Presumably, the kilns in other places are also willing to have the clay kneaded by others. Then, the people of Chang'an can have a lot of pottery. If they don't want it, they can exchange it for money. It's about 30 copper coins a day. Brother Yi, you. Good. Li Longji raised his hand and patted Li Yi's shoulder. Empress Wang quickly handed the child to Tao Hong and reached out to rub Li Yi's head. She heard yesterday that the 3 prime ministers and 1 Chang and county magistrates said with certainty that there was no good way. But when it came to her uncle, he just needed to chat. What's the use of all these ministers? Besides burning pottery? Li Longji felt relieved and asked. Make a brick and dry it. If you want to build a new house, make more. This is one of the 10 broken bricks. It's profitable to exchange it for a brick in the kiln. Li Yi gave a similar one. It's used to build houses. Big Brother has organized a team of craftsmen and asked them to make molds for tiles. The people can also make bricks, but it's more strenuous. Li Yi added. We can also open a new official kiln. Li Longji thought of how to burn more things. Yes, now there's coal. If you want to heat up a piece of coal, you have to cook it first, just like cooking charcoal. Zhuangzi has been cooking it. Li Yi agreed. With coal, the good pieces of coal can be used to make charcoal. The bad pieces of coal can be made into coal or honeycomb briquettes. As long as the people are obedient, there's work to be done. Brother Yi, you're still so considerate of the people. If there's a 10,000 citizens watch, I should give it to you. Li Longji sighed. No, it's useless. I can only sell more new things when everyone lives better and has money. Li Yi rejected the 10,000 citizens watch. No one in Zhuangzi gave him a watch. But his words were useful. This was the happiest thing. Chapter 247. Owner, the person with the surname something from yesterday is here again. He wants to exchange things. Song De jogged over. He was happy to make money. He made a lot of soy sauce last time, and then fireworks, lighter alcohol, soap, glycerin, toilet water. Zhuangzi's granaries were built one after another. Cloth houses were also built one after another. The copper coins were piled up there and almost rusted. Just like that, the owner did not put in much effort and earned it in a very simple manner. When spring came, Zhuangzi's cows and horses would be able to plow all the land in one day at most. He might have to lend it to others, otherwise it would be a waste. Go and arrange it. Give them some tea and soy sauce according to what they did yesterday. Li Yi did not want to deal with them. Song De turned and ran. He just came over to ask how to trade and what to give. Uncle, let's go to Zhang's village and have a look. Empress Wang pointed to the village. She was afraid that those people would see her and His Majesty. Li Yi did not care. It was the same wherever they went. So they left, avoiding the people of the Western Turkic dynasty. Brother Yi, did you give them more benefits? Li Longji still asked casually. No. If I gave them benefits just because they submitted to the Tang dynasty, wouldn't it show that the people of the Tang dynasty are inferior to outsiders? They bought more, so I gave them a discount. I won't please others. If I treat others well, what will I do to my own people? Li Yi shook his head and said. He did not have any special treatment in his heart. He then explained, but I don't bully them. It's narrow-minded to bully them. Since they all submitted to the Tang dynasty, I'll trade with them normally. Otherwise, I can still cheat them. Instead of cheating people who submitted to the Tang dynasty, it's better to cheat people who are against the Tang dynasty. Li Yi was clear about kindness and hatred. Aren't you afraid that they will rebel? Li Longji said something depressing. There were many Turkic and Tubo tribes. Today they lean to one side, tomorrow they lean to the other side. Whether they rebel or not depends on whether the Tang dynasty is strong or not. It can't provide them with protection or a better life. It's human nature for them to be caught in the middle and try to survive. Li Yi spoke of an immutable truth. Establishing diplomatic relations with you today, breaking it tomorrow, and establishing diplomatic relations again the day after. Isn't that normal? How can we prevent them from rebelling? Li Longji asked. Give them a good life and let them realize that they have nothing to worry about by relying on the Tang dynasty. Naturally, they won't rebel. The first was military support. The Tang dynasty needed a flexible army to meet the enemy and retaliate at any time. Another thing was trade. Trade itself was not bullying, but exchanging what one needed for what one lacked. I asked them to plant cotton, and when the time comes, the Tang dynasty will use what they need to exchange for it. He also taught them how to degrease wool and other seeds. Slowly, they will find that the best place to sell their crops is the Tang dynasty. Li Yi told him frankly. The economy between countries depended on each other. The foreigners were passive and had to rely on the Tang dynasty. As Li Longji listened and thought, his eyes narrowed. When he saw the Zhang village, he said, if they rebel, cut off their economic relations. Yes. Li Yi said one word. Dongzhu is here. It's Li Dongzhu. Dongzhu, what are we going to do in spring after the new year? Dongzhu, I heard that you're going to build a house for us by the river. Before they arrived at the Zhang village, the migrant workers greeted Li Yi one after another. Li Yi had no choice but to stop. Li Longji secretly gritted his teeth. I'm asking about the national policy. Why are you making such a fuss over such a trivial matter? Everyone gathered around and looked at Li Yi eagerly. Li Yi gestured to the left and right and said, first of all, we must maintain the economic development as the center and solve the practical needs of the people such as rice bags and vegetable baskets. Stabilize the current settlement and strengthen the cooperation and mutual promotion of the three industries. Perfect the integration of the material and spiritual civilization of the people, vigorously promote positive energy, guide. Li Dongzhu, speak human language. No, I mean, speak human language that we can understand. A migrant worker shouted. The others nodded. Yes, speak human language. Okay, let's change the way. Li Yi readily agreed. Well, this year, you have work to do now. Don't be anxious. It's easy to fill your stomach. It's also not difficult to have meat for every meal. When the weather warms up, Zhuangzi has some work for you to do. Then, we will build houses by the river. You all live there and don't run around. I heard that someone behind my back said that I want to take your money. Nonsense. I have more money than I can spend. If anyone dares to say that again, I will break their legs and not treat them. I'm not trying to scare anyone. What I mean is that when you build houses, you should plant some flowers in the spring. Different flowers will bloom in all 4 seasons. Look at Zhang's village. Many tourists go there to play and make money. If others can make money, we can also make money, right? Li Yi did not use the policy guidance that he habitually said. He used the real thing. The people who gathered around liked to hear this. Yes, this is human language. What did you say before? Everyone, don't be afraid. Zhuangzi has a lot of work to do. You guys are not enough. We still have to count on the newcomers. Li Yi said again to be at ease. He would not chase people away. There were places and jobs. Thus, everyone happily dispersed. Li thought he saw a few people being dragged away by more people, shouting, "I was wrong, don't hit me," or something like that. Don't hit people until they are sick, and don't kill them, Li Yi emphasized. Got it, Dongzhu. We don't fight, someone replied. I guarantee that those who were beaten are those who said bad things about me. They deserve it. Thank me. Otherwise, they might really get sick. Li Yi muttered and continued to move forward. Uncle, you are so good to them, but they are still spreading rumors about you behind your back. Empress Wang was not happy. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Those people might not be saying that I am not good. They are afraid of losing the good life now. They want everyone to ask me. Those who stood up and asked me directly did things in an upright manner. Those who instigated me behind the scenes did things carefully. When using people, the former should be upright, while the latter should be strange. If everyone in Zhuangzi was upright, I would be finished as Zhuangzi. For example, find tourists. The former can treat people well and make people happy. As for the latter, let them go out to attract tourists. They will do their best to invite people to play. Li Yi analyzed for his sister-in-law from another angle. Those people were not necessarily bad people. He said, there is no distinction between good and bad people. They only have the ability to affect their own interests. Some people are full of righteousness and call them law enforcers. Some people are good at monopolizing and call them public relations. Making the best use of people is the way of a ruler. Zhuge Liang said that being close to a gentleman and staying away from a villain is the way to destroy a country. Thank you, uncle. Empress Wang was enlightened at this moment. So this was how to use people. Li Longji nodded. Brother Yi's words are to my heart. That is how I do it. It's just that no one has said it so clearly to me. There is no one in the world that cannot be used. It only depends on how to use them. Chapter 248. San Lang, can I be the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor? Empress Wang smiled. She was very satisfied with Li Yi. He could be said to be good for the people, good for the country, good for the rules of 100 industries, and good for the nature of a ruler. As for poetry, it didn't matter. In the future, her son should be taught by her uncle. Her uncle was not inflexible at all. He was not the kind of gentleman who was bullied. Yes, Brother Yi is talented, Li Longji said sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in Zhang's village saw Li Yi and also greeted him. A large group of people ran over and greeted him with smiles. Don't be so polite. Go do your work. We'll just look around. Li Yi shouted and waved his hand. In a flash, the villagers dispersed again, leaving only a few people beside him, ready to help at any time. Li Longji looked at them and felt touched. These people added up to almost 10,000, right? Including the people in the imperial plantation, it should be more than 10,000. Some counties only had a few thousand people. Could the county magistrate do such a thing? Did the county magistrate dare to bring only a few people to the people? If he went out, would all the people welcome him from the bottom of their hearts? Could he let the people under his rule live a good life like the people in Zhuangzi, the inhabited areas, and the villages? Brother Yi, who was next to him, was the leader of the people in the entire area. Li Longji knew that many big families had similar abilities, but there were still people who were not convinced, but there was nothing they could do. If it was Brother Yi's place, no one would be dissatisfied. If there was a need, all the people would be soldiers. Therefore, this place was the safest place. At this time, Zhang's village was indeed very busy. There were many tourists. The people who participated in the ice skating competition found that they couldn't skate after receiving different prizes. But they knew that Zhang's village was good, so they brought their relatives, especially their poor relatives, to visit during the new year. They were all people with some wealth. When their poor relatives came, they felt restrained at home, so they brought them out. In winter, they could eat vegetables and live in warm houses. And their relatives were not poor. That was even better. They wouldn't be bored in Chang'an. These people spent money just to be in a good mood, and the people of the Zhang family's village gave them comfort. At the same time, the villagers increased their vigilance, fearing that someone would come as a tourist and harm Li Dongzhu. After lunch, the tourists played chess and cards. Poker, mahjong, chess, go bang, army flag. There was a special chess room in the village with water pumping. Different playstyles had different water draw ratios. Just like mahjong, according to the size of the game, 1 to 2 copper coins would be given. For rich people, lighting a cannon would cost dozens of copper coins. As for those who didn't have money, they used small chips to play. 10 chips only cost 1 copper coin. Then I'll charge you a table fee. 10 copper coins for 2 hours. Let's play. The tea will be charged by the bill. It's not like the tables with free tea and snacks. Someone wanted to play a bigger game, but no. The maximum limit for each round was 100 yuan. At the same time, off-site betting was not allowed. This was the rule in the village. First, you had to win or lose dozens of taels. Outside the village, no one cared. The village took the initiative to calculate the net profits and give half to Li Yi. Even if they didn't ask for much, they would still earn a lot of money. Many people who didn't want to spend a lot of money liked the rules of Zhang's village very much. They came to have fun. If they lost all their money, they would not come again. Uncle, there are more and more fun things. What do you like to play? Empress Wang went into a chess room to have a look. She came out and said to Li Yi, I don't like any of them. When I have time, I will read books, copy books, or think about what new things I should take out. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't like to play these things. Especially in this life, there were many important things that he needed to do. New things, do you mean cotton candy? It's delicious. A little sugar, a big ball. But the cotton candy can be kneaded into small pieces. But it's not interesting to eat. It's better to bite the big one. Empress Wang ate the cotton candy and felt it was interesting. Prime Minister Liu is really talented. Because his family is poor, his family members have to help him. I'm afraid that his body will have problems, so I used earthly paradise to give him some troubles. Li Yi said the matter. The cotton candy was for Lu Huaishan alone. He didn't want Lu Huaishan to have a hard life. He couldn't get the money at all. Although he came up with the idea, he didn't take advantage of it. Li Yi knew that after spring, Li Longji would definitely expand the Winged Knights. The lack of money was a constraint. Wasn't it normal to give money to the emperor? Giving a deputy prime minister benefits was unthinkable before. Who could bribe directly to one of the 2 deputy prime ministers? One was Zhang Shua, the other was Lu Huaishan. The prime minister was naturally Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant. As long as the other party accepted, what else was there to say? It was nothing more than a 2-story house in Chang'an, plus the furniture and food in the future. The highest level of communication Li Yi had before was the level of an assistant minister, and the other party didn't give him a good face. Even the minister couldn't get in touch with him. If you were rich, you could throw 10 million over and they wouldn't even bother with you. The money would be returned, and the person you hired would give you a warning. It's troublesome. Li Longji didn't know that his little brother Yi was in such a good mood. If someone else dared to buy a house for Lu Huaishan, he would have dealt with them. I didn't give it, but you did. What do you want? I don't even need to do anything. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong will deal with you. It's all thanks to you, little brother Yi. Even so, Zhang Shua and Yao Chong were very angry. Little brother Yi, if you give it to Lu Huaishan, Yao Chong and Zhang Shua won't care. You said before that they are stingy. Li Longji reminded. It's too late. Prime Minister Yao has a house given by the imperial court, and Prime Minister Zhang has money. When the weather warms up, ask them if they want to build a house. If Lu Huaishan doesn't care, he won't live for more than 2 years. Just like Wei Zhigu, if I didn't ask someone to find out, I wouldn't have known that Wei Zhigu fell sick during the New Year. That was a close call. He died from a moment of carelessness. Wei Zhigu is a good person. He's beneficial to the imperial court. Only he can support the government while he's alive. Li Yi evaluated Lu Huaishan and Wei Zhigu. He wanted his third brother to help take care of them. At least if something happened to them, they could be sent over quickly. He could save them. Uncle is always so kind. Empress Wang put her head on Li Yi's head. Li Yi stopped and tied his hair again. He wondered if he should shave his head bald. However, he felt that if he did that, more people would be willing to touch him. No. Ah. The little guy woke up at this time. Tao Hong quickly changed his diaper and wrapped it up to wash at home. The little baby woke up in a daze. He looked around anxiously. When he saw Li Yi, he smiled and opened his arms. Li Yi took him and kissed him. The little guy moved his body and saliva flowed out of his mouth. Clothes. Li Yi looked at Qing Song. Qing Song took out a cloak and covered the baby with it, leaving only the baby's head outside. Chapter 249. Li Yi tidied up his clothes and said to Empress Wang, babies care about 3 kinds of things the most. In fact, there are 4 kinds, but the last one has not been supported by a perfect theory and actual data. Which 4 kinds? Empress Wang touched her belly and asked. Light, temperature, physical contact, and spiritual resonance. Fear of the dark, heat, and cold. Physical contact is hugging. As for spiritual resonance, under certain circumstances, babies will automatically look for their father and mother, which is also called telepathy. Isn't that right? Li Yi asked the baby. Ah! The little guy responded and raised his right arm to point to a place. Ah, yes. Li Yi looked over and saw a squirrel looking over. I didn't store enough food in the fall. Now I'm hungry, just like a human. Li Yi looked at the squirrel and said. Brown Rock took out a handful of almonds, walnuts, raisins, and hazelnuts from his sleeve pocket and threw them out. After throwing them out, he trembled and quickly grabbed another handful and handed them to Empress Wang. Feeding a squirrel depended on one's status. Bai He, Jinju, Huang Bai, and Purple Jade were anxious. They also had dried fruits and candies in their sleeve pockets. There were other things in the bag on their back that matched the palace dress. What they didn't expect was that Li Dongzhu meant to let them feed the squirrel. How could ordinary people react? Brown Rock moved. Sure enough, he had to be smart when around Li Dongzhu. Cui Lu came over and mouthed to them, didn't you see the Empress? Don't you know that Dongzhu has children around him? Dongzhu wants to tell everyone that there is love. Take out more dried fruits and throw them out. But it's just a squirrel. Can it finish it? Purple Jade mouthed. Cui Lu raised her hand and slapped Purple Jade's face with a loud slap. What's wrong? Li Yi turned his head. Something fell on my face. I hit it, Purple Jade said. Dongzhu, it's just a squirrel. How much can it eat? Cui Lu asked with a look of asking for advice. Don't hit him next time. He's new here and isn't familiar with the situation. You're slapping Purple Jade in the face. If it falls on the faces of the 2 palace maids, I'll think you're fighting in the palace. There are a certain number of squirrels in a certain area. If one of them is hungry and brings food back, the other squirrels will see it. Even if there is food, they will follow. Li Yi looked at Cui Lu and explained the situation. Got it, Dongzhu. I'll let Cui Yu call you back. Cui Lu lowered her head. There's no need. It's fine for a man to take a hit. Take something out and prepare to feed the squirrels. I was preparing to feed the children, But now I don't need you to feed the children, Li Yi said as he turned back. Take it out. If you're slow, I'll hit you again. It's okay for a man to take a hit. Dong Zhu said so, Cui Lu said to the cub. The cub was in a good mood. Indeed, it was not important to take a hit. What was important was that Dong Zhu knew and said that it was a man. Huang Bai took out something and moved closer to Cui Lu, stretching his face forward. Slap! Cui Lu slapped him again. You asked me to. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang laughed. For a moment, those who were beaten and those who were not all smiled, feeling very comfortable. Li Yi's words determined the matter. He said that he knew who was beaten and that the man was fine. It was obviously a secret fight, but it turned into a mutual joke. Li Longji shook his head. Little brother Yi's strategy was really unusual. The cub, who was the first to be slapped, was not angry at all. The slap did not hurt much. The squirrel did not know about the open and covert struggles of humans. It picked up the dried fruit on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. When it could no longer stuff it, it turned around and ran away. Sure enough, it did not take long for a group of squirrels to come over. When they saw the things on the ground, they stuffed them into their mouths together while looking at the people around them. Handful after handful of dried fruit were thrown out. The squirrel stuffed it once, ran away, and came back again. After a few times, the squirrel was no longer afraid. It came closer and waited. Li Yi squatted down and stretched out his hand. In his hand was a dried fruit. The squirrel picked it up with its two front paws and threw it into its mouth. It looked up at Li Yi and moved its mouth to adjust the position of the dried fruit in its mouth. Only uncle can see such a thing. Empress Wang had been very emotional recently and was more emotional. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. It's just human nature. Even if some people bite the hand that feeds them, most people know how to repay kindness. Squirrels are like this, let alone humans. How many people want nothing more than a meal? Once they are full, they won't rebel. Coupled with publicity, for example, Chang'an City has a curfew, the people will not be chaotic. Unless someone with ulterior motives instigates it, it should be discovered early and dealt with early. Those who should be killed should be killed. It's not too much to execute 9 generations. Li Yi's words were heartwarming, but the end was incomparably cold. The squirrels went back and forth, looking at the people with eyes full of emotions. The little guy blinked his big eyes and looked at the squirrels. A squirrel ran over and spat a hazelnut in front of the little guy. Ah, ah. The little guy laughed. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel squeaked, as if communicating. It ran elsewhere to grab something and stuff it into its mouth. Leave this hazelnut. Make a pendant for the baby. Li Yi said. Bai He reacted quickly and put it in her sleeve. Things given by animals to humans were very precious in the eyes of humans. San Lang, will you be staying here tonight? Empress Wang didn't want to leave. In any case, Zhuangzi had her own courtyard. I'll return before noon tomorrow. Li Longji gave an answer. I came here to ask how to deal with the people's current work. Does anyone have any objections to me staying outside for a night? If anyone dares to disagree, tell me how to find work for hundreds of thousands of people at this time. I'm staying overnight in a Zhuangzi for you. It's not easy. Zhuangzi's accommodation and food are not good. If any one of you says that Zhuangzi's life is good, I'll arrange for you to stay in another Zhuangzi for a few days. If the Li family's Zhuangzi is not good, then other Zhuangzi will do. Li Longji thought a lot and actually smiled. How could there be a place more reassuring than Brother Yi's Zhuangzi? Uncle, what do you want to eat tonight? Empress Wang saw that her husband had agreed and began to think about dinner. Li Yi hesitated and said, mutton soup. We can't eat hot pot or pan-fried meat. We'll eat whole mutton soup today. Sister-in-law was hungry in the middle of the night, so we'll eat hot hand-grilled mutton. Then I want sweet garlic. Empress Wang actually didn't care about what to eat. She just wanted to have fun. More and more squirrels gathered. After waiting for a few more feedings, Li called for them to stop. There's no need to give more. That's all there is. If you give more, they'll take it back home to store. Li told the palace maids and eunuchs that wanted to feed. Squirrels were never satisfied. They always maintained a sense of crisis. If you gave a squirrel a ton of dried fruit, it would take it home and still want more. Just like monkeys, they would store, constantly store. Then the monkey wine appeared. Everyone said it was good, but it was actually a low-alcohol fruit wine made from a mess of fruits. The taste was not that good, and there were germs. It was just a gimmick, but it was better than other wines. How many years had humans been brewing wine? How could monkeys compare to humans? Uncle, let's go to the workshop to take a look. It's not time for dinner yet. Empress Wang said. Okay. Li Yi agreed. It wasn't time for lunch yet. Were they not going to eat lunch in the cafeteria? Chapter 250. Dinner was far away, but lunch was right in front of them. There was still an hour left. Li Yi asked around and found out that they were having chicken stewed with mushrooms for lunch. The mushrooms were real mushrooms, and the chicks were also real chicks and roosters. This was just like giving birth to a boy or girl. There were quite a number of roosters. Some time before Li Yi, there were people carrying baskets of chicks and ducks to sell. They were very cute, but most of them were roosters and drakes. As for why not all of them were male, it was because some of the chicks were not obvious. When a flock of chickens did not need so many roosters, even if they hatched, they would have to raise them and then kill them. Now, the mushroom stewed was a 6-month-old rooster. The meat was tender. Uncle, this mushroom is the best? It tastes better than the monkey head. Empress Wang finally had lunch and praised the mushroom. She had eaten too many monkey head mushrooms, so she did not think it was precious. Now, the chicken stewed was stewed with pine mushrooms bought from the north of Hebei province. In theory, it was indeed more expensive than the artificially grown monkey head mushrooms. Pine mushrooms could not be artificially grown. At most, they could only be artificially grown. Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls of the mushroom and said to Li Yi, "We exchanged a large number of frogs and mushrooms from the Anong Protectorate. It cost a lot. It will be easier to know the specific situation over there with more communication. The Khitans have submitted to the Turks, and we have already given up the land of Xinlua. We can't just ignore it." Li Yi explained the reason. In theory, that land belonged to the Tang dynasty, but it was all private trade. Many of the Amur tiger, mink, bear, sika, and other things in the northeast were sold to other parts of the Tang dynasty. The current Khitans were still not strong. After many battles, they surrendered, were killed, escaped, and made a comeback to establish the Liao kingdom. These ethnic minorities were very tenacious. The nomads must be dealt with, otherwise too many people will die. Li Yi thought that the change of dynasty had wasted too much time. How to deal with it? We can't spare any troops. Empress Wang knew about the situation over there. The Anong Protectorate was said to be in Anong, but they moved away last year. After the contraction, there was no more war. Everyone was waiting, and it was very peaceful. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and said, "Now they don't have enough grain. The small areas where they grow grain can't even increase the yield per mu. They're using extensive farming. Yes, they're stupid." Empress Wang found something to be happy about. "That's why I let them learn how to farm. After I'm done with the major matters this year, I'll see if I can get in touch with them in the spring to exchange local products and seeds with them." Li Yi told him what he wanted to do. Now that they have rations, it's time for them to attack. Li Longji frowned. The Khitans and Turks would fight when there was food, and they would also fight when there was nothing to eat. Since they had rations, they naturally had to fight for land and population. In order to not starve to death, they came to fight for food. Third brother, in fact, after they start farming, their soldier training will decrease. Most of them will have to become farmers. Also, I taught them how to grow soybeans. The Tang dynasty needed soybean oil. Soybeans can't be their staple food. When the time comes, we'll use wheat to exchange for soybeans. Li Yi told Li Longji what crop to teach the Khitans to grow. Soybeans. Soybeans could be grown by the river. After the soybeans were planted in the plowed land, the soybean seedlings could be planted in the ground to fertilize the land. What if they don't want to exchange? Li Longji asked the key question. You want to exchange and they'll exchange? You want them to plant and they'll plant? Mirrors, toilet water, and soap. I only want soybeans. I won't exchange anything else. Li Yi proposed the luxury items. He believed that the tribal leaders would like these things and scramble for them. Li Longji pondered for a moment and said, I'll tell Big Brother. You take out some mirrors first. We're relatives of the imperial family. We should contribute to the Tang dynasty. Li Longji was going to give it a try to see if those people had a big demand for mirrors. They stopped talking about the Khitans in the northeast for the time being. It would depend on the situation later. The group continued to eat. Empress Wang was the first to resist the urge to eat a few more mouthfuls and put down her chopsticks. She was only half full, so she picked up the spoon to drink the soup. She wanted to drink more soup to fill her stomach. This was fine. Go and see if they've left. The Western Turks have a strong smell. I'm annoyed. Empress Wang found a reason to let the eunuch check. The cub ran out and came back a moment later. They're eating. They eat too much. After eating, they even take a bath, the cub reported. Uncle, you're familiar with Wang Xing. Why don't you go to the imperial plantation later? Empress Wang, who didn't want to be recognized, found another excuse. Okay. Li Yi didn't care. He had been to the imperial plantation twice and had never strolled inside. After eating, everyone went directly to the imperial plantation. There was originally a ditch between the imperial plantation and Li Yi's zhuangzi. In summer, there was more water, and the ditch smelled. Now, the ditch was filled in and 4 roads were built from zhuangzi to the imperial plantation. A large number of black fungus and monkey's head mushrooms were sent to be stored. Wang Xing falsified the accounts according to Li Yi's advice. Most of the things were placed in Li Yi's zhuangzi, and a small part was sent up. This part was sold to Earthly Paradise, and then Li Longji gave it to people. It couldn't be bought outside at all. Only the wild ones picked by others would appear in the East Market. When the group of people went over, the villagers of the imperial plantation saw them. They didn't know Li Longji and Empress Wang, so they greeted Li Yi when they saw him. After greeting, they turned around and went back to work. There was a big shed, and someone was boiling water. They wrapped the duck eggs together with the ashes and put them into a jar. Li Longji had never seen such a way to preserve duck eggs. He turned to look at Li Yi. Quick lime, a lot of boiling water with ashes, mixed with ashes and mud, chaff, salt, and a little wine when mixing with mud. At a certain temperature, the egg white in the egg will harden and change at the same time. To make this process faster and more stable, you need to add fried lead powder or something made by mixing the distilled gall alum and copper. But I don't want to use these 2 things, so I added some wine. The solidification effect is not very good, but it can still be made. The modified egg has a unique taste and can be preserved longer than the salted egg, especially in the jar. Li Yi said that the century eggs, which didn't react with metal ions, had poor taste and unstable molding time. Copper sulfate was much better than lead, but sulfate and copper were not cheap. Sulfate could be used to make a lot of things. Li Yi didn't add soda ash. It was not easy to get soda ash, so he didn't want to waste it. Anyway, the people of the Tang dynasty had never eaten authentic century eggs. The ones he made were the best. Otherwise, how can the eggs be preserved? Empress Wang blinked and asked. She really didn't know. Put it in rice husks, chaff, or grains. Sand and ashes are also fine. Li Yi knew very well about this. Zhuangzi had a lot of eggs, so he couldn't keep them without thinking of a way. The price of tea eggs had dropped. They were a little more expensive than regular eggs. Businessmen came over and bought them in large quantities before selling them. As for the other pickled and salted eggs and hatched poultry, Zhuangzi ate them himself. Li Yi took out the recipe for century eggs. This thing actually still contained lead. So be it. He had eaten a lot of century eggs made with Huangdan powder. Chapter 251. Li Longji and his wife stood to the side and watched as they soaked the eggs, boiled the water, and mixed the mud. Brother Yi, this is much more troublesome than the spiced tea egg. Li Longji thought of the price. This can't be used to make a lot of money. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep it a secret. Li Yi waved his hand and explained the situation. Are you from the imperial plantation? No. If you don't want to make money, then don't. Li Longji only felt that Zhuangzi should make more money by selling and selling. The few of them continued to walk inside. There was a palace inside that was prepared for the emperor at any time, but no one had ever lived there. There was one person missing from the group, He Yan. At this time, He Yan had just contacted Li Longji's people in Zhuangzi. After giving some instructions, the few of them left Zhuangzi and rode back to the city. Li Longji, who was walking while watching, showed a satisfied smile. Compared to other Zhuangzi, the imperial plantation is still not bad. Li Longji said. This year is indeed better than the previous years. Li Yi agreed. Li Longji was surprised. In other years, the Zhuangzi's people were not like this. He was talking about the clothes and the expression. The people who worked in the imperial plantation wore patched clothes, and the people who did not work wore new clothes. He felt that the imperial plantation was better than others. Of course, it was not as good as the Li family's people in Zhuangzi. Call someone over. Empress Wang was straightforward. The palace maid went to find a woman. The woman's hair was tied up with a silver hairpin. There were tassels at the back of the hairpin that swayed as she walked. Is the noble asking a question? The woman first looked at Li Yi and then at Empress Wang. Your hairpin is not bad. You are also beautiful. It suits you. Empress Wang praised first. It's all thanks to Li Dongzhu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the money to tidy myself up, let alone buy a hairpin. The woman raised her face. Did you have a hard time in the past? Empress Wang asked. Alas. The woman sighed and said, that's just a living thing. Thanks to your Majesty's mercy, no one in the family has starved to death. Li Longji's mouth moved. He felt that this woman was scolding him. What did he mean by, I didn't starve to death? Are you sure you're thanking me? The woman said, speaking of which, the imperial plantation has its advantages. When there's work to be done, it can only be done at the imperial plantation. Other people can't be transferred there. It was just that the rent was a little higher. There were 2 meals a day, and he couldn't expect to be full for every meal. When the time comes, Zhuangzi will be able to find wild vegetables to dig out and have porridge to eat. Then the adults and children will be able to survive. I see that your clothes are neither new nor old. Have you been wearing them for quite some time? Empress Wang asked. This year, it was made last autumn. It's just one set and it's always worn. Now there are 2 sets of clothes at home, 2 sets for each of us. When the woman said this, her eyes reddened and tears flowed out. She was about to kneel down in front of Li Yi when she suddenly stopped. Li Dongzhu is very kind. Now, we eat 3 meals a day. As long as we are willing, there is meat for every meal. Li Dongzhu and Supervisor Wang hid it from the higher-ups, but they left a lot of money behind. The higher-ups don't know. Now, they get more money in half a month than they did in a year. This year, Supervisor Wang said that we should learn from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi. The woman directly told them about the falsification of the accounts. Uncle has this ability. Empress Wang praised, as if falsifying the accounts was an act worthy of praise. Yang Si-sun naturally can't see it. Li Longji also praised. Li Yi didn't agree. He explained, it's just a delay in the financial settlement. It's not a cover-up. We did something extra to make money, so of course there's extra income. It's all because of the villagers' hard work. He was lying with his eyes wide open. How much could the delay the money? Was it used on the villagers? Can you find out by checking the accounts? Empress Wang was curious. You need to check Zhuangzi's accounts. Why should the imperial plantation check me? I have so many transactions with Zhuangzi, and there's also cost accounting. If you really want to check, I'll take out the accounts of a few workshops. The workshops have material losses. If I say it's losses, then it's losses. I can put in all the details. Li Yi was comforting the woman, telling her that there wouldn't be any problems. Then you can't find out? Li Longji asked. You can. As long as you do it, there will be traces. You said that the accounts were burned and lost. This is a problem in itself. Li Yi gave an accurate answer. The people who audited the accounts were very good. In the past, if the company was audited, it would desperately report losses. The losses would be calculated into the cost and offset the profits. The auditors knew what was going on, but they couldn't continue investigating. It was too complicated, and it was difficult to collect evidence. It was the same now. The audit experts of that world came over and looked at Zhuangzi's accounts, but they were also silent. But they knew that there was a problem, and they also knew how he lost the money. Of course, Zhuangzi didn't falsify the accounts. The original and the copy were for him to see. There's such a method. Good. Li Longji was in a good mood. In the future, if anyone dared to falsify the accounts, he would call little brother Yi. At this time, Wang Xing received the news and hurried over. He nodded at Li Longji, indicating that they knew each other. He then said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu is free today. Third brother and sister-in-law wanted to come and take a look. I borrowed the face of the imperial plantation. Li Yi spoke naturally. The two of them had a tacit understanding and had a good relationship. I heard that there are some places where His Majesty doesn't go. Things in the palace are missing, but new things are added every year. Here, the Empress asked lightly. Wang Xing resisted the urge to tremble. He gritted his teeth and replied, last autumn, everything was added. The imperial plantation no longer needs to use losses and additions to make money. Can you find anything by checking the accounts? Li Longji was more interested in checking the accounts now. You can't find anything? Wang Xing said uncertainly. Then he said firmly, yes, you can't find anything. Throw it all away. Little brother Yi, what do you say? Li Longji asked Li Yi. I can find out that the imperial plantation is used by His Majesty's palace. Throwing away things that are damaged is a big crime. At most, I can get some money for the lamps. According to His Majesty's requirements, the amount of lamps allowed to be lit each day is limited. If I don't light them, I can keep them. Li Yi gave an answer. You can get some, but if you want to get other things, such as bedding, can you throw it away? Yes, I can check. There isn't anything in the treasury, but it's all been added. The imperial plantation sends many things to His Majesty, as well as some money. Who would check on us? Wang Xing told the truth. What should be added was added. Moreover, the other imperial planters could not compare to the emperor, who was in charge of the imperial plantation. Li Longji was satisfied. After learning this, he knew how to check on the imperial plantation. He suddenly lost interest. There were only so many things to do in the imperial plantation. The people in charge of the imperial plantation did not have much power. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to stay in the palace and have a chance to rise? Can we look at the imperial plantation from outside? Empress Wang had never been to the imperial plantation before and wanted to take a look. You don't have to go in. Wang Xing said against his will. He had no choice but to go in. What if she was here to look at the terrain? The group of people went to the imperial plantation. The imperial plantation had a front hall, a main hall, left and right halls. Beside the main hall were side halls and behind them was the back hall. The main hall faced south. The walls were very high. There was no place higher than this, and there were no trees. The imperial plantation was not big, but it had everything. Lanterns were hung outside the doors, the walls were painted with lime, and the main doors were painted with new paint. It seemed like Wang Xing was right. What should be added had been added. This place is not good. It's gloomy. Uncle Zhuangzi's courtyard is more comfortable. Empress Wang looked around and gave her evaluation. Li Longji nodded in agreement. Yes, it was not good. There was no sense of security. Chapter 252. Throwing mud and rolling noodles into the Han residence, the noise drowned out the noise. The guest came to get some tea and apologized that he was busy. Hearing this, he looked at the sand in the river and felt the pressure. Plum blossoms bloomed in the streets and filled the city with their fragrance. The few of them looked at the temporary imperial residence and walked around. After knowing that the Western Turkic people had finally left, Empress Wang suggested that they go back. They were tired and needed to rest. Chang and maid Pei Yaoqing unable to rest. He had just received news from the Qianyo guards. He gathered the people in the yamen for a short meeting. Everyone spread out and found people to help spread the news. Chang En was part of the Yellow Plateau and did not lack mud, especially mud for pottery. The people who received the news first ran out of the city to dig for mud. With more people, it was easier to dig up the frozen soil and get mud. There were also people by the river who washed the sand and sifted it. They only wanted ordinary pottery. Those who did not want to sell mud were similar. The ratio of sand to mud and to what extent was already told to them. When the city gates were closed at night, some people had already brought back a lot of mud. They boiled some water and kneaded and rolled it overnight. When Pei Yaoqing returned home at night, he still had drunk crab. When he ate, he felt ashamed. They had agreed yesterday that no one could help a large number of people find jobs in the current season. His Majesty had rushed to Li Yi's Zhuangzi after the morning court meeting. He had received news in the afternoon. It was very simple. Everyone would play with mud and then use the mud to exchange for pottery or money. With pottery, there would be more utensils at home. There was no need to buy more. It was more convenient to ask for money. However, pottery was still better. The money they earned was not enough to buy pottery. I can eat good food but I can't help the people think of a good solution. How embarrassing. Pei Yaoqing criticized himself and then started to eat fiercely. Pei Yaoqing had thought it through. How could he compare himself to Li Yi? Didn't the three prime ministers say that there was no solution yesterday? Let's see what the prime ministers say tomorrow. They were probably thick-skinned and had forgotten many things. The 9th day of the first month, the second day of work. His Majesty did not return in the morning. The three prime ministers were used to it. I heard that yesterday afternoon, many people went out of the city to dig mud. Yao Chong finished dealing with some important matters and spoke first. Make clay for pottery. Take it from Li Yi. You can exchange it for money, and you can also get good pottery. Pei Yaoqing has already sent someone to the nearest kiln to ask if they want it. The price is fixed. Zhang Shua expressed his disdain towards Yao Chong. You still pretend you don't know and ask? Didn't you ask anyone to find out more about it when you got home last night? Actually, I also thought about it yesterday, but unfortunately, I don't have a kiln at home, Yao Chong said righteously. Lu Huaishan put down the teacup. He didn't want to drink anymore. The two of you, let's go take a look and see if the idea is good. After all, we have to let the people have a say. Yao Chong wanted to go out for a stroll. The new year had just passed, and other than the issue of the 10 Western Turkic clans, there were no other major issues. The Western Turks couldn't stay idle in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, so they went to Liyi and Zhuangzi to trade for items. According to the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, after those people went to trade, they secretly said that Liyi was a fool. Oh my God! How can they have such thoughts? You guys are doing business with prophets and think that Liyi is a fool. This can only mean one thing: you guys have been cheated badly. You guys sell him a sheep, and he takes out the sheep's oil to make candles. Those candles can be exchanged for at least 2 sheep. As for the rest of the mutton, sheepskin, and meat, they will become Li Yi's things. Zhang Shua thought about the things that he should settle and nodded. Alright, let's go to Chongxian district. It's near the West City, and there are many poor people there. Lu Huaishan expressed his support. He actually wanted to see the progress of the construction of his house today. Other people don't build houses in winter, but there are many people watching his house. The 3 of them went out and rode in the same carriage. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan didn't come out, so they rode in Zhang Shua's carriage. Do you guys think that my horse doesn't need to eat? Zhang Shua grumbled. The other 2 didn't say anything. Anyway, they were already sitting. What does your horse eating have to do with us? The carriage came out of the Anfu Gate in the west of the imperial city. It first passed by Bozheng Square, then continued south to Weizigu's Buzheng Square. At the entrance of Weizigu's house, the carriage deliberately stopped, and the smell of mutton soup drifted out. He's eating mutton. He's rich. Yao Chong said with a smile. He's in a bad mood and is sick. Of course he needs to nourish himself. Lu Huaishan squeezed out a sentence to Yao Chong. It's all your fault, Yao Chong. Don't worry, Li Yi is here. Yao Chong said something to comfort himself. The carriage continued south until it arrived at Chongxian district. The plum blossoms planted in the district had not completely fallen. They were still proud and cold. They'll be gone in a few days. Zhang Shua said as he looked at the plum blossoms sticking out of the district. It doesn't matter if they're gone. Scattered into mud and crushed into dust, only the fragrance remains. Yao Chong said, then felt annoyed. Wasn't this the poem Li Yi wrote for Pyongkong Square? When they arrived at Lu Huaishan's house, there were indeed many people watching. The 3 of them got off the carriage and everyone bowed. They knew Lu Huaishan and lived here. Lu Huaishan took a bag of tea from Zhang Shua's carriage. Li Longji gave benefits to the prime ministers. He took it from Li Yi. Zhang Shua said, I don't have much either. He said. There'll be new tea soon after spring. I'll take you to my neighbor's house to take a look. They can't afford good tea. Lu Huaishan said as he went to the side and knocked on the door. Splashing sounds came from inside. An old man and an old woman were playing with mud with a family of 7. The 7 of them lived in 2 rooms. The old couple and their second son lived in one room, while the eldest son, his daughter-in-law, and their 2 children lived in the other. The 7 of them were busy rubbing mud, throwing mud, and mixing sand. They even used rolling pins to make the mud mix better. Old Wu, is this new method okay? Lu Huaishan asked as soon as he came in. It's been a great help. Old Lu, get them to sit. There's boiling water over there and some stale tea. The old man casually greeted Lu Huaishan. I brought some tea for you. It was given by His Majesty. Drink some and keep the rest. Lu Huaishan said as he went to get some water to make tea. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong sat beside the couch. They did not mind at all. Lu Huaishan made 3 bowls of tea. All 3 bowls were chipped. Old Wu, do you want to exchange them for money or pottery? Lu Huaishan asked while waiting for the tea to boil. There are many people in the family. Some of them can be exchanged for money and some for pottery. Pei Ming is indeed a good county magistrate. He can always find work for us. When the old man rubbed the mud, he found some bigger sand and threw it away. Old Wu, this is not Pei Yaoqing's idea. It's His Majesty's idea. Lu Huaishan corrected him. Yes, it's His Majesty. It's His Majesty who sent Pei Ming to Chang'an. The old man said. Is life at home good recently? Yao Chong asked as he looked at the family working. Of course it's good to earn money. Who would have thought that we would be able to earn a lot of money at this time? A few years ago, the old man picked out the big grains of sand and talked about the past. The three of them listened and interjected from time to time. When the tea was finished, the three of them bid farewell and went to someone else's house. The investigation ended when it was almost noon. A gust of wind blew. Zhang Shua sniffed and said, the plum blossoms in the city are still very fragrant. Chapter 253. Where are we going to eat? Lu Huaishan felt that the sun was shining when he saw the people living a good life, although it was cloudy today. Heavenly Earth. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua said together. The car rushed all the way to Heavenly Earth. It was almost 12:50 in the afternoon. The revolving restaurant above Heavenly Earth was spinning and there were people on it. The buffet on the second floor and the single stir-fry on the third floor were full. The delivery man ran in and out. When the three arrived, there were seats available. Xiaoyan arranged it and whispered to the waitress, quick, open the other 2 seats. We can't touch the one for Her Majesty. If Her Majesty doesn't come, let's open it too. Yao Chong looked out of the window and said. Then 3. Xiaoyan believed Yao Chong's words. 4 seats were always reserved, 3 for prime ministers and 1 for Her Majesty. The windows all had a piece of glass. Just the seats cost money. What would you like to eat? Xiaoyan put 3 menus on the table. The 3 servants ate rice in the corner of the first floor. They cooked a dish casually with rice on the side. There were 2 small pickles and a bowl of soup. The servants didn't feel neglected at all. Any dish was delicious. There was even sesame oil in the pickles. Yao Chong and the other 2 ordered 1 dish each. They were afraid that they couldn't finish it if they ordered more. They ate for free. They were embarrassed to leave a table full of leftovers. Of course, Heavenly Earth was Her Majesty's business. If Her Majesty knew who was eating for free, soon, the dishes were prepared. Twice cooked pork, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, and sliced chicken with scallion oil with bean sprouts. Heavenly Earth gave them an extra roasted oyster with leek, as well as a side dish of dried tofu soup with cabbage, pork bone, and chicken soup. It's hard to swallow when I see the people struggling to survive and look at the food in front of me. Zhang Shua said when he waited for the hot wine to be ready. Doji, why don't you go back to the political affairs hall to eat? Leave the car. Lu Huaishan couldn't stand it anymore. You can buy a house in Chang'an. What are you talking to me about? I wanted to write a poem to get a feel for it. Zhang Shua touched the wine and felt that the temperature was right. He then poured a cup for the 3 of them. Don't drink too much. Just these 3 taels of wine, 1 tael for each person, 2 taels for each person, 5 cups for each person. Yao Chong said as he smelled the wine. If you were caught drinking at work, you would be impeached. Usually, only some charcoal is used for smelting iron. Li Yi came up with the method of braising charcoal in order to get more kills to help. Zhang stopped joking and became serious. Coked coal was different from stone coal. It had a greater firepower. If the method was brought out, the smelter would naturally use it. That's why no one dares to touch him. Let's eat, Lu Huaishan said as he picked up 2 pieces of garlic from the twice-cooked pork and threw them into his mouth. He couldn't figure out why Li Yi would casually release the technology. If he had the method of cooking charcoal, he would definitely give it to the clan. Then, the clan would strictly guard it and only sell the charcoal. Countless money would flow in. In the future, the Tang dynasty will bring back a lot of good steel. Yao Chong picked up the small wine cup and drank it all. He smacked his lips and looked outside through the glass. On the streets below, there were still people transporting sand from outside the city. He believed that soon, there would be small organizations like the people who shook charcoal and transported coal, specializing in digging mud from good places. Zhang Shua also drank a cup of wine. It's easy to make kilns. The cost of making a kiln is reduced. There are also people who specialize in braising charcoal, just like braising charcoal. The three prime ministers talked as they ate. They looked at the problem from the perspective of the Tang dynasty. The ordinary people didn't have that many thoughts. They only knew that there was more work to do. When the work of making mud was done, they would continue with their original lives. Those who were supposed to farm would farm, and those who were supposed to work in other people's fields would go out. There were also woodcutters chopping firewood and fishermen fishing. Brother Yi, we're going back. After breakfast and lunch, Li Longji, who felt that he should return to his position, said goodbye to Li Yi. Li Yi sent them to Zhuangzi and waved his hand. The palace maids and eunuchs stood around. Tao Hong sighed. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. Li Yi ignored her and turned back. They wasted a lot of time and didn't have classes. Fortunately, the students were revising on their own. The children were relaxed recently. Every day, they did some homework. No one hit them, and they weren't beaten by their parents when they went home. During the holidays, they had to wait until the imperial examinations were over before going to class. The main reason was that the 220 students were working hard to learn the new curriculum for teaching children, so they couldn't teach for the time being. They had an extra lesson on pinyin. In fact, it was the same with simple gestures and characters. Just like Japan's hiragana and katakana, there were similar characters in ancient China that specialized in numbers and so on. However, Li Yi didn't want to learn from scratch. What was the point of learning something else and then replacing the pinyin? It was good enough now, including the Arabic numerals. However, he was used to it. He didn't need to use simplified Chinese characters. He was used to writing traditional Chinese characters. Brother Yi has suffered a great loss this time. Stewed charcoal, smelted in the Tang dynasty. When the quality iron is smelted, I will send some to Brother Yi. Li Longji also knew how important the charcoal was. He just asked, and Brother Yi told him. No matter how good Brother Yi's skills were, he couldn't bully others like this. How could a 5th-rank official exchange for these? The new winged knights, do you want uncle to help you practice? Empress Wang brought up another matter. Learn from the original students first. If you can't learn well, you can hand them over to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is also busy. Those 42 people have to take part in the imperial examinations this year. Li Longji helped to plan for the imperial examinations. He knew that many students were watching and waiting to see a joke. If the 42 students didn't pass the imperial examinations, those who didn't go to Zhuangzi because they were tired of the work would be very happy. Oh, and those 5 who bullied Li Yi. As long as I am alive, you will not be able to pass the imperial examinations. 10,000 of you added together can't even compare to half of Brother Yi. But they have learned a lot from Uncle. They have also learned Uncle's humility. They are not arrogant at all. Empress Wang supported. They can't be arrogant. Brother Yi's talent is not as good as theirs. How would they dare to look down on others? Li Longji had seen the 42 students. After more than a year of grooming, they were all good. Their bodies were good, and they were humble and polite. They were not arrogant because of their talents. It was understandable. Not to mention them, even Pei Yaoqing was afraid of Li Yi. Your Majesty, we have just received a report. In the Honglu Temple, the 10 Western Turkic families are discussing to sell the items exchanged from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi to the Turks. They will make a trip here and profit from it. Someone outside the carriage reported the situation regarding the 10 Western Turkic families. Understood. Li Longji replied. He narrowed his eyes as he thought about something. Do you think they will steal our smuggling business? Empress Wang spoke from the perspective of self-interest. No, money is a small matter. Brother Yi's trade war is about to start. Indeed, as Brother Yi said, by bringing out good things, it will naturally affect the foreign policy. Li Longji seemed to be somewhat excited. Indeed, under the situation of military force, one could use the means of trade to resolve the country's affairs. Chapter 254. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, on the 24th day of the second lunar month, there was still ice quietly melting on the river. The frozen ground was still hard. Li Yi began to plow Zhuangzi. All the plows were made of iron. The strong cattle and horses were harnessed and they began to move forward on the ice stubble in the field. Plowing like this was too harmful to the livestock. After a long time, the livestock's limbs would be cold. However, Li family Zhuangzi did not care. After plowing for an hour, the cattle and horses came up to rest and were replaced. The cattle and horses that were replaced were not very satisfied. They had not plowed to their heart's content. I can do it. I have strength. I don't feel cold. In fact, they thought too much. There was still work to be done later. The first round was shallow plowing. The ice on the surface was removed. Then, the methane fertilizer would be poured in. Half a row would be changed to the previous ridge and furrow. Half a row would be changed to the ridge and furrow. The whole field had to be plowed thoroughly. Then, Li Yi would take a sample to check the pH level. Once the soil was filled with water and fertilizer, he would take a sample to know what mineral fertilizer to add. Dongzhu, it's too early to plow. Songde came over to persuade him. Who plowed in the first lunar month? There will be a drought this year. From now on, there will be less rain. We have to soak the soil first. Don't expect much spring rain. Of course, Li Yi knew when to plow. There were still more than 2 months to plant rice and paddy fields. The seedlings also needed more than a month to grow. The grapevines that were buried in the soil for winter still needed some time to be dug out. At the same time, they needed to be fertilized and watered. The vegetables in the greenhouse could not be stopped, especially the carrots. They had to be seeded this year. Then, some of the seeds would be sent to the south for the agriculture temple to plant. Some of the seeds would be planted in the north in the greenhouse. Songde did not know Li Yi's comprehensive plan. He was surprised and asked, "There will be a drought this year?" "There is less rain than in previous years. We have many rivers here. The 8 rivers around Chang'an. We can use water, but other places can't. Especially the large area east of Taihang Mountains." Li Yi had nothing to hide. He told the steward and the steward arranged it accordingly. Understood, Dongzhu. Songde did not ask any more questions. He had to take action to deal with the drought. In his heart, the owner's words were right. The mud from the city was also sent over and registered one by one. Then, the mud was checked and stored well. It was moisturized and kept warm. When the kiln was opened, it would be made into various utensils and sent in. If someone wanted money, they would give it to them. If they didn't want money, they would give them pottery. The other places were stewing charcoal to make charcoal. Many people in Chang'an knelt down when they saw Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing almost cried. He didn't dare to accept it. If the commoners knelt, he would use his fastest speed to avoid them and help them up from the side. One was afraid of His Majesty. If His Majesty knew who came up with the idea, he would not be able to accept such a great gift. The other reason was that he was afraid that his longevity would be shortened. This was such a great plan for the benefit of the people. Did he want to take credit from the heavens? In order to push it forward, Li Yi even threw out the stewing method. If he dared to take it for himself, he would be punished by the heavens. How's the guidance for the spring plowing coming along? Li Longji asked in Xingqing Palace during the court meeting. The irrigation works are under supervision. Minister of Works Wei Zhigu stepped forward and said. He had recovered from his illness and was full of energy. He was now in charge of the Ministry of Works and did not let Li Yi down. He understood that he had taken a trip around the gates of hell. At that time, he was so sick that the imperial physician said that taking medicine was useless. The heavenly earth urgently sent over new medicine. I have ordered that the new compost method be implemented with the excuse of increasing the harvest in autumn. In addition, the new farming tools are ordered to be promoted by the Agriculture Bureau. Yao Chong said. Zhang Shua followed. The various prefectures have spread the news. It is estimated that the majority of the regions will believe and accept it next year or the year after. Lu Huaishan lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. Yao Chong had taken care of all the important matters. Zhang Shua was very active in the other matters. The matters that were in his hands were all trivial. He handled them seriously and handled them one by one. If Li Yi knew Lu Huaishan's current state, he would definitely praise him. The history books said that Lu Huaishan was the prime minister who accompanied him in eating. Whenever there was a big matter, he would give it to Yao Chong. In reality, it was the small matters that were the most important. The prime minister spoke for the big matters of the country, and the deputy prime minister took care of the small matters. Was it wrong? Lu Huaishan had done it well. I won't argue with you. You said that you wanted to increase the support for small and medium-sized enterprises. Based on local characteristics, the various prefectures and officials did their best. I just wanted to see what the prefectures needed and whether to give it or not. Whoever wanted to build a water project, I didn't say anything about the big financial grants, but I signed off on the small ones. That was why Li Yi wanted to protect him. It seemed that he didn't do anything big, but the small matters were actually the most important. Sending troops to foreign countries, especially the military deployment to resist Tubo and defend against the Turks, was a big matter. Lu Huaishan didn't care, but he would sign off on some small requests from the various prefectures to increase the number of weapons. He did a good job. If he wasn't sick, he could make up for all the omissions of Yao Chong. Was this the prime minister who accompanied him in eating? Was he looked down upon? Was it right for him to compete with Yao Chong? Therefore, he just listened. In any case, many trivial matters had been signed. What about the smelting? Li Longji looked at Wei Zhigu. The charcoal is being simmered. The craftsman said that the person who came up with this plan must have hidden the universe and followed the rules. Wei Zhigu replied loudly. How are the people? Li Longji asked Pei Yaoqing, who had been summoned. They want to kneel when they see me. I'm afraid. Pei Yaoqing first spoke of his troubles. Huh. Li Longji laughed. The others smiled. At least you can say what you think. Otherwise, why would I go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for a plan? Li Longji was very proud. Look, you all can't do it. I'll go find Brother Yi personally. Then he said, think more and think about it from the perspective of the people. If I go to the Li family Zhuangzi too often, won't you feel guilty? I know. Yao Chong took the lead. He was indeed very hard-working. He always went outside to observe the people. But Li Yi coming up with a plan wasn't a matter of whether you wanted to or not. It was a matter of whether you asked or not. Who would have thought that he would ask people to throw mud before planting in the spring? It wasn't even close, okay? Asking hundreds of thousands of people what they did to earn money in the winter, was this a question a human would ask? Was this a question a human would ask? Then they came out. Making ice lanterns and shaking briquettes. Then it was spring. It wasn't time for planting, yet they asked hundreds of thousands of people what they did. Then when the time came for the 2 seasons of harvest, wouldn't they have to ask again? Looking at the history books, Shang Yang's reform was so powerful, but he didn't solve it. Also, I'm almost familiar with the accounts of the various prefectures. In the future, I'll report it accordingly. I want to see it personally. The Ministry of Revenue will produce the chart. Tell me to find the problem. My family will enter the Yeding Palace. Don't think I don't understand. I'll probably take the accounts to Zhuangzi by the Ba River. Someone will understand. Li Longji began to threaten. Ever since he found out about the simple principles of falsifying accounts and checking them, he felt inflated and was prepared to audit the entire world. When the officials heard the two words Ba River, they understood. They hurried back to investigate. If the accounts were accidentally burned, they would capture the officials and their families. They would either tell the truth or kill them all. How's the imperial examination going? Li Longji had many questions today. We'll definitely select talents for your majesty. We'll refer to some places in Ba River. Yao Chong was helpless. The 42 students had all been recorded and decided internally. No favoritism. Li Longji emphasized and then said, there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of others. Where did they run off to? 5. Ba River's Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua turned into a teleprompter. The 10 Western Turkic families recently. Li Longji naturally changed the topic. However, everyone understood that the 5 students who went to Li family Zhuangzi last year were useless. Chapter 255. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, the morning breeze was light and there was no morning glow. A few clouds floated slowly in the blue sky. Li Dongzhu, we'll take our leave. Yu Huai led a group of people and carriages to bid farewell to Li Yi in Zhuangzi. Before the new year, Yu Huai's smuggling alliance had been gathering supplies. After the new year, before the 15th day of the first lunar month, the team was ready to set off. The last batch of goods would be collected from Li Yi in Zhuangzi. There was soap, glycerin, toilet water, skin cream, and 10 small mirrors. Yu Huai and the others knew that all the other goods added together couldn't compare to the 3 carriages from Zhuangzi. The 300 winged knights waited at the side, still riding 3 horses each. Have a safe journey. Li Yi cupped his fists. Let's go, Rao City, Rao City. Yu Huai shouted, and the team circled from the south of Chang'an to the north. At the same time, 2 carriages came out from the south and west gates to meet in the west of the city. There was already a team waiting in the villages dozens of miles west. More than 1,000 carriages were dispatched this time. The craftsmen followed, and the carriages were loaded with goods and fodder. Private guards and hired guards cooperated with the winged knights. The team headed west in a grandiose manner. The official documents of the imperial court not to extort and embezzle merchants along the way were sent to the officials along the way in advance. In the imperial city, Li Longji looked at the team in the west of the city with binoculars in his eyes. I wonder how much money this trip will bring back for me. I wonder how many local officials will be able to use it against me. Li Longji had never forgotten Li Yi's idea of cheating people. After ordering the officials along the way to stop, the caravans would still bribe their way through. After that, they would have a good reason to deal with whoever they wanted. Gao Lisher stood at the side and remained silent. However, he was wary of the sunny young man, Dongzhu. This young man is bad. He has ulcers on the top of his head and pus on the soles of his feet. Li Yi, who was silently criticized by Gao Lisher, shuddered and looked up at the sky. Oh, it's still the blue sky of the Tang dynasty. Even the smell of soot smells so fresh. Li Yi praised as he looked in the direction of the kiln. It was burning there. The kiln that used coking coal didn't have much smoke, but the kiln that stewed coking coal had smoke rising in spirals. He shook his head. I don't have a way to prevent pollution. Let's make do with it first. When I'm done this year, I'll come back and find a place with few people to build a separate coke oven. Ding ding dang dang, accompanied by the sound of bells, a 4-wheeled carriage crossed the bridge. Li Yi, who was about to head back, stopped in his tracks and waited for the carriage to stop. He smiled and asked, Brother Pei, are you busy? The Lantern Festival on the night of the Spring Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow has been arranged. I'm here to express my gratitude. The people of Chang'an can save some money. Pei Yaoqing jumped out of the car and looked to be in good condition. He was talking about joint defense. This year, no children will be lost and no stampedes will occur. Then he said, I've left a place for you on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Zhuangzi, do you want to sell something? Li thought for a moment and asked, can you rent it out? You can collect 10 or 8 pieces in one night. Pei Yaoqing was speechless. Brother Yi, don't joke. If there's really nothing to sell, I'll use it for other purposes. Pei Yaoqing was serious. There's a small thing that can be taken out for the children to play with. Oh, adults can play with it too. Li thought for a moment and decided to take out a small toy. The children couldn't stay idle. If they didn't help at home, they would run around. Now that the river was developing, if they accidentally fell into it, any kind of CPR would be useless. What is it? Pei Yaoqing was curious about the things Li Yi had in Zhuangzi. Is it a new tool that benefits the people? How can there be so many tools that benefit the people? Brother Pei, tell me the place and I'll send something the day after tomorrow. Li Yi shook his head and invited Pei Yaoqing in. Li Yi made tea and the two sat facing each other. Pei Yaoqing couldn't wait to drink a mouthful of tea. He grabbed a snack on the small table and stuffed it into his mouth. I woke up in a hurry this morning and didn't even have a mouthful of porridge. My stomach hurts. Pei Yaoqing felt much better. Since you're on an empty stomach, it's better not to drink tea. Li Yi advised. I won't be empty after eating. I'll eat 2 less pieces. I'll eat at your manor at noon. Pei Yaoqing didn't stand on ceremony. He pinched another snack and stuffed it into his mouth. He choked and drank tea. After eating 3 small pieces of snacks, Pei Yaoqing picked up a piece of paper and wiped his hands. Brother Yi, what work do you think there's before the winter wheat harvest this year? We can't keep rubbing mud, right? Pei Yaoqing began to plan for the long term. Li Yi drank tea and didn't say anything. It was too difficult for him. If I came up with one, would you ask me what work there is before the autumn grain harvest? There were hundreds of thousands of people in Chang and who needed to find work. This time, they had to work together with other kilns to solve the problem of pottery. After that, a large number of pottery would be sent away to be sold outside, which would affect the pottery industry in other places. Brother Pei. After waiting for a few moments, Li Yi spoke. There's a shortage of manpower. The people who cultivate are not idle. The work in the field still needs to be done. At the same time, the people who cultivate mulberries and raise silkworms are also busy. Li Yi remembered something important. The grain had not been delivered, but it didn't mean that there was no need to take care of the land. I know, but there are still people who don't have much work. Those who do odd jobs. In previous years. Let's talk about last year. Last year, when there was a shortage of manpower, people didn't have enough money and didn't dare to spend it. There were also people who dug wild vegetables. Those who had no land to farm and no shops had no other way to survive except to work for others. I don't want much. Even if you help me solve 10,000 people, no, 5,000 people. Pei Yaoqing said with a bitter face. Li Yi wanted to spit tea on his face to wake him up. Although it was temporary, how could he have the nerve to say 10,000 or 5,000 jobs? Pei Yaoqing felt guilty and looked down at the remaining tea in the teacup, as if he was waiting to be judged. Li Yi held the teacup and sipped, pondering while drinking. If it doesn't work, I'll ask the Minister of Works to see if he can repair the river bank, pave the road, and build a bridge. Pei Yaoqing came up with an idea. The people who do odd jobs in Chang'an are going to repair the bridge and road. It's not professional. It's a waste of money. It's better to ask my elder brother. At least there are many craftsmen. Li Yi vetoed. Each job was different. Let the person in charge of delivering food to Heavenly World repair the river bank. A delivery man was very good. Li Yi quickly erased the idea that the delivery man was not good. Delivery riders were all kinds of talents. What if I asked them to cooperate with the craftsmen? Pei Yaoqing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. He came up with an idea. For a few months, they will be at the construction site all the time. Li vetoed again. When the construction was done, their previous jobs would be taken away. This won't work, that won't work. Pei Yaoqing muttered like a child who wanted to eat candy but didn't buy it. Brother Pei, drink tea and think slowly. Don't worry. Li Yi comforted. Well, speaking of tea, Brother Yi, your method of making tea is very useful. I'm used to drinking those teas. Drinking your tea is refreshing. Pei Yaoqing changed the topic and started to talk about the tea. Yes, this tea. What month is the shortage of manpower? Brother Pei, I have an idea. 5,000 people can find temporary jobs. Li thought of it. It was easy. Chapter 256. Without waiting for Pei Yaoqing to ask, Li Yi continued. Starting from Qingming, then Guyu, Lixia, and Young Man, I want all the tea plantations and wild teas around the capital office. I want as much as I can. This time, not only will there be a shortage of manpower, even the people who have finished producing large amounts of mud will have work to do. 5,000 people, no problem. Li Yi remembered that his tea was not good. He picked it late and did not make it in time for last year's Qingming and Yuqian. The earlier the tea was, the more tender it was and the stronger the taste of green tea would be. Nowadays, people pick tea leaves to cook, but not many people eat it. If it is not handled well, the tea leaves will be bitter. Almost every household in Chang'an has tea leaves, and it is not necessary to buy them. There are wild teas outside, pick them and let them ferment naturally. Roll them up, dry them, and boil them when drinking. Rich people will naturally eat tea with better fermentation techniques. The green tea that Li Yi wants is equally complicated, and the farmers need more people to learn. Pei Yaoqing was stunned. He took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. Brother Yi, there are more than 5,000 people. There are many places with tea. Take out the recipe. Pei Yaoqing stopped and squeezed out an awkward smile at Li Yi. Li Yi wanted to send him off with tea, but he knew that Pei Yaoqing did not understand this rule. Brother Yi, the tea made with this method cannot be sold at an expensive price. I can't afford it. Pei Yaoqing quickly turned back. Brother Pei, why do you need to buy tea? Come to me. I will ask someone to send it to you. Li Yi was generous. This year, the imperial court will give me a promotion. I don't want to be promoted. I want to stay here for 2 years, at least 1 year. Brother Yi, you know Gao Lishir, tell him. Pei Yaoqing mentioned another matter. He wanted to stay here and not be promoted. You don't want to be a higher official? Li Yi asked. I can't let go of the people. It is not easy to have good things to look forward to. Once I leave, I can't control what the new county magistrate does. Pei Yaoqing nodded and expressed his worries. Li Yi nodded. At this moment, he found Pei Yaoqing pleasing to the eye. Not many officials could decide whether they could be promoted or not. All right, when General Gao comes to pick up the things next time, I will tell him. Li Yi agreed. Then he said, since that's the case, little brother, think about it some more. There are always new types of jobs. We can't do anything if it's too far away, but it's still possible to add more labor-intensive industries to the nearby Chang'an. Pei Yaoqing stood up and bowed deeply. On behalf of the people of Chang'an, I thank Li Dongzhu. Brother Pei, you don't have to do this. Li Yi hurriedly stood up to return the greeting. This was troublesome. Pei Yaoqing was very excited. He poured more hot water and drank 3 cups of tea in a row. When the tea was tasteless, he went out to see Zhuangzi with a stomach full of water. Look, the tea leaves were picked late. After 3 soaks, they'll lose their flavor. This year, we can sell tea leaves for a lot of money. Finally, we have a simple way to make money. Li Yi happily muttered to himself. In the entire Tang dynasty, he was the only one who knew how to make tea, and he did not intend to spread it out immediately. When he went out, he went to find Songda personally. Songda was busier than him, and he might not be at any place. Along the way, he asked people and saw Songda at the place where the large sky-cracker monkeys were made. The sky-cracker monkeys were being trimmed and tested again. They did not connect the fuse to the explosives at the front first. The charge was adjusted accordingly. After each launch, the flying distance and stability, including the launch angle and landing point, were checked. This was a huge project, and the craftsmen were very willing to do it. "There's no hurry." Li Yi stood next to Songda and said. "There's a hurry." Songda retorted. "Dongzhu, there are too many good things in Zhuangzi, and there are also many that need to be kept secret. In case there are strong people who come to rob, there must be a way to deal with them." The craftsmen next to him nodded vigorously to show that they agreed. "Yes, we are afraid. How can there be strong people in Chang'an? Unless the imperial court wants to rob, how can a few or a dozen people defeat Zhuangzi's guards?" Li Yi did not believe that. If a few hundred horse bandits appeared around Chang'an, Li Longji would go crazy. "I'm just afraid that some king from the imperial court will come to rob without His Majesty's knowledge. Let's beat them first." Songda threw out the rebellious words, which meant that as long as it was not His Majesty's order, they would beat anyone who came. Good, very good." Li patted his steward's shoulder and praised him. Then he got down to business. 2 days before the Qingming festival, many people will pick tea leaves and send them here. Ask the farmers to learn how to fry tea. In addition, prepare the bamboo tubes to hold the tea leaves in advance. This year, Zhuangzi's main product is tea leaves. They are divided into different grades and sold at different prices. The cheapest one tael of tea leaves is sold for 3 coins. Li Yi told him the arrangement. This was the real deal. It was much better to buy soap. When he heard that there was something good to make money, Songda immediately beamed with joy. "Dongzhu, 3 coins is too low. Wrap it in paper and break the foam. Tea leaves are divided into different grades." Li Yi explained. The broken foam wrapped in paper was 3 coins per tael, which was 48 coins per caddy. When he thought of the high tea leaves, which were 48 coins per caddy, Li Yi hesitated. 1 coin per tael of foam, which is 16 coins per caddy. His Gao Shun tea was not the best tea leaves, and the foam left behind was the worst. So he changed his words again. Broken foam is also divided into different grades. 5th grade foam is slightly cheaper. A bag of half a caddy, which is 5 coins. Dongzhu, only 5 grades? Songda felt that it was too little. What grade is this Dongzhu? How far does it take to rise to the 1st grade? Li Yi asked. The imperial court's physicians are from the 5th grade and above. Above is the 5th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 4th grade, Songda counted. Suddenly, he paused. How did Dongzhu divide it? Songda understood. Rank 1, Rank 2, and Rank 3 were divided into positive, submissive, and Rank 4 and below were divided into positive, submissive, and up and down. There were 6 grades in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. There were 8 grades in the 4th and 5th grades. In total, there were 14 grades. Why didn't Dongzhu add the 6th rank and beyond? Songda felt that he could get more. 5th rank officials are allowed to attend court. The worst tea leaves are of the 5th rank. When others think about it, they will think that it matches. Drinking this tea, even the worst tea leaves would allow one to enter the main hall. Li Yi recalled the time when he was selling tea. No matter what kind of tea it was, no matter how bad it tasted, it would always have the word special or excellent written on it. He never saw any good tea. Only the exported tea was differentiated by serial numbers. Otherwise, the tea sold from a few yuan to a few hundred yuan would be of the same grade, and the taste would be much worse. Therefore, he decided to follow suit. Even if he sold foam, it would still be a 5th rank item. The owner is indeed the owner. Songda praised from the bottom of his heart. Well said. Li Yi chuckled. He walked back to the courtyard and continued to copy books. During lunch, Pei Yaoqing, who had been wandering around, brought the yamen runners to the canteen. Li Dongzhu, I'm here. Li Yi had just sat down when Gao Lisher, whom Pei Yaoqing had been waiting for, appeared. Coincidentally, I have something to ask of General Gao. Li Yi mentioned directly. Since someone was willing to not be promoted, it would not be difficult for Gao Lisher to do it. Ah, Chang'an Magistrate is also here. From last year to this year, Chang'an has been governed quite well. Let me congratulate you first. Gao Lisher congratulated Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi with a bitter face. General Gao, please sit down. I was just about to ask for your help. Pei Ming does not want to be promoted and wants to work for another year. Li Yi invited Gao Lisher to sit down and said to him. Then let's go back and talk to Her Majesty. Gao Lisher looked at Pei Yaoqing and asked softly. Pei Yaoqing nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. Don't transfer me away. Chapter 257. After the meal, Pei Yaoqing left. Gao Lisher went with him. They brought a lot of soy sauce, soap, toilet water, and sanitary pads. Huanji, don't always ask Li Dongzhu questions like this next time. You should at least inform the imperial court first. If the imperial court can solve the problem, you don't have to trouble Li Dongzhu. On the way back, Gao Lisher warned Pei Yaoqing. What would Her Majesty think if you, the head of Chang'an, visited Zhuangzi all day long? You want to be closer to Li Dongzhu than Her Majesty? Sweat appeared on Pei Yaoqing's forehead. He didn't dare to wipe it off. He just said, yes, yes, yes. He wasn't stupid. If it wasn't for the fact that it was urgent and involved the key issue of promotion, he wouldn't have come. Since you are willing to help the poor, you should watch your hands and the hands of your subordinates. Gao Lisher warned again. It was all for Pei Yaoqing's good. If Li Yi didn't have a good impression of Pei Yaoqing, Gao Lisher wouldn't have said so much. Yes, I won't take money that I shouldn't take. I won't take benefits that I shouldn't take. Pei Yaoqing raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. After crossing Ba River, they entered Tunghuimen. For the past 10,000 years, County Magistrate Li Yuanhong has been working with you. Both the East and the West are under your control. There are many people in the imperial court who complain. Gao Lisher reminded Pei Yaoqing again when he was about to leave. Pei Yaoqing was the head of Chang'an, but the whole of Chang'an was not under his control. He was good at showing off, so Li Yuanhong followed suit. He took out many good things, including shaking briquettes and ice lanterns. Pei Yaoqing would go to Li Yuanhong's territory whenever he was free. He even asked the yamen runners to pull in investments. As a result, the people of Chang'an only knew Pei Yaoqing and not Li Yuanhong. I will go and discuss with the outline later. Pei Yaoqing admitted his mistake. He really wanted to take care of it too much. The outline was Li Yuanhong's handwriting. Pei Yaoqing was promoted through the entrance exam. Li Yuanhong relied on his family's connections to become an official. One was promoted through the junior class of the University of Science and Technology. The other was promoted through his family's family. Li Yuanhong didn't want to go through so much trouble. Moreover, there were still 2 junior magistrates and 1 magistrate above him. If you don't want to be promoted, you'll be promoted to a junior magistrate this year, Gao Lisher added. What if I want to be promoted? Pei Yaoqing asked. External broadcast, Gao Lisher said calmly. So be it. I'll still be in the position of Chang'an County Magistrate. When the time comes, I'll discuss the other half with the new county magistrate. Pei Yaoqing chose to stay. If he could be promoted to the position of imperial governor, he would be willing to be promoted. The two of them separated. Gao Lisher went back to deliver the soy sauce and report the situation. Huanji wants to work for another year, and he also wants to find something to do for Dan Xing. Let's wait and see. When the winter wheat harvest comes, if the people are doing well, it's not impossible for them to be promoted to junior magistrate together. Naturally, Li Longji could appoint whoever he wanted to. As long as the people in Chang'an lived a good life, the curfew could be lifted. This year, he was going to collect the hygiene management fees from the businesses according to the size of the business. He would start with Heavenly Earth. Li Yi's Zhuangzi, he drew a set of drawings and sent it to the woodworking workshop. Make a few samples. I'll order them from Big Brother's Alliance later. Li Yi said to the craftsman. Dongzhu, don't look for them. We'll do it. The craftsmen did not agree. They wanted to give the money to others. This kind of repetitive work, I don't need you. You can continue to study the drawings I gave you. Li Yi refused. He went back to the courtyard and had to copy the medical books. Before dinner, 10 things of the same size with 6 colors were made. He ordered people to send them to the Chang'an office of the Alliance of Craftsmen. Together with the drawings, they requested to make 10,000 pieces. They paid 5 coins for each piece. In less than half an hour, the person who went to order came back. Dongzhu, they said that the first batch will be 2,000 pieces. At the same time, they will be allowed to make and sell the 2,000 pieces for free. I didn't agree. They said that they will discuss it another day. Got it. Li nodded. He took some food and sat there laughing. I asked you to process it, and you want to share the patent. In this era, there is no patent office. No wonder the technology is kept secret. Li Yi muttered to himself as he ate slowly. In the end, no one came to talk the next day. Instead, they sent 3,000 things. They said that the remaining 7,000 would be made before the morning of the 15th day of the first month. On the 15th day of the first month, Li Yi did not touch the 3,000 toys. He left them for Zhuangzi's people to play with. In the afternoon, he took the ambulance and 2 large carriages and walked in front. 20 guards, palace maids, and eunuchs went to pick up the things. They also set up a stall with a stand on the carriage. Behind them was a large group of people. Zhuangzi's children were going out again, including the people who looked after them. There's no need to wait until after midnight. We will sell the things and come back early. Li Yi said to everyone. Tonight, the city gates were not closed. People outside the city could go in and see. If there was no place to stay, they could go home. If they wanted to go back, it was dark outside. Do you want to see the lantern tower? There are lantern towers in the palace tonight. There are many performances. There were performances last year and the year before last. It's very lively. Palace maid Tao Hong wanted to see the excitement. After selling the things, if they came back from the Southern Ring Road, they would be able to see it. You can see it directly. Our stall is next to Xinglu Fang on Zhuke Avenue. Li Yi told her the location. Across the road from Xinglu Fang was the Honglu Temple in the palace. It was the place where foreign guests were received. People from other countries could be seen. According to various records, Chang'an was very lively during the Lantern Festival. This year, there were many fireworks. Li Yi did not have any objections. Wasn't it just Li Longji asking for things for free? That was fine. As long as he continued to produce fireworks and sell them, there were still rich people who bought them. The profits were huge. Otherwise, they would use the reason of social stability and safety to directly take over the military. He would have to endure it. The group had to enter through Chunming Gate. There were lanterns around each carriage. Some of the compartments on the carriage were covered with colorful cloth with light bulbs. When the sky was dark, the lights would be lit up. Someone had to pedal them. Otherwise, they could only be lit when the carriage was moving. This time, the scale of the children's trip was bigger than last time. There were many better carriages. After trading with the 10 Western Turkic families, they had obtained many military and inferior horses. They could be used to guard and pull the carriages. Seeing this group from afar, They were once again confused about whether they should enter or leave the city. After all, it could not be the same audience both times. However, even if the non-commissioned officer guarding the gate was changed, there were still rumors about the pottery bowl that was secretly left behind. Li Dongzhu is here. The Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi's group is going out. The non-commissioned officer shouted to help support the crowd. There is a red cross in front of Li Dongzhu's carriage. Look at the flag, there is a big Li character. The people on the city wall also shouted. Everyone started to look forward to it. Last time, the manager came out and gave them meat soup and a bowl. What was going to happen this time? With their shouting as the explanation, the audience hid to the side and prepared to watch from a close distance. At the same time, they were envious. They were envious of other people's children. They had heard about the previous incident. That was someone else's child. The group of carriages arrived at the gate. Li Yi, who was in the lead, started to unload things from the two big carriages behind the ambulance. The people guarding the gate immediately went to help. Chapter 258. Zhuangzi's Leftovers. Song De ran over and yelled. Got it. The soldiers who helped responded. Leftovers were not considered bribes, so they could eat without worry. One by one, the covered baskets were opened. Steam rose up, revealing the buns inside. The lid of the pot on the portable stove was opened, and the cooked meat rolled along with the thick soup. Next to it were chopping boards, knives, and spoons. Rigiamo, hot Rigiamo. The soldiers shouted. The soldiers on the city wall and in the armory smiled and swallowed their saliva. Everyone, don't rush. Wash your hands. Remember to wash your hands. Leave some soap. Song De yelled. 10 baskets of soap were put down for washing hands. One basket was 500 yuan. Dongzhu had entered the city once, so he could not be weak. The soldiers who helped nodded. They understood. With so much soap, it would be gone after washing. The carriages continued to move forward. The soldiers were beaming with joy. Even the lowest-ranked soldiers could get a piece of soap. When the carriages entered, everyone waved and shouted to return the pots and stoves when they came back. Lower the fire. Eat when the handover is at midnight. Everyone take a piece of soap first and hide the rest. We can't let other people take it, the general shouted. He was too embarrassed to come out just now. The last time they ate, they were on the night shift. In the end, less than a quarter of the food from the previous shift was left. There were no bowls left, so everyone could only eat one bite at a time. Today, there were no bowls. They took out the meat, cut it into pieces, stuffed it into the buns, poured some soup, and ate it. Dongzhu is always so generous. Tao Hong pouted. Li shook his head. You haven't experienced offending a nobody. Many times, bad things are ruined by people who are not angry. No way. Chui Lu said. Lu Bang was just a constable. Because of the rain, his journey was delayed. In the end, he conquered the world. Li casually gave an example. He did not want to talk about the past. People who had fallen in society often learned to compromise and endure. He gave the soldiers at the gate some benefits. In the future, they would not cause trouble. If the carriages broke down not far away, they would help carry them. Can they become Lu Bang? Tao Hong added. Then, she smiled and asked, Dongzhu is so nice to us. Is he afraid that we will ruin it? I'm scared. I'm scared that you guys will cry. It's fine if a girl cries, but if a few guys cry together, it's really worrying. Everyone laughed, and the 4 eunuchs looked depressed. Dongzhu also knows how to tease the palace maids. Weeping pear blossoms, sounds nice, Bai He interjected. Yurong's lonely tears dried up, pear blossoms like spring rain. It's from. I'll teach you guys a new toy later. Let me think about it. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that there was no such poem. The four palace maids opened their mouths and then pursed their lips. It was a poem. How could there be only 2 lines? The motorcade still passed by Xingqing Palace. This time, the kids didn't come down to flatter them. Before that, he would go to the East Market to pick up the items and load them into the car. Moving forward, Li Lang's car, Red Cross. The Li family's motorcade is moving out. It's even more ostentatious than the last time. Sisters, come out. Accompanied by a loud shout, countless women appeared on the upper floors of Pyongkong Square. The windows were pushed open. The women waved their handkerchiefs and shouted. So this is the House of Red Sleeves. It's so scary. Li Yi expressed his fear. Li Lang, you can't leave. You have to write a poem. Otherwise, we'll chase after you. The woman upstairs shouted. That's right. You have to stay or you have to write a poem. Choose quickly. Sisters, let's rush out and bring Li Lang back. Dongzhu, quickly write a poem. This is Baitsu, not Nanku. Tao Hong was scared. Baitsu was adjacent to the road here. Li Yi wiped his sweat and said loudly, 1,000 doors are unlocked and 10,000 lanterns are lit. In the middle of the first lunar month, we set off for the imperial capital. 300 people dance together, the sky is filled with the sound of poems. Let's go. The motorcade sped up. The guards were on high alert. The woman upstairs was excited. Li Lang wrote a poem for us. Baitsu, he gave us Baitsu. Who wrote it down just now? My ears are buzzing. It's on my head. I remember. Baitsu finally got a poem written by Li Lang. The woman upstairs felt as if she had won a battle. The pedestrians on the road were dumbfounded. Some even drooled. Pyongkong Square's Baitsu was not comparable to Zhongzhou and Nankou. However, there were so many brothels in Chongqing. There were even some that welcomed people secretly. It was impossible to enter Baitsu. The women of Baitsu valued people with their looks. Each and every one of them was beautiful. Even so, their literary talent still surpassed many of the scholars who went to Chongqing for the examination. In the carriage, Li Yi was about to collapse. It was too scary. There were so many women. If they were to be caught, the palace maids were satisfied. Look, our Dongzhu can write poems at any time. Which scholar can compare to him? After leaving Pyongkong Square, they walked past 2 more squares, Wuban Square and Qingdao Square. That was their destination, Xinglu Square. This place faced Vermilion Bird Avenue. Therefore, the side of Xinglu Square facing the street was a wall. There were no doors. The positions were painted with lime for people to set up stalls. Lanterns were hung everywhere. Some of the lanterns were covered with cloth. Inside, there were riddles. If they guessed correctly, they would take a lantern. If they didn't, they would buy a lantern. If they guessed correctly, they would take it or buy it. The more expensive the lantern, the harder it was to guess. Dongzhu, let's guess the riddles. Cui Lu looked at the lanterns in the south and said. Their position was at the front of the street. It was a good position. Life is difficult. Li shook his head. If he guessed, how could others make money? Li looked around. Others also looked at them. The children jumped out of the carriage. They had changed their clothes today. They wore colorful clothes. Each of them held a folded lantern in their hand and had a lighter in their pocket. They had a mission today. They were performing a dance. They had practiced for several days and did not have stage fright. They were waiting for the sky to darken and the lanterns in the imperial city to light up. 4 large carriages were left behind and parked against the wall. The other carriages entered the square to deliver candles and small lanterns to the households. The guards and nannies led the children to stroll around Vermilion Bird Avenue to watch the fun. The guards had swords at their waists, bows on their backs, and quivers of arrows on their legs. They looked like they wanted to steal the children. On a tall building in the imperial city, Li Longji hid behind a board wall. He looked through the board's hole with binoculars. From here, he could see Li Yi's stall. It was deliberately arranged. I see the children. Where's Uncle? Empress Wang stood next to him and looked through the small hole. Change positions. Li Longji said. He switched positions with Empress Wang and passed the binoculars to her. Empress Wang peeked. He's here. He's fiddling with something. The toys he made are too difficult. I can't match them back no matter how hard I try. Yes, it's not easy to match one face. The other faces are messy. There are a few clever ones in the Imperial Palace who can match two faces, but they're still not good enough. Li Longji said. The things that Li Yi ordered had already been sent to the Imperial Palace. Of course, the most popular games in the Imperial Palace were mahjong, chess, and poker. Chapter 259. The children who were watching the fun on Zhuke Avenue couldn't stop laughing happily. Everything was interesting to them. Zhuke Avenue was wide enough. The children lined up in 4 rows and didn't take up much space. They still had money in their pockets, but they still didn't buy anything. As for toys, they had all kinds of dolls, building blocks, and so on. As for beautiful clothes, they were wearing beautiful clothes now. As for food, how could the snacks compare to Zhuangzi? It was even more impossible to buy lamps. There were many beautiful lamps in Zhuangzi. They could even put candles on them and turn on their own. They were called carousel lanterns. There was also the Kongming lanterns that had been rehearsed many times. Do you want to guess the riddles? It's very simple. Look at this small lamp. As long as you can guess it, it's yours. A man who set up a stall by the roadside said to a 7 or 8-year-old Zhuangzi child with a smile. The child shook his head. No, I don't think I can guess it. If I lose, my brother Dongzhu will stand up for me. All the lamps in your house will lose. Then ask your brother Dongzhu to come here. The peddler was just about to provoke the child when his mouth was suddenly covered by the person next to him. The man waved his hand to the child. You are right. Thank you. You're welcome. The child continued to walk with the group. Why are you stopping me? The peddler said unhappily when his mouth was released. Are you blind? The children of Li family Zhuangzi are traveling with a group. Their Dongzhu's brother is Li Yi, the Li Yi who has written countless poems. It is said that God is jealous of his literary talent. Do you want to provoke him? The man who just covered his mouth stared at him. I don't believe that he will come. What did you eat for dinner? The peddler changed the topic in a blink of an eye. I didn't eat. I have to search for the riddles by myself. It's so hard. The man didn't continue to say. Me too. I heard that the dishes of Li family Zhuangzi are delicious. Look at the children raised by them. They are so white and tender. The topic officially changed. The Li family Zhuangzi's children's team was the only one in the entire Tang dynasty. Even those who didn't know about it for a while soon learned about it. Li Yi's stall opened for business. He only sold one thing, the magic cube, a third-order magic cube. There were a lot of Rubik's cubes that were messed up and unmessed. Li Yi shouted, other people are guessing the riddle, I'm just dismantling it. Don't just look at how messy the fight is. When you're fighting, you'll be happy. He shouted a few times, but to no avail. Li Yi changed the way he shouted, who can change this thing back? I'll give it to you, and I'll give you $100. $100. $100. $100 for free. A group of people gathered around and looked at the long stall with a pile of different colored cubes. Pay? How can I give it to you? It's so colorful. Tell me. Why are there palace maids and eunuchs? No, it's father-in-law. Li Dongzhu, right? I heard that there are people from the palace at his place. The palace maids are beautiful. Shut up. Don't stand next to me if you want to die. You're so unlucky. Li Dongzhu, tell us how to play. Everyone was noisy, and finally someone asked the key question. Li Yi took out an unmessed Rubik's Cube and said, "Look, I'll turn it again and again, and it's messed up. I'll turn it back according to the way I turned it just now, and it's 6 sides of the same color. If you want to play, I'll turn it a few times, and you can turn it back. You can take this thing called Rubik's Cube, and I'll give you $100. What if you can't turn it back?" Someone asked. According to the rules, what's the rule of guessing the ice lantern? Li Yi asked. If you can't answer the riddle, you can buy one. If you're not convinced and think you got it right, you can ask the seller to reveal the answer. If it's really different from yours and more reasonable, you can buy the lantern with double the price. If someone said the rules, you can refuse and spend more money. Mine isn't. If you can't turn it back, you can turn it a few more times for me. If I turn it back, you can buy it. If I can't turn it back, I'll give you one, but I won't give you $100. Only if you turn it back yourself, you'll get $100. Li Yi relaxed the conditions. It was just a Rubik's Cube restoration. A third-order Rubik's Cube restoration was easy. Li Dongzhu is righteous. Alright, you take one and turn it a few times, and I'll take a look. Someone thought the same as Li Yi. It was simple. Let's make things clear first. Today's Rubik's Cube is more expensive than usual. Today it's $20 for one, but it'll be cheaper in the future. You can buy it for your children to play with. Spring is coming, and the river is dangerous. Some children don't have anything to play with and will go play on the river. Buy one for them to relieve boredom at home. Li Yi explained the situation first. This thing was mainly for children. Li Dongzhu, you're a kind person. We know that. How many days can you play with this thing? It's made of wood and breaks easily. Someone held one in his hand and asked Li Yi. If it breaks, it'll be fixed. It's free. When it breaks, you can get it back. The Craftsman's Alliance will fix it. But you can't take it apart or smash it. If it's scattered and can't be fixed, you can ask someone to fix it for you. If it's worn too much and can't be played with, you can bring it back. They'll exchange it for smaller pieces for you. Li Yi spoke slowly and clearly. He was prepared to give out the patent and let those people take care of the after-sales. He didn't expect to make money from this thing. Alright, Li Dongzhu, you can turn it. I'll turn it back. Someone handed the Rubik's Cube to Li Yi. Li Yi threw the Rubik's Cube 3 times in front of the other party. The Rubik's Cube was caught in the other party's hand. It's too easy. I know how to turn it. Look at me. I got $100. The person was very confident. Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around. No, it's not like this. Turn it back, the first row, then horizontal, vertical, next. Li Yi didn't care about him anymore. Let's turn it slowly. The second choice was given to Li Yi. Open your eyes wide and watch. Li Yi threw the Rubik's Cube 1, 2, 3. The other party caught the Rubik's Cube and turned it around a few times. Not long after, a group of people stood in front of Li Yi's stall. Each of them had a Rubik's Cube. No, it can't be turned back. Even if the gods come, it's useless. Li Dongzhu, here you go. I've turned it many times. If you can turn it back, I'll buy it. One person lost his patience and refused to accept it. Li Yi took the Rubik's Cube with one hand and looked at it. Then, he turned it around with one hand. After a while, the Rubik's Cube was turned back. $20, thank you. Li Yi returned the Rubik's Cube. Tao Hong stretched out her hand. Give me the money. How is this possible? The other party took out the money and still had a puzzled expression. Next. Chui Lu shouted. The 4 eunuchs were watching. Whoever couldn't solve the Rubik's Cube was not allowed to run away. The second person gave the Rubik's Cube to Li Yi. This time, Li Yi used both hands to operate the Rubik's Cube. In order to save time, he restored the Rubik's Cube. After restoring more than 20 Rubik's Cube, Li Yi couldn't take it anymore. Everyone can buy the complete Rubik's Cube. $20 for one Rubik's Cube. You can give it to your children or play with it yourself. I'll teach you a method. You have to turn it around. First, turn it around, then turn it back. Turn it around twice, then turn it back. Li Yi started to trick them. This Rubik's Cube was very confusing. It was impossible to remember the previous Rubik's Cube. Chapter 260. A group of people took out their money one after another. They found that this thing was as fun as the 9 rings. They would buy it and practice it themselves. As for the children, they would wait. I saw it, San Lang. Uncle single-handedly turned the messy cubes back. Empress Wang said while holding the binoculars. One hand. I always feel that it's more difficult than the 9 rings. Li Longji was depressed. He could dismantle the 9 rings with his eyes closed. As for the new square toy, he opened his eyes wide and turned it a few times, but it couldn't go back. He wished he could dismantle it and put it back together. San Lang, shall we go down to Uncle's place later? Empress Wang wanted to go out. She knew that the lantern building was beautiful, but it was too far away from the lively crowd. I'm afraid it's dangerous. You. Li Longji was worried about the children. It's just a few steps. We'll be safe once we reach Uncle's side. Empress Wang still believed that Li Yi could deal with any situation as long as she stood beside Li Yi. Li Longji took back the binoculars and looked at the children. There were hundreds of children, and only 100 guards and more than 100 villagers were taking care of them. It was dark now. Under the light, the children came back and stood behind the stall. They didn't get into the car. Li Yi looked relaxed with the guards on the side, as if he wasn't worried about danger. Besides, there were people patrolling the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Li Longji hesitated and said, Winged Knights, disguise yourself and arrange it. Behind him, Gao Lisher took the order and left. Empress Wang smiled. Li Yi occasionally helped to restore the square. Many people were buying it. Li Qingqi came first. He knew that the Winged Knights had moved, so he came with his guards. He even put on a disguise. If Li Yi didn't have a pair of doctor's eyes, he wouldn't have recognized him. Brother, what are you? Li Yi handed a restored Rubik's Cube to the customer and asked in confusion. Many men dress up. I didn't dress up well. It's okay. Li Qingqi found an excuse. In the Tang dynasty, men were indeed fond of fragrances. Putting on powder and drawing eyebrows made them look like actors who were about to go on stage. They felt that it was beautiful, but in Li Yi's eyes, it was poo. Big brother, don't be like this in the future. A man's beauty lies in his masculinity. The soldiers of the Winged Knights are the most beautiful to me. You see, I usually like to wear a white coat, and I don't apply anything. I only apply ointment when I hurt my hand when I run outside, and it doesn't have any fragrance. If I wear a mask and a hat, many people will think that I look good in this outfit. Li Yi advised his brother not to blindly put on makeup. It was the 15th day of the first lunar month, and he was still wearing a white coat with a stethoscope hanging around his neck. I'm used to it. It's comfortable and not embarrassing. If someone were to fall in front of him tonight, it would be awkward when he tried to save them in other clothes. The ambulance had already arrived. Li Qingqi looked Li Yi up and down and nodded. I think you look good too. There are so many girls in Beitsiu who want to keep you. Just as he finished speaking, the girls from Zhongxiu and Nankou arrived at Pyongkong Square. Many of them went directly to the imperial city. They were going to perform there today. Xian Yen brought a group of people to Li Yi's side. She first rolled her eyes at Li Yi and said, 1,000 doors unlocked, 1,000 lanterns lit, the imperial city in the middle of the first lunar month. 300 people danced together, the sound of songs in the sky. Li Lang, you're so capable. Thank you, I almost didn't run out. Li Yi was polite. Are you bullying my Nanku because it's not near the roadside? My sisters are very indignant. Xian Yen looked as if she wanted to seek justice. Don't you have a performance? You know that song. Li Yi realized that he couldn't offend anyone. Especially the girls from Nanku. He always felt that these people wanted to kidnap him. Will there be any problems with the children? Xian Yen didn't continue. She turned to ask the children in Zhuangzi. The adults will act accordingly. There are also many girls in Zhuangzi who like singing and dancing. Li Yi guaranteed. As he spoke, he turned to look at the children. They were all very excited, as if no one was in their eyes. It was easier for children to be confident than adults. As long as they were encouraged, they would dare to take action. How much is this cube-shaped thing? Many people came forward to inquire. They were all men. While fiddling with the cube, he would occasionally glance at Xian Yen and the others. Xian Yen, why don't everyone wait in the cars in the square? The performance will not start for some time. Li Yi understood that these people were here for the beauties. Xian Yen covered her mouth and laughed. She brought the group of sisters to Xinglu Square. The person who was fiddling with the cube put it down and wanted to leave. Stop, 20 coins for one. Pine Tree pointed at a person and said. Do I have to pay just to look? The other party was unhappy. Looking at the beauties doesn't cost money, but looking at this costs money. Otherwise, you can screw it back. I'll give you one for free and give you an extra 100 coins. Pine Tree pointed out. Did you look at the beauties for nothing? So unreasonable. The person mumbled. He threw down 20 coins, picked up another cube and left. Li Yi's stall was located at a good location. There were many people passing by. Some people took the cube and were seen by others. After asking around, they also came over to play. If you want to study it, you can watch Li Yi slowly spin there and then turn into 6 sides, each with a different color. Those who were prepared to go to other places threw down their coins and took an untouched cube, preparing to go back and study it. The rich families had already hung up their beautiful lanterns. The temples and monasteries in the square became places for people to set up their stalls. The ice lanterns were lit one by one. The whole of Chang and city was lit up. The city guards, bailiffs, hired helpers and the managers of the square were all on alert. As long as there were too many people, there would be people helping to evacuate. Big Brother, Brother Yi, I finally found you. I took a few cubes from Big Brother before, but I couldn't turn them back to their original appearance. Li Longji greeted and rushed over. The guards surrounded him and Empress Wang in the middle. Sister-in-law, go to the back. There are too many people. It's too crowded. Li Yi was startled. Why didn't the pregnant woman stay in the car? Why did she stand outside? Empress Wang directly went to stand with the children. She didn't enter the car at the back. Instead, she took out a cube and began to play with it. Li Longji didn't want to play. He looked at others vigilantly. As more and more people came, the cubes were sold faster and faster. At the first night watch period, there were only a little more than 1,000 cubes left. Brother Yi, when will you go back to Zhuangzi? If it's too late, why don't you find a place to stay? Li Qingqi also looked at people vigilantly and asked casually. There's a show for the people in the imperial city. They invited the rich families of Nanku and the children of the village. They didn't cooperate with each other, but the villagers stood in front of the children a few times. Li looked back at the children who were still excited and smiled. Then I'd like to see it. Li Qingqi indicated that he wouldn't leave. Li Longji and Empress Wang looked at each other. If there was a large group of people performing, they would leave and go to the city to watch. Chapter 261. In the third year of the Kaiyuan era, fireworks were dazzling, accompanied by light songs, the sky was full of stars and the moon was full. She turned around as she walked, glancing back and forth between light and dark. The beauty is gone, the heart is in chaos, the fireflies disappear, a lamp appears. Past life, present life, love has not changed, flowers bloom on the other shore, by the stone of 3 lives, will you come to call me? As the moon gradually rose, Empress Wang found an excuse to rest and left with Li Yi. When Li Longji and Xian Qing returned to the imperial city, the lanterns lit up. The buildings were illuminated by the light, the officials who had the qualifications to come up also stood on top of the buildings and looked around. Song and dance appeared everywhere, not only the imperial city invited people from the Southern Opera, but also people from the Pear Garden. Chang'an's 108 squares also had performances to attract people. Don't crowd outside, if you lose your child, you won't have a place to cry. Li Yi continued to sell Rubik's cubes, the children went to the carriage to warm up. Looking at their appearance, they were just waiting for the performance, they didn't look tired at all. When the last Rubik's cube was bought, it was already noon, around 22 a.m. In another hour, the fireworks would be released. Xian Yan and the others came out from the square, some tidied up their clothes, some adjusted their instruments again. The children got off the carriage and asked the adults to help look at their clothes. A stage was set up on a carriage, Li Yi went up and someone hung the 2 searchlights he made. Later on, the people who are going to peddle cannot rest, and the people who are going to protect me, if the searchlights fall, then so be it. Don't catch them, catch me. Li Yi was very nervous, this was the first time he participated in such a performance. A quarter of an hour later, everyone was ready. Zhuangzi's guards went to clear the area. Make way, don't pass first, my family's Zhuangzi doll is going to perform, please give me some face and walk to the side, leave this place in the middle. The guards shouted, some people were unhappy, who are you? Chang'an is the best place and you want us to give you the best place? Moreover, your performance is so lively up there, will there be people watching? Just when many people were unhappy, a group of city guards came over and helped to leave a large space. The song and dance will stop first. Li Longji ordered. All of a sudden, the imperial city fell silent. Li Yi, who was on the shelf, smiled. He had guessed that Li Longji would be curious about the hundreds of children who were going to perform. Last time when he entered the city, he had flattered him in front of Xingqing Palace and the imperial city, so he had to give him some face. And who took the money from earthly paradise? There should be an explanation, right? Although I have never met you, I have given you many benefits. The noise around them was not as loud as before. Everyone was curious. Who was this? Could he make the imperial city stop singing and dancing? Xian Yan's band was organized and the actors were in position. The little ones also ran to their respective positions, holding a lighter in one hand and a small lantern in the other. Someone in the Xinyan team picked up the loudspeaker provided by Li Yi and slowly spoke. There is a flower named Paramitha. It blooms for 1,000 years and withers for 1,000 years. Its leaves and petals will never be seen. It is destined to be fated to live and die. There was a river called the Wangchuan. Mangpa persuaded people to go there, but they forgot about the past, only to return in the next life. There is a stone named Sancheng. Its previous life is already obscure. Men and women give up their infatuation and leave behind a trace of sincerity, perhaps it will gather together in the next life. This is precisely the Paramitha flower blooming on the other shore. The Wangchuan riverside is also the Wangchuan River. The Naiha Bridge is empty. The Sancheng stone has 3 lives written on it. The surroundings were quiet. They did not expect the performance to be like this. Everyone was very happy, how could they be sad? After a few breaths of time, the loudspeaker sounded again. There was a Yi Lang and a Yi Nyangzi. 2 childhood sweethearts. That year, there was a drought and locusts were everywhere. They should have killed the locusts, but they were afraid of provoking heaven's anger, so they fled together. On the way, The food was almost eaten, only half a bun was left. Two people pushed each other. The Lang said he was going out to gather food. The Nyangzi waited for a long time and went to check. Only then did she know that the Lang Jun slipped and fell down the cliff. The Nyangzi held half a bun and jumped down to die for love. Two people arrived at the Yellow Springs Road and saw the Sancheng stone. They gave half a bun to Mengpa. Mengpa showed mercy and told the two people to share a bowl of soup. She said, "Every year there is the Lantern Festival. If fate brings us together, we will meet again." Two people promised each other that they would meet again in the next life. Whether they were odd job workers or the emperor, they would never part. As her voice fell, some children sang, "Ah ah 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 ah." They were singing the tune of By Suzhen at the foot of Mount Qingcheng that Li Yi brought out, with a strong Huangmei opera style. They did not sing the lyrics, only ah. A lot of people were crying, but there were also people who were looking forward to whether they would meet again after the two people. Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival, a group of children cheerfully shouted and ran to the center. Their postures were different, looking left and right, pointing their little fingers here and there, looking at the lanterns. The villagers came from all directions, looking at the lanterns, talking and laughing. At this moment, a beam of light brighter than anywhere else fell on a person dressed as a scholar. Li Yi was chasing the light from above, telling everybody that this was the man, although he was dressed as a woman. Those who had never seen the light before understood at this moment, yes, it was him, he had come. The woman dressed as a scholar was waving a fan as she spoke. In fact, she was lip-syncing. Someone was dubbing her voice and speaking with a loudspeaker. This year's Lantern Festival has a different style. There are lanterns but no moon to entertain people, there are moon but no lantern, there is no spring. When spring arrives, people are like jade, the lantern burns under the moon is like silver. The streets are filled with jade pearls and visiting village girls, singing and competing with each other. If I don't open my mouth and laugh, how can I spend this good time? Good poem. Who wrote it? Great talent. Shouts of approval rang out from the crowd, and then the crowd quieted down. The scholar walked and stopped. Around him, there were women dressed in colorful clothes who greeted him. He looked at them, but shook his head every time. He whispered, "Why do I feel that someone is waiting for me when I see these women? Who is it?" He walked further and further into the crowd, chasing the light until it disappeared. Could it be that one glance in my past life just to see me once in this life? A woman's singing voice was heard. The accompaniment of a band sounded. Whoosh! Chasing the light was shot over. Xinyan appeared, dressed in colorful clothes. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her posture was graceful. She sang softly, stopping from time to time to look at the things on the street. The handkerchief in her hand was pulled back and forth. At this moment, another small chasing light fell. Among the crowd, the scholar was pointed out. He was stunned. He stared at the woman without blinking. The woman happened to look at him. She trembled slightly and revealed a joyful smile. Just as she was about to move forward, "Let's go to the lantern tower," whoosh. A group of people crowded around the woman and pushed her away. The woman only had time to look back before she was taken away by the crowd. The chasing light on the woman's body disappeared, and the big chasing light landed on the man. The man ran to the place where the woman was standing just now, feeling lost. "Can you still do it? Why is it so tiring to meet her?" Some of the audience members were dissatisfied. No one bothered with him. Everyone continued to watch. The man ran into the darkness. The group of people who were crowding around the woman just now ran over and pointed at the lantern tower in the imperial city. The woman was anxious. She kept pushing the people around her away and went back. After a while, the man appeared again. The chasing light was dim, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, whoosh, a group of children lit lanterns. One of them passed a beautiful red lantern to the woman. The adults around all dispersed. The children carried lanterns and surrounded the woman. 2 chasing lights fell on the two of them. The man and woman looked at each other. Music started, and singing voices sounded. Thousands of flowers bloom in the night of the east wind. Blowing down, stars fall like rain. Beautiful horses and carved carts fill the road. The phoenix flute moves, the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow, willows, and golden strands. Laughter and hidden fragrance go away. Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly looking back, that person is there, in the waning light. In between, it was mixed. Could it be that one glance from the previous life just to see her once in this life? The two of them began to walk closer and closer. The children ran around the two of them and shouted, "This life is accompanied by the dust of the previous life." The words by the river of forgetfulness come true. No matter if you are an emperor or a servant, please cherish the person in front of you. Whoosh! All the lanterns were extinguished. The crowd dispersed. The guards protected the children and retreated. The actors also ran away. The path was cleared. But no one moved. They just stood there in a daze. Upstairs, Li Longji and Empress Wang each had one eye and shared a telescope. Li Longji put one hand on Empress Wang's back. He knew Li Yi's intention and made another wave of assists. What a grand scene! Poems, songs, children, stories, and the Southern Opera, everybody, a unique performance, persuasion. He turned to look at Empress Wang and moved his fingers. Empress Wang twisted her body and raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. But she said, "It's itchy. How many people did you bury this time?" "They were all buried for you." Li Longji also wiped the corners of his eyes. He was also touched by this performance. "You all performed so well today. You should be going to school tomorrow, but I'll give you one more day off." Li Yi praised the children and gave them one more day off. The children cheered. They handed in their small lanterns and lighters and entered the car. The caravan set off and rushed back. Suddenly, a group of eunuchs shouted in unison, "His Majesty has decreed that Li Yi of the Li family village in Bahui will be promoted to the position of imperial physician. He will be ordered to write books." Chapter 262. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Yi didn't need anyone else to shout for him. He had been promoted. Previously, he was rank 5. Now, he was rank 4. They were all doctors. At this moment, the audience was still in a daze. What had just happened? Boom! Boom! Fireworks rose into the sky. The palace regained its liveliness. The people stood there and looked up at the fireworks. There were rich people in every square. Some merchants even bought fireworks and set them off in front of their shops to celebrate. Li Longji didn't need to pay for the fireworks. However, he didn't take too much. He only needed to set them off for an hour. However, the officials in the palace were no longer interested in watching the dance or listening to the music. They were all shocked by the performance of the children. They didn't know that performances could be performed this way. Especially Zhui Guang. He would look at whoever the light shone on. Between the light and the darkness, he had shown everything that he needed to show. The other concubines and talents in the palace were indescribably depressed. They couldn't wait to grab Li Yi and barbecue him, steam him, braise him, stir-fry him, boil him in meatballs, and make soup. You're just a foreign official. Is the matter of the palace something you can meddle in? Who has the final say in the harem? It's Empress Wang. Sigh. Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and the others weren't angry. They were afraid. They felt Li Yi's will. That Li Yi seems to be telling us with his actions that as long as he wants to do it, there's nothing he can't do. Zhang Shua said this. He felt Li Yi's bravery. Who would have thought that selling something and watching a lantern could create such a big scene? His goal was clear. He wanted to protect Empress Wang. It was said that he had the ability to predict the future. What did he know? Empress Wang was pregnant. Even if she was childless, it wouldn't be easy to touch her. Li Yi had attacked her heart. What a good young man. Why was he so meticulous when it came to scheming? He's been promoted again. Lu Huaishan only said 2 words. Write a letter from the province and send it over tomorrow. Many commoners will hear it. His Majesty has spoken. Yao Chong said helplessly. If they didn't shout tonight, His Majesty said that he wanted to promote Li Yi. The province could resist, but they wouldn't. What would the commoners think if they didn't give it to him now? His Majesty wanted to kill someone. If it was in the past, he might have thought that the ministers were useful and endured it. Now, if he killed them, then so be it. If there was something he couldn't solve, he could ask Li Yi. At this moment, a person walked over from the side. As he walked, he recited, "The night of the east wind blossoms 1,000 trees. The wind blows down, and the stars fall like rain. The road was filled with the fragrance of precious horses and carvings. I've searched for her thousands of times." He suddenly turned around, but that person was still there, in the dim light of the lantern. Good, good, and that program is good as well. I've finally seen it today. The person who spoke shook his head and left the 3 prime ministers. Yuan Xianyao, last year he was still the Imperial Palace's junior supervisor, this year he became the Assistant Minister of Revenue. Ever since Zhong Xiaojing became the president of the Calligraphy Association, his title as the Minister of Revenue had not been removed. As the assistant minister, Yuan Xianyao's authority had increased. It seemed like he was in a good mood. What do you mean by the dim light of the lantern? I've searched for her thousands of times, but when I suddenly turned around, that person was hiding in Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua muttered. Li Yi couldn't suppress him. As soon as he came out, he stirred up trouble. If he didn't come out, he would still stir up trouble. On the other side, Empress Wang lent the binoculars to the people in her palace. Hang it around your neck, hold it with both hands and watch. Take turns to watch the surroundings. She kept saying. The other concubines couldn't come over. She didn't allow them to. She was afraid that someone would do something bad. What if one of them was tired of living and pushed her down? Therefore, Li Longji could only accompany Empress Wang alone on the lively 15th day of the first lunar month. Brother Yi, I'll get on your car. The fireworks are too loud and noisy. Zhuangzi is much quieter. Li family Zhuangzi's team caught up. There were many people on the road. The speed of the Li family Zhuangzi's team was slow. They moved forward bit by bit. Li Qingqi jumped out of his car, opened the door of Li Yi's ambulance and got on. Brother Yi, I've learned a trick. In the future, I'll ask more people to act out similar scenes. While speaking, he took out a Rubik's Cube. He matched the Rubik's Cube. Brother Yi, I found a way. Look, there are 3 sides in this place. One of them is exposed outside. Turn left. Li Qingqi rearranged the Rubik's Cube and told Li Yi how to match the other side. Li Yi kept nodding, encouraging his brother. Right, turn it. According to your method, there will always be 1 side or 2 sides. As for the 3 sides, if 3 sides could be matched, all 6 sides of the Rubik's Cube would be matched. Brother Yi, the people of the Craftsmen's Alliance made some in private. It will be difficult for you to make money with this unless you don't allow others to do it. Li Qingqi apologized. Brother, you don't have to do this. I didn't expect to make money with it. It's just a toy for the children in case they fall into the ice during spring. Li Yi did not mind. It was easy to make a Rubik's Cube. A good craftsman could learn it after looking at it. Li Qingqi promised, if we sell it according to your method, the price will be cheap. 1 Rubik's Cube will make a profit. If it's broken, we can repair it. After the craftsmen become familiar with the assembly line, it won't be a problem for them to make 56 Rubik's Cube a day. Although it's not as profitable as doing a big job, in the long run, as long as there are people in the Tang dynasty who want to buy it, we can continue to do it. How much is the commission? Li Yi asked about the Craftsmen's Alliance's dividend. It hasn't been divided yet. Prepare to take 1 out of 20. If the gross profit is changed to net profit, it will be 1 out of 10. We've established 3 alliances to compete with each other. Li Qingqi operated the Rubik's Cube according to Li Yi's instructions. The 3 alliances formed a tripartite balance. They competed with each other for customers and at the same time, improved the service quality. In the future, they would have to recruit craftsmen from each other. We can't let the craftsmen know about this. Li Yi reminded. Of course. Li Qingqi smiled. The craftsmen would not know that the 3 alliances were controlled by the same force. The 3 alliances did not know each other well. They could only think of ways to fight for more jobs and better craftsmen. He had already discovered the benefits. Everyone competed, which could improve the craftsman's skills and cultivate some salesmen. Brother Yi, I suddenly thought of something. Don't you compete with the people above Zhuangzi? Li Qingqi felt that competition was a positive development. What about Zhuangzi? Competition. Their competition is different from the competition outside. The farmers work hard to distance themselves from others. This is called corporate culture. If a company does not have its own unique culture, it will not be able to develop and grow. The farmers work for honor. Their demand for money is lower than the need to be respected. Li Yi introduced another management model. There was a time when the employees of the state-owned enterprises wore the same uniform and received high benefits and high wages. When they went outside, others would be envious. The employees worked very hard to protect that honor. Then the leaders, so when the private enterprises grew, they would not cheat themselves. Li Qingqi fiddled with the Rubik's Cube in his hand and lowered his head slightly. Corporate culture. The culture of the Tang dynasty can be seen from small to big. Big Brother is right. When the country is strong, the people will be proud. In the future, they will work hard to protect the country's interests. Li Yi was very gratified. Big Brother actually thought of the national spirit. When a country is truly strong, its citizens will be treated better than citizens in other countries. Chapter 263. Zhuangzi's team returned to Zhuangzi before dawn. The lanterns in Zhuangzi were not as sparse as those in Chang'an. They were densely packed. There was also the smell of sulfur from fireworks. Obviously, the villagers had also set off fireworks. When the children reached home, some of them came down by themselves. Some of them were asleep and were carried down. Today, they were in the limelight. They would be more confident in the future. Li Yi went to his bathtub alone to relax. He made some barbecued meat and poured rice wine. He was ready to eat while soaking. When he thought of tonight's program, he smiled. He hummed in Cantonese, flowing in the moon. Night. That. Therefore. Matter will. Starlight. Place. Also. Shine. Bright as if a legend is alive. In. This. World. Light for your everlasting love. Sing softly. Just like what he sang, tonight's program was quickly spreading in Chang'an. The stories, poems, and songs in the program. It made many people believe that the Lantern Festival every year was the day to find the other half of their previous life. Those who were already married were even more affectionate. They pitied the people in front of them. The birth rate after 10 months was estimated to be very high. They would realize that it was only a few days away from their birthdays. When Xian Yan and her team returned to Pyongkong Square, they were treated very well. Many people kept calling them sisters. They hoped that there would be such fun activities in the future. It was free of charge. They would be sponsored by friends. Fame was not only based on one's own ability. When Xian Yan and her team went to Li Yi and Zhuangzi to rehearse, some people were secretly laughing at them. How many customers would they lose if they went for so many days? Now, they understood that Xin Yen and her team had gained a lot of benefits. 16th day of the Lunar New Year, dawn. The children who were tired last night were still sleeping. No one went to wake them up. Li Chengqi did not leave. He yawned and found Li Yi in the canteen's private room. There will be another batch of people going to the seaside to guide the aquaculture and recruit the fishermen from the fishing village. Brother Ren has also arranged for the people who trade with the Kitans. He was talking about serious business, making money. He was better than the Prime Minister, Chang Hen, and the others. For the sake of political achievements, those people always wanted to take things from Li Yi. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi needed to increase his lifespan, he would have trapped them long ago. Li Chengqi wanted to earn money together. He provided manpower and effort while Li Yi provided ideas. Li Yi naturally knew who was truly good to him. If you want to raise them, the people by the sea will naturally be willing to do a good job when you get the benefits. Once it's stable, let's raise pearls. Li Yi still had other ways to make money. He could just throw out things like the Rubik's Cube. Pearl. Can pearls be raised? Li Chengqi knew that pearls could be played with, eaten, and smeared on one's face. Every year, the prince's mansion consumed a lot of pearls. Yes, there are many ways to raise them in a big shell. The best way is to plant them and stuff the foreign objects inside. Eventually, the beads will come out. 1 or 2 years won't do. It has to be longer. Li Yi didn't keep it a secret from his big brother. Besides, if he could raise pearls, he would have become a god. Li Chengqi believed him. It's not a problem for a few years. After all, I'll ask someone to do it. We still have other things to do. Days will pass. He understood some things. Looking at the shells were big and old. If there were pearls, the pearls would be bigger than the small shells. After dinner, I'll write it down. Big brother, you can teach people. Li picked up a fried dumpling and dipped it in the garlic sauce. There was no yuanshao. If no one said there was, Li wouldn't make it. He didn't like yuanshao because it was sticky and made his stomach uncomfortable. He also didn't like mooncakes because they were too oily. Naturally, zongzi was also not good for the stomach. He could eat 1 or 2. If he could eat a lot, it meant that his stomach was strong enough. He often ate this kind of glutinous rice noodles. Therefore, Zhuangzi made dumplings yesterday. Eating dumplings was a sacred thing in the northern region. Ordinary people couldn't eat dumplings every day, not even vegetarian dumplings. They could only keep a little of the wheat they grew. The rest was yellow rice. Then there was sorghum, millet, and so on. Planting yellow rice, sorghum, millet, barley, and other crops required less manpower. Planting rice required the most manpower. Even if they were planted, they still had to divert and release water. Therefore, they made too many dumplings yesterday. The weather was no longer suitable for freezing. They were steamed and left for the whole night. Everyone tried their best to eat breakfast today. It wouldn't taste good if they continued to steam. There was no microwave. He fried the dumplings on the pan and wrote, "Bite it slowly. Don't break it. Dongzhu still has to treat it for you." What simple words. Li Yi was very careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to treat it himself. The problem was the pain. Li Chengqi also chose a dumpling. While dipping it in vinegar, he said, "Brother Yi, only in Zhuangzi can you realize that eating dumplings with meat and vegetables in winter is a burden." Li Yi drank a mouthful of rice soup. It was very thin porridge. There were only a few rice grains in the bowl. The leftover rice from yesterday was boiled with water today. After swallowing it, Li Yi said, "I forgot that children can't eat when they are excited. Otherwise, these leftover dumplings might not be enough. Don't look down on them. They can eat a lot and grow. Aren't you going to wake them up for breakfast?" Li Chengqi felt that he had to be strict and cultivate good habits. They were too excited yesterday. Their bodies haven't recovered yet. When they wake up, they are listless. They can't eat well and are still sleepy. They can't sleep well, are short, or lack calcium. These are not good for their development. If they don't want to go to school, it means that there is a problem with their education. I have to change it and guide them with interest. Lee criticized himself. The children were happy when he said they had a holiday. It meant that there was a problem with their education. They didn't like to study when they were in school. After graduation, they found that they were willing to learn something because of their interest and professional needs. Why did they have to wait until after graduation? Who said that children don't have needs? Li Chengqi listened carefully. He had children at home and so did his brother. Brother Yi, do you have a good idea? Li Chengqi asked. Try it tomorrow and see if it works. Li Yi nodded and prepared to change the teaching. Nowadays, children learn the 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, mainly writing and Hanyu pinyin. Who would want to practice writing? If he didn't want to maintain the same interest as a big client, he wouldn't have practiced calligraphy. As for music, he was forced to learn it by his parents. When he played the piano, he felt sleepy. When he grew up, he found that it was useless for him to eat, but it could be used to show off. Okay, Brother Yi, let me know when you are done. Li Chengqi wanted to see the effect. After breakfast, Li Yi wrote a book on how to raise pearls and let Li Chengqi take it away. Li Yi began to adjust the teaching content for the children tomorrow. At 10:00 in the morning, the children woke up one after another. They rubbed their eyes and went to take a bath. After he was done washing up, he ate lunch as breakfast. At first, they were still unable to eat. After a few mouthfuls, their bodies returned to normal. They were all energetic and ate with all their might. Li Yi sat not far away and watched, thinking about how to make the children happy to study tomorrow. Chapter 264. There was no class, so the children ran out to play after dinner. Some went to the toy room, and some strolled around Zhuangzi. They found everything interesting. The children in Chang'an were asking their parents to buy things for them. Rubik's Cube was called a 9-palace block in the Tang dynasty. Last night, he bought it for 20 copper coins each. No one could get it for free, and it cost 100 copper coins. Today, it was on sale. All the stalls that sold roasted oysters were selling it. It cost 6 copper coins each. These retail stalls sold it for 52 copper coins for 10. They could earn 0.8 copper coins each. The price in Chang'an was the same. It couldn't be too high, but it could be too low. Some sold it directly, while others gave customers one for free no matter how many roasted oysters they bought. As for the big restaurants, they would give one for every meal. Li Chengqi was busy renting a shop. He negotiated the price and decided to rent it for a year. If the Tang dynasty had a bad year in the coming year, he was not allowed to raise the price. If the year was good, the price could not exceed 10% at most. These rented shops sold things made by craftsmen. Every item was marked with the craftsman's number and name. If a craftsman made the same item with a high maintenance rate, the craftsman would either reduce his remuneration or leave the alliance. Similarly, the rented shops helped to repair some utensils. The utensils with warranty were repaired for free, provided that they could not be damaged by people. Li Chengqi thought this was a good idea. In the future, everyone would be willing to come to his alliance to buy things. Moreover, the shops were there. They could not run away. Sure enough, after the children bought the 9-palace block, they did not run out of the city. They usually competed with their friends in the shops. Of course, the children of more families still had to help make mud in exchange for money and pottery. Not only the children played, but also the adults played. Everyone felt that they could turn the 9-palace block back into 6 faces. The dawn was in front of them, and they were just a little bit away. The ordinary people did not mind. If they could not come back, they could play slowly. It was also interesting to meet one face. The Imperial College in the palace was in trouble. Li Yi had said that it was a problem of mathematics. The Imperial College had mathematics, which included 2 professors and 1 teaching assistant. The books they studied included Island, 5 Classics Calculation, Fixed Numbers, 3rd Grade Calculation, and so on. Since it was a mathematical problem, he tossed the Rubik's Cube to them. 1 for each student. The Imperial Court paid for the Rubik's Cube and transferred it back to the Rubik's Cube. If it were Li Yi, he would kneel down. He only knew the 6-step restoration method. As for the formulas, he just had to memorize them. The more he practiced, the more proficient he would become. If the 3rd-order Rubik's Cube was turned back grid by grid according to the calculation method, then the calculation of the change rule, the people from the Imperial College were confused, not just those from the mathematics school. If you feel that you should be better than calculus in other subjects, let's do it. Let's not calculate. Let's just switch back to the 6 facets. I don't want to play anymore. It's so annoying. Empress Wang threw a Rubik's Cube aside. Her head was hurting. The other palace maids and eunuchs were relieved and put away the Rubik's Cube in their hands. In order to cooperate with the Empress, they were all working hard. Li Longji was smarter. He didn't touch it at all. Instead, he was reading the letter below. A Rubik's Cube with all 6 sides aligned was placed on the table. It looked quite beautiful. He saw that the state capital had mentioned the matter of running a school. It was difficult to run an official school. The things taught by the capable local clans were different from what the local officials learned. The local officials' learning was now called Confucian Classics and Medicine. Medicine was naturally the study of medicine. The Tang dynasty attached great importance to it. That was why Li Longji valued the medical books written by Li Yi. The medical books written by Li Yi were compared by the people of the Imperial Medical Department with the current medical books. They found that Li Yi's writing was more complete. The Confucian classics now followed the 5 classics, plus the classics of filial piety and the Analects of Confucius. Li Longji didn't know that in the future, in order to fight against the Confucian school, he opened a Confucian school in the local officials' learning. Confucian school was a Taoist school. It targeted Buddhism and Confucianism to form a tripartite balance. At that time in the future, he worked very hard and found a problem. He wanted to change it. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his education since he was young, Confucian school couldn't save the Tang dynasty. Then, there was the Anlushan rebellion. Later, the emperor even took out the legend of Gongyang to teach. It paid attention to unity, class classification, and ideology. At the same time, it called on scholars to not forget the national hatred. There was a very classic sentence in it: can 9 generations take revenge? Although it can be 100 generations. Li Longji couldn't see the future. What he was worried about now was that the family taught their children to put the interests of the family first and the country second. Only with a family can there be a country. Why do we change this? The local families have their own schools. We can't act rashly. Li Longji held the pen and didn't write. Some of the local officials' schools required the family schools to be merged with the official schools. This meant that the family schools would be abolished and all the children would be in the official schools. The local officials understood that in the long run, the country would no longer be a country. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. He put this aside and did not approve it. He knew that he couldn't deal with the Underheaven family. Previously, the imperial guards were in the hands of his brothers. The local military power was naturally in the hands of the children of the other families. Even the generals who didn't have families in the beginning would be given benefits, women, and it would be good if they were all like Brother Yi. He taught people to be loyal to the emperor first and then to love the country. He helped to build my private army, the Winged Knights, and taught them personally. The more there was a comparison, the more Li Longji missed Li Yi. As for some people comparing Li Yi to Wang Mang, Li Longji didn't agree. Wang Mang also had a family. He didn't abandon his family and teach others to be loyal to the emperor. If not, how could he usurp the throne? From the looks of it, Li Yi didn't even think about being the emperor. Gao Lishir, take a look and approve the unimportant ones. Li Longji put down the pen and his thoughts drifted to Zhuangzi. Gao Lishir had already taken a look, but he didn't say anything. He took it and sat at the side to approve. Don't look at how he accepted bribes. He didn't show any favoritism when writing memorials. Li Longji wanted to find Wu Jieyu, the future Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei was beautiful and sensible. She could always make people happy. Li Longji walked and walked until he saw Empress Wang. Ah, I went to the wrong place. Are you done with San Lang's court matters? Empress Wang stuck out her belly and held a loudspeaker in her hand. It was the kind that was charged. Li Yi gave it to Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi said that he would return it to Li Yi after using it. In the end, it ended up in Empress Wang's hands. Empress Wang was listening to music. It was a Buddhist chant. Originally, prenatal education was for others to sing. With the new device, she recorded it. Why are you holding it? It's heavy. Li Longji naturally couldn't say that he wanted to find another woman and came to her in a daze. However, he felt relieved when he saw Empress Wang. I'm exercising. Uncle said that I can't be lazy all the time. It's not good for the baby. Empress Wang turned off the loudspeaker and said with a smile. The palace maid beside her took the loudspeaker and followed nearby. Li Longji and Empress Wang went in. A palace maid brought in warm watermelon juice. Bring the black bean sauce and cucumber. I want to eat 2 mouthfuls. I want the black bean sauce that is fried with green onion and oil. Empress Wang didn't want to drink the watermelon juice. She felt that it was tasteless in her mouth and chose the cucumber dip. Let's rest early today. We'll go to Zhuangzi tomorrow morning. Li Longji wanted to go out. There was nothing fun to do elsewhere. He wanted to find Li Yi. Chapter 265. When Li Longji and his wife arrived at Zhuangzi early in the morning to have breakfast, Li Yi had just returned from the workshop. Third brother, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together. Li Yi greeted them. They entered a single room. The palace maids and eunuchs chose their own food. Empress Wang wanted to eat steamed egg custard. The main dish was cake with side dishes. Li Yi drank duck soup. He started to make the roast duck last night and was going to eat it this afternoon. There was no need for the ceremony of cutting the meat on the spot. The meat was cut out first and the duck rack was made into radish duck rack soup. He sprinkled a handful of green onions and changed the main dish to bread. Li Longji had never drunk duck rack soup before, so no one dared to make it for him. Seeing that Li Yi was drinking it, they also filled a bowl. What's the difference between duck rack soup and chicken rack soup? Li Longji asked as he reached for the side dishes. The difference between duck eggs and chicken eggs is that they are fishy and fresh. We eat roast duck at noon. The duck is fattened, so we smear it with salty sauce and roll it into a small bread with shredded cucumber and green onions. Li Yi started to introduce lunch. He didn't like sweet sauce. Although sweet sauce should be added when braising meat, he couldn't eat it with dipping sauce. Salty sauce, sour sauce, and stinky sauce were the same type. If the fermentation process wasn't done well, the taste would be different. They were all made with beans. Sweet sauce was made with noodles. They were 2 different things. Of course, his sweet sauce used to be made with bean sauce and added sugar. He didn't know what those people were thinking. Was sweet sugar? What about noodles? Noodles were the texture. The noodles were referring to the ingredients. Uncle, can I eat it? Empress Wang asked cautiously, afraid of getting a negative answer. Yes, don't worry, sister-in-law. But you can't eat too much green onions. Li Yi gave a definite answer. If you don't eat a lot of green onions, won't the duck meat be fishy? Empress Wang still had questions. First, boil it. The flavor of the seasoning will be boiled and then smoked. The fishy smell will be suppressed. Li Yi explained patiently. She was pregnant, so it was okay to ask a few more questions. He was patient with other people as well. He had met many of them before. Those who were sick first went online to check and ask around to confirm their own situation before going to the hospital. They were afraid that doctors would blindly prescribe tests and spend more money. This was called excessive testing. Therefore, there were many problems and they were wary of doctors. This started to happen after the hospital started to take responsibility for its own profits and losses. There were indeed doctors who, in addition, there was also a group of people from the south who had entered the industry. The hospital's reputation had been tarnished. It was easy to tarnish it, but difficult to return it. Some doctors were patient when they encountered such patients. They just needed to say a few more words and explain clearly. Some young doctors were arrogant. They thought that they were the professionals and that they could not do it. They thought that they should just listen to what they had to say. You're nothing. Then, the patient was sentenced. Li Yi was timid and didn't dare to be arrogant. The main thing was that his professional standards weren't good enough. It was a habit that had been preserved. Even in the Tang dynasty, it was still the same when dealing with patients. It gave people a feeling of summer's warmth, not the warmth of spring. Spring was not warm, it was chilly, and the spring breeze penetrated the bones. Spring in the north was so cold. Spring in the south was also so humid that the walls of the house were covered with green hair. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. They were willing to stay with Li Yi. Brother Yi, I heard that you were promoted again. Li Longji asked. Thank you, Your Majesty. You knew that I was forcing the emperor to abdicate, but you still promoted me to a skit. I'm relieved. Li Yi admitted that what he had done was suspected of forcing the emperor to abdicate. The program emphasized that the emperor should cherish the people in front of him. If this was the era when Qing Feng was illiterate and randomly flipped through books, he would have been punished. Or perhaps in the later dynasties, many online literature works were also, Uncle, is Empress Wang that important? Empress Wang had never understood. Now she asked. Sister-in-law, let me tell you this. With Empress Wang, the Tang dynasty will be much less chaotic. Without her, alas. Li Yi let out a sigh. Li Longji's heart tightened, and his face changed. When he looked at Empress Wang again, he suddenly found that his wife was so beautiful. Empress Wang smiled, and two dimples appeared. Uncle, tell me, what's good about Empress Wang? Good and bad are relative. The most important thing is that Empress Wang is here, and the harem is stable. When His Majesty is in trouble, Empress Wang will rush to help, but others can't. The others are beautiful, good at flattery, good at internal strife, and bad at external strife. They only think about the benefits of themselves and their clansmen all day long, and don't think about His Majesty. Empress Wang's heart is with His Majesty. If someone assassinates His Majesty, Empress Wang will fight side by side with His Majesty, and the other women can only hide behind His Majesty. As for Empress Wang's appearance, I haven't seen her, but I think she's not bad. At least, she's lively and dignified. In terms of appearance, His Majesty can't accept her. I heard that she always plays with the shuttlecock in the harem. Li Yi said the situation. To be honest, he didn't want to change the harem. It was too chaotic. He wanted to develop the Tang dynasty, and he wanted to fight with the harem. Yes. What do you think, San Lang? Is Empress Wang beautiful? Empress Wang asked Li Longji. Okay, I know. I've seen her a few times. Li Longji said firmly. He was moved now. Thinking back, his wife was indeed in the front. But they didn't have children, and the officials and other people in the palace wanted to crown a prince. Yes. Empress Wang was satisfied. She felt that drinking the stewed egg soup was full of sweetness, even if it was salty. Uncle, what if a woman was in the position of empress? Empress Wang suddenly asked after eating 2 mouthfuls of stewed egg soup. Li Yi's eyes narrowed, and his pupils contracted. He pursed his lips and said, "Surnamed Wu." "She can't." Li Longji didn't know why, but he felt that this gentle brother Yi suddenly changed, and a kind of fierceness appeared. In other words, it was a murderous aura, not holding back at all. Li Longji felt uncomfortable under this pressure, but then again, he was third brother, not His Majesty. "Brother Yi, I've seen Wu Jieyu once. She's a very obedient person," Li Longji said. Empress Wang lowered her head and poked the stewed egg soup. "It's fake. She will frame others and collude with foreign officials. However, she has the will of a Wu Gong, but not the will of a Wu Gong. After disrupting the court, she..." Li Yi suddenly stopped, smiled, and drank the soup and ate the biscuits. Li Longji couldn't help but look at his brother Yi again. Did he know about the future? Then what about Empress Wang? Empress Wang was happy. "Uncle is so good, he supports me. Empress Wang has no children. That's a big problem, but it's strange that His Majesty should appoint Zhao Li Fei's son, Li Ying, as crown prince. Could it be that the words of the children outside Xingqing Palace made His Majesty hesitate?" Li Yi was puzzled. In an instant, Li Longji's hair stood on end. He was glad that he met Brother Yi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good in the future. He glanced at Empress Wang. Empress Wang rolled her eyes at him. "Uncle, I sent the rest of the medicine you gave me. I heard that Empress Wang is pregnant, about the same time as me. She has a child. That's great. It's okay even if it's a girl. At least it proves that the Empress can give birth. If she can't give birth, she can give birth to a few more children in the future. Eventually, there will be a boy." Li Yi was happy and said, "Ask them to roast a whole lamb at noon. Congratulate His Majesty and Empress Wang." "San Lang, do you think that Uncle's position is too low?" He thought about His Majesty and Empress Wang. "Why don't you try to persuade the higher-ups to give the position to Guangli Dufu?" Empress Wang took the initiative to ask Li Yi for an official position. What Taizheng Dafu? Just from the name, it didn't sound good. It was a secondary fourth-rank doctor. "Okay, I'll try." Li Longji agreed. He was going to give the position of Guangli Dafu in 2 days. After a few days, he would give the position of Guangli Dafu.